Chapter 1 Opening Sign to Reincarnation I. Konoha 47 years. God has no bridge. Looking around, there are broken walls and ruins everywhere, and large pits made by powerful ninjutsu can be seen everywhere on the ground, and some of them are still emitting blue smoke. The cold mountain breeze passed by accidentally, making the pungent smell even worse. Obviously, a battle just happened here not long ago. On the desolate battlefield, 7 or 8 figures stood in front of a pile of ruins made of huge stones. But seeing these 7 or 8 figures, all of them are from Konoha's ninjas, and most of the ninjas have the logo of the Konoha guards printed on their clothes. Yes, these ninjas are basically Konoha guards. To be more precise, they come from Konoha Uchiha's clan. The responsibility of the Konoha Guard is generally to maintain the security of the village, but now the Third Ninja World War is in full swing, and Konoha Ninja is seriously inadequate. Even some shinin who had just graduated from the ninja school were thrown into the battlefield, not to mention the Konoha Guards. Kakashi, is this here? Uchiha Shisui, who is in charge of leading the team, looked at the environment of the scene, then turned to look at the non-Uchiha boy standing in the front and asked. The young man closed his left eye and could see a wound piercing the entire upper and lower eyelids. It was clear that his left eye had been pierced blind with a sharp weapon. This person is no one else, but Kakashi, a student of Bofeng Shuman. Next to Kakashi, there is another member of the Water Gate Squad, Lin Nohara. And Uchiha, the third member of the Water Gate Squad, is not there at this moment, because Uchiha has been buried in the ruins in front of everyone. Kakashi nodded, "It's here, please hurry up and dig out the soil as soon as possible." "Do it." Uchiha Shisui waved his hand, and the Konoha guards stopped talking nonsense, and immediately began to move forward, removing the pieces of rubble, and digging hard. "I'll go, Uchiha has just died with the soil, and the battle of the Shinsubi Bridge has just ended. Nima, how did I pass through such an embarrassing period? What no one knows is that one of the Uchiha tribe who is carrying the gravel is suffering from pain on his face. This person's name is Uchiha Ryuan, 12 years old, just graduated from ninja school, the strength of Shinobu, has not awakened Shilanyan. He is an ordinary Uchiha clan. On the surface, nothing can be seen, but in fact, 10 minutes ago, the soul in this person's body was already occupied by another soul. Yes, the current Uchiha Ryabana is already a serious traverser. Before crossing, Uchiha Ryaban liked to watch anime more. As one of the 3 most popular migrant manga, Naruto was naturally very familiar with him in his previous life. Therefore, even though he had just crossed over, Uchiha Ryabana immediately judged his current timeline very accurately. It was an era of war. As an ordinary man, he was not enough at all in such a dangerous world. Ding! The God-level sign-in system is successfully bound. The host can sign in at some special places. The more special the sign-in place, the more generous the reward will be. Some places can be checked in repeatedly, and some places can only be checked in once. Please find out by yourself. Just as Uchiha Ryabana was carrying a stone, several mechanical and electronic sounds suddenly sounded in his mind. Uchiha Ryabana couldn't help but froze for a while, and then suddenly became excited. Lao Tzu's plug-in finally arrived. A sign-in location is detected. Does the host sign in? Immediately afterwards, in Uchiha's mind, the system inquiring sounded again. Sign in. What can be hesitating about this? Uchiha Ryabana immediately spoke to the system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and getting rewards for reincarnation. Reincarnation, reincarnation I? The big stone in Uchiha's hand hit the ground, directly on his feet, but Uchiha's shock made her feel no pain. Because at this moment Uchiha Ryabana was stunned. Reincarnation I. The system is too powerful. The first time you sign in, it rewards reincarnation I. This is the ultimate form of writing round eyes. Super big. Uchiha Ryua yelled in his heart again and again, and almost couldn't help jumping up. Needless to say what kind of existence the Eye of Reincarnation is like in Naruto, just think about the big boss Vortex Nagato in the midterm. The abilities of the 6 realms are all very against the heavens, and the tail beast is a younger brother as soon as the star of the earth bursts out, and the power of the ninja world is completely invincible. Uchiha Ryabana did not expect that he would become such a strong man against the sky from a mediocre ordinary person. This span is too big, so that Uchiha Ryazan almost couldn't react. Liubian, what's the matter? A voice rang, interrupting Uchiha Ryabana's thoughts, but Uchiha Shisui tilted his head, looking at Uchiha Ryabana and asked. The others also looked at Uchiha Ryabana with solemn expressions. Chapter 2. It's no wonder that everyone is overly nervous and rumbling. After all, a very tragic battle has just broken out here, and enemies may appear at any time. This is Uchiha Shisui. Liubian glanced at the opponent and found that this was a teenager who looked about the same age as Kakashi. The age of Shisui has not been clearly explained in Hokage, so there are some controversies. Some people judge from the same framed picture of Shisui and Itachi, guessing that Shisui is 3 or 4 years older than Itachi, which is very one-sided. After all, Naruto is not a live-action drama. Judging age by looks is inherently unreliable. Judging by plot and background is more reasonable. There are Shisui in the memoirs of Kiribi, Ching, and others. Shisui has also scared away Ching when he was young, so the age of Shisui is definitely not that young. Moreover, it is more reasonable for ninjas to be famous in the ninja countries and even obtain specific titles in the war years. The possibility of Shisui's 3 battles is still relatively high. No. Nothing. Facing Shisui's gaze, Uchiha Ryua immediately waved his hand and answered casually. But he saw that everyone was still staring at him. Uchiha Ryabana suddenly realized that this is not a previous life, but a ninja world. Although Xiaoren said that his strength was low, he was a soldier trained with countless sweat. How could he not even be able to move a stone? It is not enough to dispel everyone's suspicion. I'm just afraid to see the brother. Uchiha Ryuha immediately said in a sad voice. Everyone suddenly realized that Uchiha Ryabana was afraid of seeing Uchiha's corpse with soil, and was unwilling to accept the fact that Uchiha's soil might have died long ago. Lu Ren, we are all ninjas, and it is our mission to defend the village at all costs. For this reason, even if we give our lives, we will not hesitate to take the soil. Even if he is really dead, he is a hero. Uchiha Shisui said to Uchiha Ryabana with a serious face. No, he won't die with soil. Kakashi gritted his teeth and said stubbornly. The others sighed slightly. With such a large pile of boulders buried underneath, Uchiha's soil might be smashed into fleshy mud, right? How could it be alive? But they can also understand Kakashi's mood, and they didn't say much. Chapter 2 Heiju, the plan is about to begin. Yes, Kakashi, the soil did not die, he was saved by Uchiha Madara long ago. The only Uchiha Ryua who knew the truth couldn't help but think so after hearing Kakashi's words. Of course, I just think about it, but I can't say it anyway. He continued to move the stones out one by one, just like everyone else, and still maintained the sense of sorrow on his face. Uchiha Ryuki didn't want to be seen by others for the time being. Shinmubi Bridge actually signed in and out of reincarnation, is this place so special? However, Lu Ren couldn't calm down at all in his heart, and his head was full of signing into the system. In the anime, the Battle of Shinmubashi is extremely important, because this is the starting point for the blackening of the Uchiha belt and the beginning of Uchiha Madara's plan to expand the Moon Eye. But for the world of Naruto, the Godless Bridge is just the location of a battle. Other than that, there is nothing special. Could it be, the speciality of the Shinmukyo Bridge is not because of this battle, but because of the Uchiha Madara hidden in the ground? Suddenly, a flash of light flashed through Uchiha's mind, making him suddenly realize. There is a secret base under the Shinmubi Bridge. I don't know how long the age spots have been lurking in that base. Forget it, this question is meaningless. Now I should be the only perfect owner of the Eye of Reincarnation in the entire Naruto world, right? Uchiha Ryabana thought with excitement in his mind. Of course, Uchiha Ryabana is not the only person who has reincarnation eyes, and Nagata Nagato does not know how many years have reincarnation eyes. But the key issue is that Uzumaki Nagato is not from the Uchiha clan, so it is not a perfect possession. Although he belongs to the Vortex tribe and possesses an open-hanging physique, he still needs to bear the huge drag of the reincarnation eye. Uchiha Ryabana is different, his eyes are exactly the same as the original eyes, and they can naturally be controlled perfectly. Needless to say, you will not be dragged down by anything, and you can also close and open the reincarnation eye at will. You know, even though Uchiha Ryabana now has reincarnation eyes, the eyes in his pupils are still ordinary eyes. It is not the eye of reincarnation. But when Uchiha Ryabana needs to use the reincarnation eye, as long as his mind moves, he can automatically switch to the reincarnation eye state, which is not too convenient. While thinking about these things in his mind, he was carrying them. Before they knew it, everyone had already moved all the stones away. But what makes everyone feel very strange is that the bottom is empty, there is no Uchiha corpse with soil at all. How could this be? With soil, he was obviously buried under here. Kakashi frowned, puzzled. Kakashi, did you remember it wrong? Uchiha Shisui groaned for a moment before turning his head to ask. No, I'm pretty sure this is the place. Kakashi said firmly. Kakashi, the soil must have been rescued. Great, the soil is not dead. Yuan Lin shouted hopefully. Yes. That must be the case. Someone must have rescued the soil. Kakashi's eyes also lit up, nodding his head to agree. Uchiha Shisui sighed slightly in his heart. He wanted to raise an objection. If someone really saved the soil, why did he pile the stones back? Is it to cover people's eyes? It doesn't make sense at all. However, Shisui Uchiha also knew that Kakashi and Lin Nohara rarely had hopes in their hearts. At this time, they couldn't bear to speak out, so they didn't say much. As for why Uchiha's corpse with the soil disappeared, it was indeed a bit strange, but now that the war is tight, it is not the time to entangle this kind of thing. Since no corpse with soil was found, Uchiha Shisui and others naturally did not stay here much, and immediately began to return to Konoha. Whoosh whoosh. Chapter 3. Everyone's instantaneous technique unfolded, and soon disappeared. And when Uchiha Shisui and the others just left, a black figure that looked like a liquid emerged from a tree not far away. It was Mr. Kurozutsu, the first filial son of the ninja world. The people of Konoha are gone, and I shouldn't visit this place again in the future. Uchiha Madara deliberately wants to bring the soil to implement the Moon Eye project, then my plan will also begin. People from Yunyan? There is a good show to watch now, but, for now it has nothing to do with me. Heiju muttered to himself, and his whole body sank into the tree trunk again and disappeared. Just on the tree where Heiju disappeared, a Yanin jumped out, stopping the water instantly. And Kakashi. This is a great opportunity to eliminate the water, so I will inform Master Han immediately. During the Battle of the Shinsubi Bridge, Konoha's main opponent was Yunyan Village. The two sides fought fiercely, and each suffered a lot. During this process, two people can be said to be famous throughout the ninja world. One is the yellow flash wave Feng Shui Gate, and the other is the instant stop of water. As for Sunin, their battlefield was World War II, but not World War III. At the current stage, Jiraiya and Sunin also traveled all year round looking for the Son of Prophecy. Tsunade ran away from Konoha and disappeared. The only one remaining, Ashimaru, did not know why, and rarely appeared on the battlefield. As a result, the entire three wars have almost become a showground for Nami Fengshiman and Uchiha Shisui. So for these two people, Yan Yan desperately wanted to get rid of, and didn't want to miss any opportunity. Whoosh whoosh. In the dense forest in the mountains, Uchiha Shisui took the lead, and the men with Kakashi and the Konoha guards quickly turned back towards Konoha. Suddenly, Zishui's expression changed slightly. "Shishui, but what did you find?" Kakashi asked in a deep voice. "An enemy is coming. Everyone is ready to fight," Uchiha Shisui said to the crowd with a serious face. During the war, this situation was simply too common. Everyone didn't panic, each clenched their endurance tools, and became fully on guard. "Hey!" At this moment, several silhouettes flashed past, and a group of ninjas from Yunyan village appeared on the tree trunk opposite everyone. One of the leaders wears a crimson hat on his head, crimson armor on his body, and a crimson mask on his mouth. All in all, a crimson, very eye-catching. Its iron tower-like body, simply standing there, gives people a faint sense of oppression. "Steam ninja? Yunyan really looks up to me." Uchiha Shisui's brows frowned. Chapter 3: The Power of Vientian Tianyan. Steam ninja. After hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Uchiha Ryabana also thought to himself. "After thinking about it for a while, I remembered who the big man in front of me was. Han, the five-tailed King Muse person Zulai." When Uchiha Ryabana recalled the identity of this person, he also felt very painful. Although this guy Han is a ninja of physique, but physique does not mean that he is not strong, but the 8 gates of the Emperor Kai has amazed the entire ninja world. Not to mention, Han is still a man. "Uchiha Shisui, today is your death date." Han pointed at Uchiha Shisui with his hand, and said coldly. "Laugh. Laugh." At the same time, the back of Han's armor began to spray a large amount of steam diagonally upward. Uchiha Shisui didn't dare to show any carelessness. The other party started to spray out steam, which meant that the other party was about to do it soon. "Hey!" Sure enough, at that moment, Han's figure suddenly turned into a phantom, instantly disappearing in place. With lightning speed, he ejected towards Uchiha Shisui. Click! The branch that Han had originally stepped on instantly broke. Fast speed. Shushin Shishui's pupils shrank slightly, not daring to be careless, his body shook, and ghosts appeared on another tree trunk. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the entire canopy of the tree where Uchiha Shisui stood before was knocked off by Hanji. I have to say that Han's power is indeed amazing. At the same time, the people brought by Han also rushed over quickly. Of course, their goal was not Uchiha Shisui, but Kakashi and other people. Kakashi was also unwilling to show weakness and stood up to meet him, and the two sides immediately broke out in a fierce battle. Uchiha Ryahan had just gotten the Reincarnation Eye, and didn't want to expose his true strength for the time being, so he consciously rushed to the distance. Several instantaneous techniques were used, and soon jumped out of the main battlefield. It is also very normal to disperse in the battle, no one noticed this at all, only 2 Yunyan ninjas were chasing after Ryabana. However, after leaving the battlefield, Ryua Uchiha stopped abruptly, turned around leisurely, and looked at the 2 pursuers behind him with a leisurely expression. That was really 2 ninjas. Chapter 4. For the usual Uchiha Ryua, this is almost a mortal situation, but now, Uchiha Ryua is dead, but he doesn't pay attention to these 2 people at all. "Boy, why didn't you run away? Is it possible that you can't accept your fate?" One of them, Zongren, with a cruel but cold smile on his mouth, and looked at Uchiha Ryabana coldly and sneer. "Fiya, this is from the Uchiha clan, don't be careless." The other person frowned and reminded. The riding round eyes of the Uchiha clan shocked the entire ninja world. Even if the opponent is a lower face, it should not be underestimated. Who knows if the other side has riding round eyes? Who knows if the riding wheel will suddenly be opened during the battle? According to Iwan's latest information, during the battle at Shinmubi Bridge not long ago, a Uchiha kid suddenly opened the riding wheel and killed many people. With this lesson in mind, Iwane became more reluctant to face Uchiha. Tudun Tolonggun. Feiya is just not forgiving. In fact, he didn't underestimate Uchiha's stubbornness. His palms suddenly began to seal, and his mouth issued a soft drink. Chi 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 chi. Under Uchiha Ryabana's feet and in the surrounding ground, a piece of soil thorns suddenly pierced outwards, surrounding Uchiha Ryabana's whole person. The power of this trick is still very strong, and the black soil has used this trick to break Naruto's multiple shadow avatars. Not to mention that at this moment Uchiha Ryabana, who is still a shinobu cultivation base, even if he wants to hide with instantaneous spells, he may not be able to avoid it. There is no other reason. For some conventional ninjutsu battles, Shenren is naturally inferior to Zhongren. But at this moment, Uchiha Ryabana didn't need to use any instantaneous technique. The eyeballs in his eye sockets turned, and the reincarnation eyes flashed out suddenly. At the same time, a repulsive force appeared, and Uchiha Ryabana's body rose directly from the ground, just so suspended in the air. What is this means? Both Feiya were dumbfounded. This Uchiha tribe could actually fly? Does he know the super light and heavy rock art of Onoki-sama? Vientiantianyan. But neither of these two had time to figure out the problem. Uchiha Ryabana stretched out his right hand again and made a move at the two. A huge suction force appeared, and the bodies of the two flying teeth flew towards Uchiha Ryabana so involuntarily. Chi chi. Two sounds of flesh and blood being pierced by a sharp blade sounded, and the bodies of the two men stopped in front of Uchiha Ryua. The hearts of these two people were each pierced by a long black rod. Until they died, the eyes of these two people were wide open, and they were filled with horror and disbelief. They couldn't believe that two Zongren were killed so easily by one of them. I killed the two Zongren so easily, the eyes of Samsara are worthy of the eyes of Samsara. Liubian landed from the air at this time and couldn't help but sigh. But after feeling his current physical condition for a while, Lu Ren couldn't help but frown slightly. It just killed two Zongren, and I used the Vientian Sky Yin to condense two black rods, which actually consumed 20% of my chakra. This consumption is far greater than Liubian imagined. At this level of consumption, Liubian's use of Samsara's eyes is afraid that he won't be able to fight for too long. No. I am originally from the Uchiha clan, and I am perfectly compatible with the reincarnation eye. I shouldn't be dragged down by the reincarnation eye like Nagato. No, I just used the reincarnation eye without any problems. The real problem is, I'm just a forbearance now, the amount of chakra is too small. After thinking about it, Uchiha Ryuhan suddenly realized. He is just a little ninja now, and the amount of chakras in his body is extremely limited, and the amount of chakras consumed by the eyes of reincarnation is very astonishing. This has led to the current embarrassing situation of lack of blue. I originally thought that I was invincible in the world during the story of the storm, and I can wave freely. Now it seems that I think more. It seems that at this stage, I can only develop wretchedly, and it is better to be obsessed. Liubian thought about it carefully and made a decision. With his current situation, there is no problem dealing with Shangren, but when dealing with Ying, Lu Ren won't have much confidence. Without him, blue is really not enough. Chapter 4: The Despicable Five-Tailed Pillar. After making the decision, Lu Ren threw the bodies of Feiya two on the ground, and then performed a transformation technique. He suddenly became another completely different person. After doing all this, Uchiha Ryabana began to return to the battlefield. After thinking about it, Lu Ren felt that he still couldn't ignore Shishui's life and death. After all, the village knew that Shishui led a team to look for the corpses with soil. As a result, even people like Shishui died, but Liubian went back alive, which is unconvincing. There must be countless troubles. What's more, Liubian couldn't help it, and wanted to try the power of the eyes of reincarnation. So Liubian decided to go back and take a look. If Shishui can handle everything, he would naturally not make a move. If Shishui gets into a bad situation, he doesn't mind making a secret move. Of course, everything is still on the premise of preserving oneself. When Uchiha Ryabana appeared, the battle between the two sides was almost over. Konoha's side can be said to be miserable, except for Uchiha Shisui and Kakashi, all the others were basically killed. Kakashi was also seriously injured now and was caught by two Union people. No way, even though Kakashi got the dirt-filled writing wheel eyes, it was just transplanted, and it didn't use it at all. But then again, even if Kakashi would use the writing wheel to do nothing, there is indeed a big gap between the strength of the enemy and the enemy. As for Shushin Zishui, 4 Zishui came out of the illusion, standing in 4 directions, and confronting the Han. Shunshen Zishui, it really deserves its reputation. Han said, looking at Shushin Zishui with admiration. He has been playing for so long, and he has never found out the real body of Shishui. Chapter 5. But, if you continue like this kid will die. Han coldly smiled, and the man quickly turned into a half-tailed animal. With one mouth, the tail beast Jade hit Kakashi. When Shunshen Zishui's complexion changed, it was naturally impossible for him to watch Kakashi be beaten to death like this, so he used the Shunshen technique, and the person suddenly appeared in front of Kakashi. At the same time, his pupil power turned, and a huge green bust giant appeared instantly, protecting Shishui inside. Suzuonengu appeared. What exactly is this? The appearance of the half-length Suzuo stunned everyone at the scene. They had never seen such a weird and terrifying method. They couldn't believe that ninjutsu could reach this level. Suseo is not a bad street thing, some ordinary ninjas are not known at all. Is this Susanoo? In Han's eyes, there was also a strong jealousy and shock. Is this the legendary Suseo? Konoha's Uchiha clan is indeed terrible. This giant is simply another higher-level method beyond ninjutsu. At this moment, Han's determination to kill Uchiha was unprecedentedly firm. Boom! As everyone watched, Han's tail beast Jade slammed on Shishui's Suzuonengu, bursting out a burst of incomparable energy. The surrounding ninjas in Union couldn't withstand the powerful impact of energy, and they began to retreat to the surroundings with instant technique. Then there was such a powerful one-tailed beast Jade, but it was completely blocked by Suzuonohu. In exchange for it, Suzuonohu shook, and some cracks were punched out. However, when Shishui's pupil power changed, the crack on Suzuo was quickly repaired. Han's complexion changed slightly, and the tail beast chakra on his body began to surge frantically, and then the tail beast Jade continued to bombard Uchiha Shisui. Han's purpose is very simple, is to use Kakashi to contain Uchiha Shisui, and then use the uninterrupted tail beast Jade attack to drag Shisui to life. He didn't believe it. Susanoo can defend a tail beast Jade, but it is absolutely impossible to defend against a continuous tail beast Jade. Han's conspiracy is still very effective. In order to prevent the tail beast Jade from killing Kakashi behind, Uchiha Shisui can only stand passively in front of Kakashi. Soon, his Suzuonengu became fragmented. No, my eyes! However, to make matters worse, when Uchiha Shisui felt that his pupil power was not enough, his writing wheel eyes were also a little overused. Blood came out of the eye sockets. If this continues, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold it. Uchiha Shisui thought anxiously in his heart. Han didn't play much in Hokage. Didn't you think it was so despicable? What Zishui didn't know was that when he was struggling to resist the Han's attack, a figure had quietly appeared among the nearby bushes. Not only Shisui, the attention of everyone on the scene was completely attracted by the battle between Shisui and Han, and no one noticed the arrival of Uchiha Ryabana. Looking at the man who showed his mighty power, Uchiha Ryabana couldn't help but spit out secretly in his heart. Forget it, looking at this situation, Zishui may not be able to fix it, no longer. Uchiha Ryabana secretly made a decision. He originally planned that if Zishui could get away safely, he would not act and not expose himself, but now it seems that his plan is about to fail. Uchiha didn't have any nonsense, and aimed at the man who was frantically attacking Shisui, and launched the strongest sealing technique he could currently activate. Earth burst into the sky. Earth burst star is a pupil technique, which can be used to perfectly control the reincarnation eye. Of course, how powerful it can be depends on how much the user checks the carrot. It's like Madara's Huodun is the same as ordinary people's Huodun. There is no such thing as draining oneself to death as soon as it is activated. After all, the strength of the technique can be completely controlled by itself. There are three main reasons why Nagato is so laborious. 1. The eyes are not their own, they are not in perfect control. 2. It consumes too much mana before using it, but he was the Naruto who sealed Konoha. 3. The seal target is too strong, so it is difficult. If he only seals an ordinary person, it will be more freehand. What about Liubian? Although Han's 5 tails are far worse than 9 tails, Lu Ren is even worse than Nagato. He said that he could only try his best, and he couldn't guarantee how big the earth ball he played. With the launch of the flow blade technique, a huge suction suddenly appeared, and Han's huge body was sucked into the air in the first time. Click! At the same time, the surrounding ground didn't break apart, and one stone after another was also sucked in by the suction, surrounding the man. In the end, countless rubble all converged in one place, forming a sphere. The sphere was not known how much smaller than the sphere played by Nagato, it just covered the man, and there were countless cracks on it. Don't mention how stupid it is. But at any rate he lived up to expectations and reluctantly sealed the Han. Han-Ge is firmly trapped inside. Although it may not take long for Han to break free from this appearance, this is also a seal of Ren's Huli, which is already very remarkable. Hey! Such a semi-finished burst of stars directly emptied my remaining chakras. This consumption is simply terrifying. Chapter 6. Lu Ren panted heavily and thought of it in amazement. He was so frightened that he hurriedly stuffed a bolus pill into his mouth, which made him feel a little relieved. No, back to Konoha, I have to train frantically to increase the amount of chakra in my body as soon as possible, otherwise it will be too embarrassing and I won't be able to move it. Liubian said secretly in his heart. Chapter 5 Poisoned Water Stop. This, what kind of ninjutsu is this? When Uchiha was thinking about it, everyone on the scene was stunned and dumbfounded. Whether Konoha's ninja or Iwakura's ninja, they raised their heads, stared wide-eyed, and mumbled at the big ball floating in the air. In their cognition, the tail beast is the most powerful existence in the ninja world. As long as the human column power becomes a beast, no more powerful ninja can deal with it. Unless you also use the human column force to deal with it. But who would have thought that the five-tailed man Zhu Lihan would be sealed by this unheard-of sealing technique? This is too scary, right? Whoosh! The silhouette flashed, and the two ninjas who had caught Kakashi felt that there was a flower in front of them, and they did not react at all. Kakashi was rescued by Shisui. Then the Shisui instantaneous technique unfolded, once again incarnate into 4 Shisui, shuttled among the onion ninjas incomparably fast. With scream after scream, Iwaguro ninja kept falling down. There were only a few left, either because of fear or seeing the situation clearly, they began to flee and evacuate quickly, and Shisui did not pursue them violently. Shisui, what is this? Kakashi asked Uchiha Shisui with a look of shock. Uchiha Shisui also shook his head blankly, I don't know, but this method is too terrifying, it is almost unheard of. The two briefly exchanged a few words, and there was no time wasted. They started to seize the time to check the battlefield, count the casualties on Konoha's side, and see if there are other survivors. At the same time, they were also looking for the mysterious master who had shot in the dark and saved them. The result is no doubt, not even a ghost was found. The only 2 survivors were found, Uchiha Ryabana and Nohara Lin. The 3 began to return to Konoha quickly. Fortunately, the road was calm and there were no accidents again, and several people rushed to Konoha smoothly. Kakashi, Ryabane, Lin, don't go back yet, let me see Master Naruto. Back in the village, even too late to rest, Uchiha Shisui hurriedly led Kakashi and Ryabana to the Naruto office. As a member of the Uchiha clan, such a major event happened on the way. After Uchiha Shisui came back, he did not return to the Uchiha clan but went to the Hokage building. It really made Ryzen speechless. Shisui was really hit by Konoha's strongest illusion fire wool. And the poisoning is not superficial. The details of such an unintentional move were enough to see that Shisui placed the village in a more important position than the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hizen still values Uchiha Shisui very seriously, and after hearing the report from his hand, he immediately put aside his business and summoned Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Ryabana, also for the first time since his rebirth, stood in the Hokage office. It's a pity, the sign-in system can only sign in once a day, otherwise I can try signing in at the Hokage office. What kind of rewards will I get? In the serious office, Ryzen Uchiha was thinking like this. Shisui, how about it, did you find a corpse with soil? Sandemu took a sip of dry smoke, sat on the Hokage position, looked at Shisui condescendingly and asked. Kakashi was replaced by the soil with a writing wheel. This was a major event in Konoha, and Sandeme was also alarmed. Later, Shisui led a team to find the soil, and the third generation was also very clear about the matter. Master Hokage, I didn't find a corpse with soil. Shisui answered truthfully. Of the people who died on the battlefield, there were actually quite a few people who couldn't find the corpse, but the soil was different. That was the Uchiha clan who had awakened the writing wheel eyes. To live to see people, to die to see corpses. If the writing wheel on his body fell into the hands of other countries, it would be quite troublesome. So Sandeme asked about the situation at that time in detail, and there was no other way except to tell Shisui to continue to pay attention to this matter. Master Hokage, there is one more thing that needs to be reported to you. After talking about bringing the soil, Uchiha Shisui suddenly spoke with a solemn expression. Sandeme didn't feel strange about this. After all, if it was just a mission briefing to report to himself about bringing soil, Shisui would do it all by himself. But now Shisui not only brought Kakashi, but also Nohara Lin and another Shijinin, obviously something else. Let's talk about it, Sandeme said. On the way back, we encountered an ambush from Iwagaki Ninja, an elite team led by the five-tailed man Zhu Lihan. Five-tailed person Zulai. The three generations, who had always been calm as a mountain, finally showed a look of surprise at this moment. Even Ren's Huli was dispatched. Yunyan's battle was a bit too exaggerated, right? It is necessary to know that Yunyan's other person Zulai left the village early because of disagreements with Taiying. Under this situation, Yunyan dare to easily send the only person Zulai? The courage is not small. But can the current Zishui even handle the human column force? Zishui, you face the chase of the five-tailed man Zulai, and you can lead Kakashi and the others to escape successfully. I really didn't misunderstand you. In the tone of the three generations, there was a trace of appreciation, and at the same time, there was a trace of fear. Zishui's strength is too strong, in addition to the extremely abnormal illusions of other gods, its own combat power is also so amazing. Fortunately, this person is on the side of the village, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Chapter 7. No, Master Naruto, the reason why we can get away safely this time is because someone else helped. Shisui said so. Without waiting for the third generation to ask more questions, Shisui took the initiative to tell the third generation of events in detail. Sandeme was astonished and speechless. You mean, that person sealed the half-tailed beast with a very strange sealing technique? Sandeme couldn't help being surprised. He couldn't imagine that in the entire ninja world, besides the Maelstrom clan, who else could be able to seal the tail beast? This is completely beyond the cognition of the purpose of the 3 generations. Zishui, you will take me over and have a look right away. 3 generations of eyes groaned for a while, and quickly made this decision. That was the 5-tailed man Zulai, and it was sealed. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Sandame didn't have any nonsense at the moment, so he called Haifeng Mizuman and Uzumaki Kushina and his wife, and led a part of Anbi's men and horses, and followed Uchiha Shisui out in a hurry. As for the people like Kakashi and Uchiha Ryabana, Shisui's original intention to bring them here was to give a briefing on the battle with Iwagaki on the way back to the village. But now, Shisui has made it clear what should be said, and the 3rd generations are anxious to capture the 5-tailed force, and the mission briefing of the Kakashi is naturally unnecessary. Chapter 6. Hahui. Several silhouettes of people walked through the forest at high speed, and it was Uchiha Shisui who was waiting. Under the leadership of Uchiha Shisui, Sandame, Haifeng Mizuman, and others soon appeared where the incident occurred. It's just that at this moment, the big ball that had sealed the strength of the 5-tailed man had been torn apart, scattered into several pieces and fell to the ground. The 5-tailed person Zulai who was sealed inside has long been missing. It seems, we are a step late. 3 generations of eyes sighed with regret, shook his head. If they grabbed the 5-tailed man's strength to threaten Yunyan, Yunyan might just admit defeat and declare defeat. So they can end the war early. What they didn't know was that Liubian's semi-finished Skybust star was still a little worse after all. Soon after their party left, the 5-tailed man Zulai relied on his own strength to abruptly break free from it. But even so, it shocked Han too much. Can he be sealed even if he is half-tailed? It's incredible. Master Hokage, Han was here to attack me, and suddenly the soil and rocks on the ground began to crack. Shisui described the process at that time to the 3rd generation. The people of Sandame and Bofeng Shuman were shocked after hearing this. Can you seal the half-tailed beasts remotely without anyone showing up? Each of them couldn't help taking a breath. What kind of sealing technique was this? It was simply terrifying. No matter who this person is, it must be an extremely terrifying existence. Several people at the scene couldn't help but stared at each other. All of them emptied their heads to think about what identity the person who shot might be. But I almost exploded my mind, and I can't remember that even the slightest conformity is completely invisible. The only gratifying thing is that if the mysterious expert rescued Shisui, there was a high possibility that he had an old relationship with Konoha. Konoha. A teenage boy, with a trace of curiosity and a trace of excitement in his eyes, strolled leisurely in the streets of Konoha. It is Uchiha Ryabana. After the 3rd generation and the others left, there was nothing wrong with Lu Jian. He and Kakashi no Harolin naturally left the Hokage building one after another. Logically speaking, Shisui and the others led the team to search for the corpses with soil on the Shenmubi bridge. In fact, it was the task of the Konoha guards. After Ryazan came back, they should report to the Konoha guards. However, as a reborn Naruto fan, now I really stand in the village of Konoha. Lu Jian is really hard to contain the excitement in his heart. Naturally, it is necessary to feel the village of Konoha first. Anyway, he was originally a graduating ninja, and no one would pay attention. It's nothing to report later. This is Konoha, it's almost like a dream. Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar buildings around, the exotic figures walking on the street, Liubian still has an extremely unreal feeling to this day. Suddenly, he became a part of this strange world. Well, I was a 96 social animal in the last life. Apart from work is work, life has no meaning. Since God has given me a chance to live again, I must seize it and live a wonderful life. Live meaningfully. Only in this way can my journey this time be worthwhile. As Liubian's thoughts flowed, his eyes gradually became firmer. In a world like Naruto, you can either be a civilian and stay out of the disputes in the ninja world. Or, as a ninja, tumbling and struggling in the world of ninja. There are only two options. As a civilian, he naturally doesn't have to participate in the cruel and dangerous battles in the ninja world. It seems that life is peaceful, but because there is no power, it is equivalent to a lamb to be slaughtered. Life and death cannot be in your own hands. This is not acceptable to Liu Bian. What's more, Ryu Blade is now the ninja of the Uchiha clan, and is already a member of the ninja world. Considering the awkward situation Uchiha's clan is now in, there is only one way before Ryzen, become stronger. In this way, it will be free from Uchiha's clan, Konoha, or even shinobi. I want to be the strongest person. Liu Bian said to himself secretly in his heart. This is not a difficult task for him who has a god-level sign-in system. Chapter 8. Master Watergate. It's Master Bo Feng Shuman. Master Watergate is back. Master Watergate, you must be the next Naruto. While thinking, a loud noise suddenly came from the crowd, interrupting Liu Bian's thoughts. Liu Bian looked in the direction of the crowd, and saw a big sunny boy with yellow hair coming from the intersection in front of him. Surprisingly, it was the yellow flash that shook the entire ninja world, Bo Feng Shui-men. In order to prevent the village's guard from being emptied, Bo Feng Shuman immediately used the God of Thunder to return to the village after checking the big ball of the earth bursting into the sky. As soon as the Bo Feng Shuman appeared, most of the people in the village surrounded him with excitement and admiration, and warmly welcomed him. The prestige of Watergate is really high. Lu Ren couldn't help but sigh secretly. It's no wonder that Mizuman can defeat the third-generation disciple Ashimaru and become Konoha's fourth-generation Hokage. At this level of popularity, I am afraid that Konoha would not agree to the 3 generations not passing on the seed to Bo Feng Shuman. Thinking about the tragic ending of Bo Feng Shui-men later, Lu Ren couldn't help but sigh. Watergate is one of the very few Wei Guangzhen's perfect roles in Naruto. It is a high-ranking player, and its strength is at the open level, but it still ends up with Uzumaki Kushina. This also strengthened Liu Bian's determination to become stronger quickly. Ninja world is too dangerous, strength is king. Yulramen. While thinking about things while strolling in the courtyard, Lu Ren came to the side of Yulramen with a blink of an eye. Go in and have a taste. I don't know if this ramen is really so delicious. Lu Ren hesitated and walked in. Boss, bring me a bowl of ramen. Lu Ren casually found an empty seat and sat down. The opponent Don said. No, at this time, it is not the uncle, but the elder brother. Lu Knife. Not long after Uchiha Ryzen sat down, a somewhat unexpected voice rang next to him. The voice was crisp and tactful, and it was still a girl. Uchiha Ryabana subconsciously turned his head and took a closer look. Only then did he recognize who the other party was, Yuhi Hong. After all, Xiri Hong in Hokage appeared as a beauty with infinite maturity, but now Hong is still in her teenage years. But it is also so beautiful. Chapter 7 Onaki's Decision. The Uchiha clan is Konoha's well-deserved first big clan and has its own clan land. Under normal circumstances, the Uchiha clan lives in his own clan land. In addition, the Uchiha clan has a deep estrangement from the village because of its arrogance and despise ordinary people. There are also some historical reasons. They rarely go to the village to eat. That's why Yuhi Hong felt a little surprised after seeing Uchiha Ryabana. After seeing Xiri Hong, Lu Ren also sorted out the memories of his predecessor. He found that his predecessor and Xiri Hong were actually classmates. However, the atmosphere of the Uchiha clan is a bit crooked. Although the talent of the predecessor is not good, the arrogance and conceit of the Uchiha clan are not at all scarce. In the class and other Uchiha tribes, I see people through my nostrils, and my relationship with my peers and classmates is not good. At the same time, the two of Xiri Hong were just nodding acquaintances. After the ramen shop and Yuri Hong met, Ryzen just said hello to Yuri Hong politely, and did not say much to Yuri Hong. I started to eat noodles without anyone else. After coming out of Yul Ramen, Ryzen walked around Konoha for a while before returning to the Konoha guard to report. In the afternoon, with other people, patrolling Konoha for a while. The day's life is over. But that day Uchiha Ryabana did not return to the Uchiha clan as usual. After thinking about it, he went directly to the Konoha training ground. Because Lyubian starts from now on, it is necessary to carry out physical training well. While patrolling in the afternoon, Lu Ren had already figured out his future plans. The simple summary is 4 words: training physical skills. After all, this is currently the only way to increase the amount of chakra in the body. According to the teacher of the ninja school, chakra is a special kind of energy that is a perfect fusion of human body energy and spiritual energy, but this theory is actually wrong. Chakra is actually a kind of special energy from the sacred tree. All chakras in the ninja were gifted by the 6 immortals and passed down from generation to generation. Although chakra is a kind of external energy, the amount of chakra in humans is different from that in the human body. Judging from various manifestations, a considerable part of these genetic chakras are in a dormant state. Through relative physical and mental training, these chakras can be inspired. This is the truth of the current chakra theory. In the entire Hokage, it can be said that there are few people who know chakra better than Lu Ren, but even though the current theory of ninjutsu teaching is wrong, it is also correct. Physical training is indeed useful for enhancing chakra. Because the time for class had already passed, when Lu Jian came to the training ground was empty, and only a few people were still training. Ho ho! Boom boom! One of them, a teenager with green clothes, mushroom heads, and thick eyebrows like a genetic mutation, instantly attracted Lyubian's attention. Maid Kai. This is also a trick of Konoha. Lu Ren couldn't help but sigh secretly. As we all know, Hokage is a pedigree-only world. If you don't have the blood of Indra or Ajura, it is difficult to become a real powerhouse. It's a shadow level if you die. Chapter 9. But there are always 2 or 3 hang-ups that can break this law. Bo Feng Shiman is one, and Fei Lei Shen has made him invincible with one hand, and Metkai's 8-door Dunjia is definitely one, and the 8-door Dunjia is fully opened and even 6 spots can be severely damaged. It's already a miracle. However, the current Metkai is still far from that kind of highlight moment, and he is just a trash who has suffered from ridicule and blank eyes. Red. It's not surprising to see Metkai Ryablade in the training ground, but Yurihong is here, but Ryabane feels a little surprised. After all, Hong is an illusionist ninja. What is she doing to train physical skills? Could it be that Yurihong is exercising chakra's control, or her chakra volume is not enough? Lu Ren couldn't help guessing in his heart. In Naruto, the principle of illusion cast is to interfere with and control the flow of chakra in the opponent's brain, so as to make the opponent fall into an illusion. Illusion-type ninjas control chakra more accurately than ordinary people. Of course, these thoughts just flashed through Lyubian's mind, he just subconsciously thought about it, and didn't delve into it. No matter why Yurihong came to the training ground, it has nothing to do with him. Metkai and Yurihong also looked at Ryabana in surprise. Uchiha seldom came to the training ground to train. Lu Ren nodded to the 2 of them as if they had said hello, and then started training on their own. Boom boom! Ho ho! For a time, there was only such a voice on the training ground. Yunyan Village. Tying Office. Dokage Onoki, who has the title of Onoki of 2 Libras, is sitting in the air using the technique of super light and heavy rock. No way, Oyemu's figure is too short. If he sits in a chair honestly, I am afraid that he will be blocked by the desk and others will not be able to see him. In front of Ohaimu, there are the high-rises of Yunyan villages such as Lois, Clay, and Wenya. Of course, Zhu Li, the 5-tailed man of Han, was among them. Everyone in the office looked very solemn. The Shinsubi Bridge has been destroyed, and our material support cannot be transported there. The ninja troops stationed in the country of grass can only support it for 3 days at most. If we continue to attack, we don't have material support, and it is impossible to score Konoha. They don't need to fight head-on. Just delay can consume us. But if we retreat, we are afraid that we will lose in this war. Master Taiying, please make a decision as soon as possible. Wenya said to Tu Ying with a trace of anxiety. Other people also looked at each other, all of them focused on Oyemu's body. Everyone understands that the war has reached an extremely critical moment, and it is about victory or defeat. Onaki hovered in the air, holding his hands without speaking. He was thinking attentively. After a while, he suddenly lowered his head, and his eyes were filled with determination. All troops are advancing in an all-round way, passing through the country of grass with the fastest speed, and attacking Konoha. Huang Tu, Chi Tu, and others were a little surprised, but if Master Taiying did this, the casualties would be very heavy. Those troops will not only suffer from the crazy resistance of the country of grass, but also Konoha's head-on attack. What's more, it will not last long without logistical support. What's the point of doing this? Chapter 8 The Nameless Eternal Kaleidoscope. Master Tukage, if you do this, I'm afraid something is wrong, right? Wenya frowned, and deliberated the words to express his own opinions. Onaki's plan indeed seemed to be chaotic. At this time Oyemu waved his hand, interrupted Wenya, and then said, "Don't worry, listen to me. Our troops have been fighting long distances. Without logistical support, they have already failed. The difference is only a few days earlier and a few days later. So I didn't plan to let our troops defeat Konoha's troops head-on. This is impossible. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to admit that when the God Wyobi Bridge is destroyed, we are equal to defeat. But, it's not that there is no chance of a comeback. The only chance now is to make dangerous moves. Only by tricks can we turn defeat into victory." When Oyemu said this, his eyes were shining, and he was so energetic, he lashed out at Fang Qiu. "This full-scale attack is actually a feint. I just want to create the illusion that Yunyan is dying to counterattack. When Konoha sees us advancing vigorously in the country of grass, he will definitely dispatch a large army to prepare for the war. At this time, Konoha's guarding force will be empty. If I expected it to be right, people like Yellow Flash and Shushin Shishui will definitely go to the battlefield, and the third generation of Hokage will sit in Konoha as usual. At that time, I will personally lead people to sneak into Konoha and capture Hokage. As long as the opponent's coach is in hand, why worry that this battle will be unwinnable?" Onaki slowly revealed his plan, and the people in Tukage's office suddenly realized that they were all shocked. At the same time, I admire Onoki. Going deep into the enemy base camp to capture the opponent's coach, what a passion! Master Taiying, will this be too dangerous? Huang Tu couldn't help but asked with some worry. In any case, that was also Konoha's base camp, the strongest village in the ninja world. Konoha's power is not as good as before. Sarutobi is getting old, Sunin quit the stage, and Baifang commits suicide. As long as we lead out the wave wind gate and instant stop water, we have a lot to do. Onaki became more and more vigorous. Others were gradually moved by Oyemu, and they felt that this method was more and more feasible. After all, Oyemu's strength was indeed too strong. He is not only the only flying shadow among the 5 shadows, but also the only ninja who has mastered the elimination of bloodstains above the blood succession limit. An old Sarutobi Risen was really not Onoki's opponent. Chapter 10. Master Tukage, there is another person who needs your special attention. At this time, the man who hadn't spoken much, but suddenly interjected, "It's the mysterious person who has sealed me in a half-tailed beast state." At the mention of that person, the office became silent again. Han had already reported on his mission briefing about the Battle of Shishin-Zishui. Everyone, including Onaki, was shocked. They had never seen the strange and magical sealing technique using big rocks for sealing. Even the half-tailed beastly Han was sealed off without any resistance. Looking at the entire Union, except that Oyemu could use the dust to escape, no one else dared to say that they could deal with it. The strength of this person is unpredictable. There has never been any information about this person in the intelligence we have before. We don't know who this person is, what tactics he used, and even if he is Konoha ninja. This person is a mystery. This person's threat to us may be even greater than Sarutobi Rishang. Well, just take this opportunity to see if this person is from Konoha. Onaki pondered for a moment, and slowly said something like this to everyone. Seeing that Onaki had already made a decision, everyone didn't say much, and began to discuss the details of this operation. Konoha, at night. After training for 2 hours, Liu Bang dragged his exhausted body and returned to the Uchiha clan in sweat. Although it was getting late, the clan land was still very lively. Uchiha people in 2s and 3s were chatting and wandering around in the clan land. There are also dating together. Lu Edge, why come back so late today? Liu Bian, I heard that you and Zishui went out of the village to perform a mission today. Along the way, some people familiar with Liu Bian greeted Liu Bian familiarly, and Liu Bian also responded with a smile. Lu Edge, it's just time to come back, hurry up and wash your hands, ready to eat. Back home, a woman who looked very gentle and virtuous, smiled and waved to the convection blade. At the same time, there was another middle-aged man with a majestic appearance, knelt down at the desk and read the newspaper. This is exactly the parents of Uchiha Ryzen, Uchiha Kwohuo and Uchiha Maizumi. Oh! Lu Ren was stunned and responded. According to the house layout in his predecessor's memory, he went to wash his hands and returned to the front of the case. Uchiha Maizumi also put down the newspaper, and the family began to eat. Like the family in the previous life, Uchiha Maizumi is a virtuous and gentle mother, who is constantly concerned about the trivial things of Lu Blade. Uchiha didn't talk too much about the fire, but just asked about Ryua in the guard and about his cultivation. Lu Bian can feel the care of his parents in this life. This is the family. Lu Ren felt a little warm in his heart. After the meal, Lu Bian returned to his room and closed the door. At this time, he finally made room to test his reincarnation eye. Of course, it is not to test the ability of the 6 realms of the reincarnation eye. After all, this is the reincarnation eye that fits perfectly, and there will be no problems in these aspects. It is to verify another guess of Liu Bian. As we all know, the evolution of Shaolunyan in Naruto follows the evolution sequence of Shaolunyan Kaleidoscope Sharingan Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan Samsarayan. The reincarnation eye is the ultimate form of writing reincarnation. Now that Liu Bian has the ultimate form of the writing wheel, the low-level forms in front will not disappear directly, right? During the Fourth World War, Uchiha Madara was able to switch between Eternal Kaleidoscope and Reincarnation Eye. Of course, Uchiha Madara is a natural evolution, but Ryabana is a system open. The two situations are different, so Ryabana is not sure, so he can only come back to verify it personally. At that moment, his mind moved, and the pupils in his eye sockets began to change accordingly. After some experiments, Lu Bian found that he did indeed have the state of eternal kaleidoscope writing round eyes at this moment, but unfortunately, he did not have the ability to awaken the eternal kaleidoscope. In addition to illusion, there are no other abilities, nor can it use Suzuo. To put it bluntly, it's the same as without. Chapter 9 Iwakura Ninja invades Konoha. Yes, I am greedy. Some of the abilities of Eternal Kaleidoscope are extremely against the sky. How can the system buy one get one free? After the experiment, Lu Jian shook his head with a mocking smile, and didn't take this kind of thing to heart. He practiced meditation according to the method of mental energy exercise in his predecessor's memory, and it was another 2 hours before he fell asleep. Early the next morning, Liu Bian's body had already formed a biological clock, and when the first ray of sunlight entered the window, he opened his eyes automatically. There is no such thing as bedridden. System, give me. Originally, Lu Ren subconsciously wanted to sign, but after thinking about it, he temporarily suppressed this impulse. The system has said that the more you sign in at a special place, the more generous the reward you will get, and Liu Bian naturally wants to get a more generous reward. So what are the special places in Konoha? Some landmarks such as the Naruto Building, Naruto Rock, Ninja School, etc. flashed through Ryuin's mind. Finally, it was the Uchiha clan land and some other Konoha clan land. Forget it, go to the Hokage building to sign in and try it out today. After thinking about it for a while, Lu Ren made this decision. Anyway, he is now in the Konoha Guard, and his duty is to patrol the village. Chapter 11. There is no problem going anywhere. After having breakfast and saying hello to his parents, Lu Ren went to the Konoha Guard to check into work and patrol the village. It is worth noting that this time Liu Bian went out, large sunglasses were buckled on his face, mainly just in case. If there is any sudden situation that requires him to use the power of the Reincarnation Eye, he can cover the Reincarnation Eye in his eye socket and not be discovered by the enemy. After all, it's wartime now. When passing in front of the Hokage building, Lu Ren entered the system with a hint of excitement. System, sign in at the Hokage building. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and getting rewards for the Art of Flying Thunder God. The Art of Flying Thunder God of Bofeng Water Gate. Lu Ren couldn't help getting excited again, and even his body trembled slightly. This was a ninjutsu at the open level in Naruto. Unceremoniously, after Fei Lei Shen, as long as Lu Ren wants to leave, who else in the entire ninja realm can keep Lu Ren? Even the time and space ninjutsu like Shinwei can't do it. Even this incomparable S-level ninjutsu does not require a link seal, which is simply not too convenient. Haha, with Flying Thunder God, even if I am just a ninja, my safety is guaranteed, and I can run if I can't fight. Liu Bian was in a good mood, and even the footsteps seemed a bit brisk during the next patrol. All the members of the Konoha Guard immediately returned to the headquarters for a meeting. Almost after Konoha patrolled 3 times, Ryuin suddenly received an emergency call from the headquarters. Could it be because of changes in the war? Ryu Ren thought secretly in his heart while returning to the Konoha Guard. However, I'm just a ninja, and the sky is falling and there is a tall man standing against it, so I don't need to be nervous. After thinking about it, Lu Ren didn't care much about it. Soon, all the Konoha guards gathered at the headquarters. The captain of the guard Uchiha Fudake was in the line, and there were other high-level officials in Shushin-sui. But everyone's faces are not so pretty. The atmosphere in the building is quite depressing. According to the front-line report, Iwano's army of ninjas is advancing towards Konoha in the territory of the country of grass. It is very likely that they are going to fight to the death. The war is tight, and our Konoha guards also need to mobilize their strength to reinforce them. I am absolutely not allowed to let the army of ninjas in Iwano pass through the country of grass. From 1 group to 7 groups, follow me to the battlefield, and 8 groups stay at Konoha. Everyone, take action now. After everyone came together, Uchiha Tomitake made corresponding arrangements. My luck is not bad, staying behind Konoha. Liu Bian was a member of the 8 groups. Hearing that he didn't need to go to the battlefield, he couldn't help but feel a little refreshing. It seemed that his luck was still very good. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Tomitake personally led the Konoha Guard team to set off, and a large number of ninjas in the village also rushed to the battlefield under the leadership of some elites. Even NB has ninjas tuned in. All in all, Konoha now left almost all of his troops evacuated except for the basic defense forces that can operate daily. After all, Yunyan village was fully fired at once, and the formation was really scary. If you let the opponent pass through the country of grass and come to Konoha's territory to fight, even if the final battle is won, it will be a tragic victory. But these things have nothing to do with Lu Ren. He only needs to stay in Konoha and paddle for fish. In the village shrouded in tension, Lu Ren continued to patrol nonchalantly. What Lu Ren didn't know was that it was in a small forest to the west of Konoha's village. Click! Click! There was a slight sound of breaking the ground, and the ground suddenly became as soft as quicksand, and several heads emerged from under the ground. It was Tying Oyemu, as well as several people from Lois and Celadon. They used the spies lying in Konoha to kill the ninjas of the enchantment class. At the same time, they used the earth dragon hiding technique to walk through the ground, quietly passing through all Konoha's outposts, and invading unknowingly. Arrived in Konoha. After a few heads turned left and right, they made sure that they were absolutely safe, and then they jumped out of the ground. After them, other elite ninjas kept jumping out of the ground. ZXI has invaded Konoha. Plan the first step, success. Wenya was slightly excited and authentic. Okay, let's proceed as planned. The three of you are leading people to create a riot in Konoha, divert your attention, and I will look for Sarutobi Hizumi. Once anything happens, you should evacuate as soon as possible. You don't have to wait for me. I can go anytime I want to go. Konoha can't stop me. Onoki said to the Lois group very domineeringly, as the only shadow that can fly. Oh hi, Konoha does have the confidence to say so. Okay, let's go. Following the order from Onoki, all of the Huangtu people started the instantaneous technique, and disappeared in an instant, each walking through the village of Konoha. However, Konoha entered a state of emergency an hour ago, and there was not even a single figure on the street. Everyone hid in their own homes and couldn't go out behind closed doors. Even some shops on both sides of the street also thanked guests behind closed doors. Seeing this, several Union ninjas were secretly happy, and Konoha was waiting so hard, which showed that their plan was successful. Konoha took Iwakura's feint seriously. I hope this plan will succeed. Wenya walked cautiously among Konoha, but couldn't help but think so in her heart. At this time, as Konoha Hokage, Sarutobi Hisaki should probably be sitting in the Hokage building. Let's go there first. But Oyemu thought so, and using the super light and heavy rock art, quickly flew towards the Hokage building. Only after turning a corner, Onoki unexpectedly encountered a person who belonged to the Konoha guard. But soon Onoki breathed a sigh of relief, because that was a child at all. Chapter 10 Raya Blade vs Onoki. There is no doubt that the member of the Konoha guards that Onoki encountered was Ryahan Uchiha. Chapter 12. Lu Ren had just signed in and was rewarded by Flying Thunder God, and was excited. Who would have thought that he unexpectedly encountered an intruder? Still a flying intruder. What's the situation? Can fly. When Raijin saw Onoji, he was still very surprised. After all, for the average ninja, flying is a very incredible thing. Looking at the entire ninja world, not many ninjas can do this. Standing in the air without the help of anything, it's like Onoki's super light and heavy rock art. No, this thin body, with that big nose, Pete, this is the middle-aged version of Ohiki. After staring at Ohiki for a while, Liubian suddenly recognized Ohiki's identity, and she really let out a cold sweat. Do you want to be so cheating? Konoha is now at war with Union. Why is Union's soil shadow suddenly appearing in the village? Even if Lu Ren was currently carrying the Eye of Reincarnation, he did not dare to easily compete with Onoki. Fortunately, Lao Tzu has just obtained the art of Flying Thunder God, but he can't beat him, and he can still run. Thinking about the reward of Flying Thunder God just now, Lu Ren couldn't help but secretly rejoice. But fortunately, it quickly turned into a pain. Because when Lu Ren just planned to use the Flying Thunder God to transfer away, he was so sadly surprised that he had not had time to make any Flying Thunder God's mark. The Thunder God can only be transferred to the marked location. This is so. Liubian is called a speechless, but this is not a problem. Although it is too late to mark, it is also possible to imitate the second stage of the Flying Thunder God of the Wave Wind Water Gate. Mark the Fei Lei Shen technique on Kyowu, and shoot Kyowu far away. Thinking of this in his heart, Lu Ren planned to find Kunao to mark it, but Ohiki deserved to be Ohiki, and his strength was much stronger than Lu Ren. Liubian's body had just moved. Before he had time to touch Kyu, Oyemu in the air already shook his hand, and several Kyu directly shot at Liubian. Chi 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 chi. The sound of breaking through the air sounded. Liubian only felt a sharp breath coming from his face, depressing him a little bit out of breath. Then there was a flower in front of him, feeling a kind of extreme danger. He can't even see the trajectory of those few misfortunes. This is the strength of the shadow. Strong, simply too strong, for such a small Xiaren like Liubian, it is completely crushing level. Hiss! At this moment Liubian's whole body's hairs stood up sharply, and the whole body's muscles were also instantaneously tense, entering a state of high tension. He didn't have time to mark the flying thunder god with Kyu, because Liubian knew that if he was delayed for a moment at this time, he must be killed by the flying thunder god of Onaki. At that moment, Lu Ren gave up decisively to take the action of Kyu, and instinctively slapped his hands in front of him, Shen Luo Tianzheng. A repulsive force suddenly appeared. Chi 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 chi. The three kunao hit by Ohaimu were directly bounced by the repulsive force, and hit one of the walls. There were a few clear sounds of gold and iron clank, and two sparks burst out. Onamu suddenly showed a look of surprise. What is this method? Can you stimulate that kind of inexplicable power without using the link seal? Sura Road. Taking advantage of Oyemu's surprise at this time, Lu Ren made a decisive decision, and did not give Oyemu any chance to breathe, and directly activated the power of Samsara Ayajura. Whoosh whoosh! The three missiles blasted towards Onoji. It's worth noting that Shuradeo doesn't need to modify one's own body, it's just the pupil ability of the reincarnation eye, nothing more. Otherwise, non-scientists will not be able to use the full 6 abilities after awakening the eyes of reincarnation. This is too nonsense. Isn't the 6 ways immortal equivalent to 1/6 blindness? And in those days, there were cold weapons and no hot weapons, or did the Azura way of the 6 immortals shoot bows and arrows? Another good example is Nagato. The moment Nagato was said to be dead by Naruto's mouth, he was skinny and skinny. His ribs were clearly visible, and his arms were only half as thick as others. They were really skinny. Obviously, the body is just one's own body, and it has not been modified. Moreover, Nagato's use of Pen's battle has always been to transport Chakra from the rear, and he does not fight on his own, which is even more illustrative. But Nagato of the Dirty Land can use the Azura Deo in its entirety. Obviously, Shuradeo is the ability of reincarnation, rather than transforming itself into a mechanical body. Whoosh whoosh! Several missiles arrived in no time. Although Onaki has never seen such a missile attack, he also feels the difficulty of such an attack. Onaki first subconsciously flew to one side, trying to avoid the attack of 3 missiles. However, he soon discovered that this was useless at all, and the missile had a tracking function. There is no way to avoid it. What's more, at such a short distance, the missile flew in front of Onaki in an instant. Tudun rock clone. Onaki's complexion changed slightly. At this moment, others couldn't use a lot of ninjutsu in the air, so they could only slap their palms suddenly and spit out their mouth. A large piece of clay was spit out by Ohaiki, and the clay quickly condensed 3 other Ohaiki beside Ohaiki, sturdily blocking Ohaiki behind him. It was also at this instant of lightning and stone fire that the 3 missiles of Shuradeo blasted on the 3 parts of Onoji. Boom! A violent explosion sounded suddenly, and amidst the dazzling firelight, the incomparably powerful energy frenzy began to wave in all directions. The 3 avatars of Ohaiki were blown up and shattered by Shuradeo missiles in an instant, not to mention, the extremely powerful impact directly overturned Ohaiki's whole person. Like a cannonball, Oyeki ejected fiercely from behind, and banged heavily against the wall all of a sudden. Chapter 13. Unreasonably, Konoha has such a strong person. Who is this person? A look of horror appeared on Onoki's face for an instant, and the person in front of him was clearly a teenage boy. In this short period of time, he was beaten into embarrassment. Is this Konoha's background? If he hadn't experienced it personally, he couldn't believe this happened even if he killed Onaki. What about people? But after Oyemu settled down, he found that the young man who easily defeated himself in twos was completely gone. As strong as Onoki, he didn't discover how the opponent escaped at all. Fei Lei Shen is an S-rank time and space ninjutsu, even Oyemu can't find any clues. Unfortunately, I still want to capture Sarutobi Hisaki, but in the end I can't even beat a teenager Konoha. In shock, Onaki's mentality at this moment collapsed. Whoosh whoosh. A few silhouettes flashed past, but the people in Konoha's Anbi were alarmed by the explosion, and they rushed over at the first moment, surrounding Ohiki to Tuan. Immediately afterwards, Sarutobi Rizan also had several ups and downs, and flew in front of Onoji using the instantaneous technique. "Oh Hinoki? You are so courageous!" Sarutobi Hizumi said to Onoki in shock and anger. "No, Oyeki is so embarrassed. It is obvious that after a fierce battle, who else is Konoha in me who can hold Oyeki?" But when he saw Onoki's grey-headed and panting look, Sarutobi Rizan felt very strange again. Who else does Konoha possess such terrifying strength? Chapter 11 Konoha in the Smoke. In fact, to be honest, both Onoki and Sarutobi Rizan have overestimated the strength of Liubian, and Liubian is far from as strong as they thought. Today's Raya Blade faces Ohiki, and really has no certainty to suppress Ohiki. Let's not talk about the abilities of the 6 realms, let's just say that Liubian can use the strongest trick to explode the Sky Star, and Ohiki can directly break it with dust escape. The Earth Explosion Star is not invulnerable. During the Fourth World War, Uchiha Itachi, Naruto, and Kirabi joined forces to break the Earth-booming star of Nagato. Now that the strength gap between Ryubian and Onoki is so big, it is not difficult for Ohiki to break the earth and burst into the sky. As for the abilities of the other 6 realms, nor can it play an obvious role. Take Tiandao as an example. Tiandao's Shenluo Tianzheng Wangxiang Tianyan seems to be invincible, but it is just as frustrated when encountering a powerful force. After all, this is just a powerful force, nothing more. It can be restrained. When Uchiha Madara successfully performed Infinite Moon Reading, Tsunade's fantasy world had 6 penins attacking Konoha. At that time, the 9-tailed Naruto and Tiandao Pen fought, and Tiandao Pen resorted to Shinra Tianzheng on Naruto. The results of it? Not only did Tiandao Pen fail to bounce Naruto back, but because of Naruto's powerful impact, he bounced directly into the air. Later, when the 2 half-length 9-tailed chakras were united together, Naruto was able to directly break through the power of the Shenluo Tianzheng of the Heavenly Way Pen without having to turn into a 9-tailed chakra. Although these are the contents of Tsunade's fantasy world and are not real, but in the ninjutsu system, they also follow the logic of reality. The illusion in Infinite Moon Reading is just the development of things and the deviation of the identities of some characters, but the power system has not changed. Can be used for reference. All in all, it is a sentence: no matter how powerful you hang, no matter how awesome the methods are, but if you encounter an enemy that is too much stronger than yourself, you should kneel as much as you can. The reason why Onoji suffered such a big loss in Ryubane's hands is that on the one hand, Ryubane's missile attack was too unexpected, and on the other hand, Onaki was in the air, and many defensive ninjutsu could not be used. If it is on the ground, Oyemu's casual defense with some dirt can perfectly block the missile attack of Liubian. But then again, once Onoki flies in the air, most of the enemy's attacks will be directly useless. Liubian has the means to strike in the air, which is also Liubian's ability. Psychicism. After Sarutobi and Onaki confronted each other for a short time, there was nothing nonsense, and he bit his finger decisively and slapped the ground fiercely. The technique spread out in a circle. With a bang, blue smoke came out, and the Sarutobi appeared in front of Sarutobi Rizan. This is Onoki. Sarumo's pupils changed slightly. He knew Onoki's greatness, and without waiting for Sarutobi Risen to say more, he directly became a King Kong wishful stick and flew into Sarutobi Risen's hands. Sarutobi Hitachi tightly grasped the King Kong wishful stick, and stabbed at the big Noki in the sky. The King Kong wishful stick instantly became the Elder, and it stabbed in front of Oyemu. The art of Earth Escape Rock Fist. Oyemu quickly formed seals, and a large amount of dirt emerged from his hands, instantly wrapping Oyemu's right fist, forming a very huge and exaggerated mud glove. Then Onoki raised that exaggerated fist, and punched at the King Kong wishful stick. Boom! Amidst the splashing of earth and rocks, the diamond wishful stick was bounced away. Soil escape aggravated rock art. Then Oyemu made the seal with one hand, and the King Kong wishful stick that was opened by his fist suddenly became several times heavier, and fell to the ground suddenly. Sarutobi Hisen couldn't even hold it. Whoosh! Chapter 14. At this time, Onoki directly squeezed that huge fist and fell from the sky, flew towards Sarutobi Risen, and slammed into Sarutobi Risen, and struck a thunderous fist. The two sides started a fierce battle. Boom boom boom. However, at this moment, there were loud noises and riots in other parts of the village. It seems that there is not only one enemy. This time, Yan Yin took advantage of the emptiness of Konoha's guarding force, and launched a full-scale invasion of Konoha. At this moment, Sarutobi-san also understood. It turned out that the all-out attack on the country of grass was fake. Leave it to me here, you can go to other places to support. Sarutobi Hisen screamed at the surrounding Anbi members in a deep voice, also, find Danzo and Oshimaru immediately. Yes. Whoosh whoosh. The people in Anbi are still forbidden by order. After Sarutobi Riska gave his instructions, they immediately followed the order and launched the instantaneous technique to bounce off and disappear. Only Sarutobi and Onoki were left at the scene. The gaze in Onoki's eyes shone, and now is his opportunity. As long as he captures or kills Sarutobi before Konoha's support arrives, then this action will be a success. But, is it really that easy to do this? Although Sarutobi Hisaki is old, it is after all Konoha's strongest Naruto, with all the 5 chakras, and there are so many ninjutsu that it is known as the Doctor of Ninjutsu. Even though Onoki acted as if Sarutobi was not worth mentioning when he was making plans in the Tukage office, in his heart, Onoki did not dare to underestimate Sarutobi. The battle between Konoha and Iwagen that took place in Konoha village, with the confrontation between Onoki and Sarutobi Hisaki, fully kicked off. At this moment, Konoha's strategy, all important forces were transferred to the battlefield, the defensive force was empty, and Iwain took advantage of it. Soon the whole village was enveloped by gunpowder smoke. The situation is not optimistic. The Anbi and Konoha guards all fell into a bitter battle, and even the old Danzo had to mobilize the roots. At the beginning, he certainly intended to cause the village to suffer some losses, so that the leaders such as Sarutobi Risky and Wave Feng Shuman could not be washed away, so that he could wait for Hokage in the future. But then Danzo really couldn't help it. If he didn't come out again, Konoha might really be over, and he would still be a fart Hokage. Cheating, too cheating. Looking at Konoha in the smoke of gunpowder, Lu Jian wanted to cry without tears in his heart. Originally, he thought that staying at Konoha would be a beautiful job, but he didn't expect someone to call the door directly. Fortunately, Lu Ren had mastered the Flying Thunder God at this moment, and facing the other invading Shangren and Zongren, he was calm and unhurried, advancing and retreating with a certain degree. It stands to reason that Raijin should have followed other Konoha guards to evacuate the crowd, but Raijin did not do so. After all, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to exercise your combat capabilities. If you want to grow up quickly, actual combat is always the most effective way. Liu Bian doesn't want to be someone who doesn't practice optics and has a good eye and a low hand. And now it is not on the battlefield, and the army can't force it to suppress the situation. Now it is scattered combat scattered throughout Konoha, which is suitable for hand training. Anyway, there is no fear of Flying Thunder God, the only weakness is that chakra consumes too fast, so he can only eat more rations. Chapter 12 The Strength of Konoha Shinobu. Snapped. An unmanned corner has been transformed into the Liu blade of an Anbu masked man by using the transformation technique, and he stretched out his hand and patted it there. A technique of Flying Thunder God was left behind. Well, there are enough marks left now, plus there are 3 Fei Lei Shenqiu, it should be enough. Liu Bian thought to himself for a moment, then took out a ration pill and stuffed it into his mouth. The chakra that had been consumed quickly began to recover. Next, it's time for me to show my skills. Liu Bian moved his muscles and bones a bit, even a little excited. After all, for him who had lived in a modern city in his previous life, he had never had an experience of fighting with real swords and guns. Recalling the battle with Onoki, although it was thrilling, it was also thrilling, and it was exciting to think about it. Hey! The instantaneous body technique unfolded, Liu Bian's body turned into a stream of light, and disappeared suddenly. At the gate of the ninja school. Jingle bells! Chi 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 chi! The sound of the intersecting gold and iron of the cutting tool and the sound of flesh and blood being cut by the sharp blade continued to sound, and several figures were staggered back and forth. After a fierce battle, the people of Anbi here have been killed by Yunyan's ninjas. No way, the people of Yunyan are too treacherous. They use the art of Earth Dragon hiding to walk through the ground, and they can quietly surround Konoha's ninjas and concentrate their efforts to annihilate them. Then use the Earth Dragon to hide. It can be said to be a very rascal, but very effective tactic. Konoha's defensive force is empty now, and the ninjas are scattered and fighting in small groups, and because the whole village is in chaos, it is too late to respond to each other. There are already many Konoha ninjas, all of whom have been eliminated by Iwane this way. Finished, Tishan, feel for what Konoha ninjas are nearby. Wenya, who is in charge of the team, said to the perception ninja in the team. Tishan closed his eyes and made a sense. 800 meters southeast, there are 4 NB ninjas. We can use the established tactics to destroy them. Wait, there is a ninja here, according to my perception. The amount of chakra is a forbearance. Ninja. Wenya and a few people looked at them, and couldn't help showing a strange look. All the 4 of them were Shangren who cooperated with each other tacitly. Not only is his strength strong, he is also a strong man who has been honed through countless life and death battles. The General Shangren will not be his opponent. Chapter 15. A ninja is like an ant to them. Hey! As soon as the figure flashed, several people saw a Xiaoren wearing sunglasses appearing in front of them. There is no doubt that it is Liu Bian. Tishan, don't waste time, kill him immediately and go to the next place. Wenya gave orders to Tishan casually. For a mere ninja, even the perception-type ninja is completely trivial. Understood. Tai Shan replied, turned his hand and found out a few Qiu. His body shook, the instantaneous technique directly used, and suddenly appeared in front of Liu Bian. Using upper-level physical skills, Convection Blade launched a ruthless killing. Court death. Lu Ren smiled coldly, with the thought, Shura Dao's ability was used, and 2 missiles directly blasted past. At such a short distance, the missile arrived in no time. Tishan had no time to react at all, so he could only wave his hand subconsciously, resisting it with the kunao in his hand. Boom! Amid the violent explosion, Tishanren was directly submerged by a heat wave, and then the others were directly blown up into a few fragments, scattered and flew out. Quiet, the scene was deadly quiet. Wenya and the others were all stunned. They originally thought that Tishan's killing of a ninja was definitely a matter of hand, and it didn't take much effort. But who would have thought that things would be completely reversed? That forbearance killed Tishan effortlessly. What is the thing that exploded violently? This Xiaoren, there is such a terrible method? For an instant, Wenya and the others no longer dared to despise convection blade in the slightest. Earth done earth stalagmites. Wenya was the first to come back to his senses. His hands quickly became imprinted, and 4 extremely sharp earth spears appeared immediately around Liubian in the mud surging on the ground. The soil spear pierced Liubian from the front, back, left, and right directions at the same time in an instant, blocking all Liubian's retreat and movement routes. General instantaneous surgery, it is extremely difficult to get out. Flying Thunder God. But this is not a problem at all for Liubian. Before the earth spear pierced him, he calmly used the Flying Thunder God to perfectly flash aside. Fast speed. Wenya and the others were surprised again. Shinobu's instantaneous technique was so fast this time, it could even be said to be so fast that they couldn't react at all. With so many of them, none of them can catch Lu Ren's trajectory and know where Lu Ren escaped. Hey! The next moment, they saw a flower in front of them, and Liubian went and returned. The same as Liu's disappearance before, Liu's appearance at this moment, everyone on the scene still did not see a famous person. Beast Road. After Liubian appeared without any delay, he immediately used the power of the animal path, and a group of psychic beasts were psyched out by Liubian. However, the amount of Liubian chakra is limited, and the psychic beast from the psychic is far less exaggerated than the pen psychic. Flowing blades and psychics came out of beasts about the size of a dog, and birds the size of an eagle. In an instant, these psychic beasts flying in the sky and running on the ground rushed towards Wenya. These psychic beasts have their own reincarnation eyes, just like outside golems, no need to catch them separately. Of course, Liubian can also catch the contract to come in everywhere, but the reincarnation eyes are already enough, and there is no need to bother. This person, actually owns so many psychic beasts. Wenya and the others were surprised again. It is very common for a ninja to have a psychic beast, but the average ninja has only one psychic beast, and this person actually has a group. This is a bit exaggerated. However, they are all experienced and powerful Shangren. Facing the siege of a group of psychic beasts, they calmly used their methods to deal with them calmly and unhurriedly. These psychic beasts can cause no harm to them at all. Liubian naturally knew this. The purpose of summoning the psychic beast was not to kill, but to disturb the enemy's sight and distract the enemy. His real ultimate move is still Shuradeo. Boom boom boom. When the psychic beasts besieged Wenya and them, Liubian also summoned artillery shells again, and carried out a merciless bombardment on these people. In this way, using the perfect combination of the Beast Road and the Shura Road, Wenya and the other 3 Shangren suddenly fell into a dangerous battle. As for their counterattack, sorry, there is no such thing as flying thunder. Chapter 13 Sign in half a year's changes. Boom boom boom. The violent explosion continued for a while, and then it became calm. After the gunpowder smoke was completely dissipated, the devastated land and the extremely brutal scene were exposed. 4 Yunyans Shangren, except Wenya, the other 3 are dead, even Wenya is in embarrassment and is seriously injured. If it wasn't for Liubian without chakra in the end, Wenya would have died under that terrible shell attack. Chapter 16. Konoha's Shinobu, is at this level. Wenya looked at the bodies of her companions around her, only feeling that her 3 views were about to fall apart. Subconsciously searched left and right and took a look, and the man who had tormented them in embarrassment had disappeared without a trace. Call. On an unmanned street 3 kilometers away, Liubian used the technique of the Flying Thunder God to escape, and as soon as he appeared, he began to gasp heavily. The violent and indiscriminate bombing of Wenya just now was still very expensive. There was even a bolus pill in the middle. Even so, Wenya didn't kill all of them, which shows that his current chakra is weak. Bing Liang pills can't be eaten too much continuously, it's almost enough. Next, find a place to stay. Liubian made a decision, quietly using the Flying Thunder God, and returned to his room. He had already planned not to intervene in Konoha's next thing, and waited for the development of the situation. Even if Konoha was really destroyed by Union, it had nothing to do with Ryabana. But again, with Iwakura's current strength, it would be impossible to destroy Konoha. Sooner or later, Konoha would kill all these rocky ninjas. Sooner or later. Ryabian guessed well. When Sarutobi Hizen realized that he had been caught in Iwaguru's tricks, he immediately ordered someone to send a message to the battlefield as soon as possible. Bo Feng Shuman immediately used Fei Lei Shen to rush over, and other people including the patriarchs of Zishui and Zuladi also took people back. The invasion of Yunyan village ended in failure. Onaki hurriedly ran away from Konoha with Ivian's spirit. Then the Yunyan ninja army in the country of grass also began to evacuate and retreated back to Yunyan village. When the news came back, Konoha was very excited up and down. Yunyan had paid so much before and spent so long, finally pushing the army into the country of grass. Now all of them are withdrawn at once. Doesn't this mean that the war is about to end? And the winner is Konoha. Whether it is a ninja or a commoner, it can be said that they are in a good mood. Konoha's atmosphere these few days has been quite warm. Only Ryuan was indifferent to this. Once he had just been reborn, he basically had no sense of belonging to Konoha. Secondly, as a traverser, Liubian knew that after the war with Yunyan was over, Wuyan was still waiting. But these have nothing to do with Liubian. Naruto Building. The three generations of Sarutobi Risky, senior consultants Mito Minyan, Zwan Koharu, and Konoha, including the patriarch of the three tribes of Uchiha Tomi Take, and Ink, Deer, are all in the list. Of course, the old thief Shimura Danzo is indispensable. Iwayan's ninja forces have all retreated to Iwayan. Apart from that, there is no other movement from them. According to our intelligence, Yunyan is now over-consuming resources. The Earth Kingdom is very dissatisfied with Yunyan, and it no longer supports Yunyan to continue fighting. Our spies in Yunyan village also sent back news, and now there are louder calls for a truce in Yunyan village. If nothing happens, it shouldn't be long before Yunyan will propose to us to negotiate an armistice treaty. Nara Shikuji was watching everyone's eyes, and one by one he reported to Sarutobi Hizumi. Hearing the news of Nara Lukasa, everyone in the office was also very excited. The more you are at this time, the less you can be careless. Luju, continue to closely monitor the movements of Yunyan, and we will not relax until we sign an armistice treaty. Sarutobi Rizan spoke slowly. Nara Lukasa and others nodded in agreement. After everyone discussed some other things, they all dispersed. In the office, there was only one person left. This old smoker took out a few puffs of dry tobacco, and slowly paced to the outside balcony, but said softly, "Come here." A person from Anbu immediately appeared using the instantaneous technique, kneeling on the ground. "Master Hokage, I want you to investigate in secret, whether Konoha has any masters with hidden strengths, at least at the elite level of Shinobu." Sarutobi Hizen ordered. That day, Konoha's elite all rushed to the battlefield, and apart from Ashimaru and Danzo, there were no other masters in the village. But Sarutobi knew that it was not these two people who shot, and even if these two shots, it is impossible for Onoji to be so embarrassed. There must be someone else who made the shot. But, among Konoha, who else can do this kind of thing? Since Onoki failed to invade Konoha, Konoha fell into a brief calm. Ryujin worked in the Konoha guards as usual, and checked in at various special places in the village with the help of his duties. System, sign me in. On that day, Ryubian patrolled outside the Konoha archives room, so he stood still and signed in decisively. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and obtaining the technique of multiple shadow clones. Multi-shadow clone is indeed a relatively powerful ninjutsu, but it's a pity, not anyone can use it. With Liubian's current chakra volume, it is estimated that the two shadow clones will not be able to support it. This thing is simply developed for people with physique like Naruto. This thing can still be used if the immortal body is signed in the future, otherwise it can only be used as a display. Lu Ren thought to himself, and continued to patrol casually. After finishing a day's work, he still went to the training ground habitually to train with Matty. In this way, half a year passed in a flash for work, sign-in, and training every day. Chapter 17. In the past 6 months, Iwagen and Konoha had negotiated many times and finally signed an armistice treaty. However, not long after Konoha had just settled down, Wuyan's side began to move around again, and the friction between the two sides continued, and it was really an eventful period. Liubian is quite rewarding. He signed in at the Uchiha clan and obtained the Pupillary Technique Amaterasu and Pupillary Technique Monthly Reading, which complemented his nameless Eternal Kaleidoscope. Now the Eternal Kaleidoscope of Liubian has become a real Eternal Kaleidoscope, and Susanoo can also be opened. Not only that, Lu Ren insisted on signing in every day, and he also obtained many ninjutsu techniques such as Helix Maru and Shuriken Shadow Clone, as well as seals such as the Seal of the 4 Elephants and the Seal of 8 Diagrams. Even Beiman Dunjia is such a defying physical technique. Even the amount of chakra in Liubian's body has greatly increased, and it has completely reached the level of Zongnan. Compared with half a year ago, its comprehensive strength is an earth-shaking leap. The current Liubian, if he were to face Ohaiki again, he could easily handle Ohaiki. After all, he had too many counters against the sky. For example, Uedo and Amaterasu, Oyemu had to kneel when they met. Chapter 14. The Uchiha Clan. Different from the original Uchiha Itaki, it only opened the Kaleidoscope Writing Wheel and did not evolve to the Eternal Kaleidoscope Writing Wheel. Therefore, neither the Amaterasu nor the Moon Reading Ferret could be used as they wished, and they couldn't stand the use of their eyes for a little while, and they bleed outwards. The current Liubian, but the Eternal Kaleidoscope of system rewards for writing round eyes, Amaterasu or monthly reading, Liubian can be used without any scruples. It is worth mentioning that Liubian signed in for half a year. In fact, it was not just the 2 pupils of Amaterasu and Uedo. There are also other pupil techniques. Like Amaterasu and Uedo, Liubian can be used casually. It's just that those pupil skills are too far behind Moon Reading and Amaterasu. Lu Ren is not very attractive. I am afraid it will be rusted in the system space for a long time. I don't know when I will receive the rewards of the Shishui Destiny Pupil Technique, as well as the Divine Power rewards with Soil. Liubian, who had just finished patrolling, walked into Yulramen while thinking wildly. Lu Edge, here it is it still the same? Shouta smiled at Lu Ren very enthusiastically. In the past 6 months, Lu Ren has come to eat ramen almost every day, so he is a regular customer. The old way, a bowl of ramen. Liubian opponent shook his hand. In a short while, the steaming and delicious ramen was served, and I enjoyed the meal smoothly, paid the bill, and left. Slap brother, I'm leaving. Lu Ren got up, and his opponent greeted him. Do you still have to go for physical training? Shandai asked casually. Of course. Hehe, you are really a Uchiha who is not doing business properly, he said jokingly. Over the past 6 months, I discovered that this Uchiha Ryabana is different from other Uchiha people. Not only is he not arrogant, but arrogant, he is also very approachable. He also dared to make a joke with Lu Ren. And for such a long period of time, Ryujin was soaked in the training ground to train physical skills as soon as he had time. The entire Konoha had been spread, calling Ryujin the Uchiha who is not doing business properly. After all, as a member of the Uchiha clan, if you don't practice ninjutsu or illusion, what kind of physical skills do you practice? Is your brain pretty funny? Many people laughed at Ryuan behind their backs, and even Uchiha's clan had a lot of criticism of Ryuan, feeling that Ryuan had lost Uchiha's face. Liubian ignored these rumors and continued to train in physical skills. This is also an important reason for the rapid increase in the amount of chakra in his body. Without him, training hard, he spent all the time other people wasted on ninjutsu for training physical skills. Lu Edge, hurry up and sway youthful sweat with me. As soon as he arrived at the training ground, Metka screamed and yelled at Liu Beng. He grinned and dinged, and a little starlight seemed to flash across his teeth. In the past 6 months, Liu Bian can be said to have been training physical skills with Metka all day long. The two have become very familiar with each other and have become good friends who talk about everything. Regardless of the fact that Metka is still very inferior and cowardly in front of others at this time, but in front of acquaintances, Metka is completely different. Ho ho! Boom boom! The two began to train in full swing. Lu Edge, I knew you were here. Not long after training, Xi Rihong came over, and she looked very excited. In the past 6 months, Xi Rihong also came to the training ground to work overtime every 3 times, sometimes training physical skills, sometimes training illusion and ninjutsu. It is also very hard. It is also very familiar to come and go. Moreover, both of them are experts in illusion, and they will exchange their knowledge and experience in illusion together. The friendship is pretty good. Red, what do you want me to do? Liu Bian stopped his hand, wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked. Look at what you said, can't I come to you if I'm okay? Xi Rihong rolled her eyes at Convection Blade. Yes, of course, but looking at you like this, it's obviously something. Lu Ren smiled, suddenly reacted, staring at the red. Could it be, your Sanju Sakura practiced? Right. It's boring, just guess it. Xi Rihong murmured. When she was a child, she was much more lively than when she was older. Boss, you're so happy that your mouth is about to grin to the root of your ears, and it's all written on your face. Lu Ren said silently. How about Liu Bian, do you want to try this trick of me? Xi Rihong looked at Liu Bian again, looking forward to the authenticity. Chapter 18. You know, I have to be your guinea pig again. Lu Ren shook his head and sighed, of course, just joking. During this period of time, he and Hong exchanged illusions together, and the two sides did not learn much, especially every time Hong learns a new illusion, he will definitely be eager to let Liu Bian try it. This time, I will definitely let you be recruited. Xi Rihong puffed up her mouth and said with a small fist. Okay, come on, let me see the power of your Sanju Sakura. Lu Ren stood still, took off his sunglasses, and beckoned to Hong. He is a person who even has reincarnation eyes open, and he is still afraid of red illusion? Humph, you have to be careful, my trick is very powerful. Seeing Lu Ren's inattentive look, Hong was a little dissatisfied. I know, I'm so calm now, I'm actually pretending to be so calm, but I'm actually scared when I pee. Rogue, look at the trick. With Xi Rihong's scolding, Lu Ren suddenly saw that there were patches of cherry blossoms falling from the sky all over his body, like a rain of cherry blossoms. He turned his eyes slightly, and the surrounding cherry blossom rain disappeared. However, seeing that he was walking around in front of him, using various actions to test his own red, Liu Bian still stayed still, pretending that he had been in an illusion. Haha, Ryabane, this time you are finally hit? Even the Uchiha clan members have been hit by my illusion. It's really a sense of accomplishment. Yuri Hong tried for a while and laughed happily. But when Lu Ren took advantage of the red and didn't pay attention, he kept making small moves to Metka. Oh, I don't have a long memory. Metka shook his head sympathetically, and Hong was tricked by the shameless Liu Bian again. Convection Blade tried so many illusions, and finally succeeded once. After I release the illusions, I must show off with him. Actually, you can show off to me now. Now the illusion hasn't been lifted. Hey! Liu Bian, you bastard! The sound of Red that wanted to kill came from the training ground. Haha, Red, don't worry, I won't talk about what happened just now. The fellow Metka laughed exaggeratedly. Feeling the murderous look in Hong's eyes, Metka immediately waved his hands again and again. No, that's not right, I was training just now and I didn't see anything. It's better not to see it, My illusion convection blade is useless, but it's for you. The red face said savagely. Uchiha. Raya blade. Outside the training ground, Ace Masaluji unfrolicking with Hong, her fist clenched. Chapter 15 Obtaining Reward. Akai, I'll go back first, see you tomorrow. According to a customary habit, after 3 hours of training on the training ground, Liubian stopped his hands, said hello to Metkai, and left the training ground. However, this time Ryubian didn't return to the Uchiha clan directly. Instead, using the shadow of the night, using the technique of the thunder god, he came to the back mountain in a blink of an eye. Quietly, no one noticed. Hey. After Hyoshin used the instantaneous technique to make a few more moves, Lu Ren stopped and said, "System, sign in outside the Ashimaru laboratory." Yes, under the ground where Ryubian is standing is the secret test base of Ashimaru. This is what Ryuan discovered after signing in and gaining the telescope technique for the third generation of purpose, after continuously monitoring Ashimaru for a period of time. Of course, he did this purely for the purpose of signing in, and had no other plans, let alone report the idea of Oshimaru to Konoha. After all, in the past 6 months, except for some resident sign-in locations, all places where Konoha could sign in were signed by Lu Ren. He still needs to find a new special sign-in location. Dashimaru's laboratory is undoubtedly one of them. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving the reward Forbidden Technique Dirty Rebirth. Reincarnation of the Dirty Land? Not bad, it is also an open-level ninjutsu. Lu Ren was still very satisfied with this. If Senjuzuma and Uchiha Madara were resurrected, who would be able to contend with those below the 6th level? It is not a problem to sweep the entire ninja world during the Shippuden period. Someone. At this moment, Liubian's expression moved slightly, he didn't talk any nonsense, and directly used the technique of Flying Thunder God to leave this place. Hey! Hey! Immediately after Lu Ren left, 2 figures appeared using the instant technique, and they were indeed the ninjas at the root. One of them is a perceptual ninja. He carefully sensed the situation at the scene, and his brows suddenly frowned. Strange, I clearly sensed someone here just now, why did they disappear all of a sudden? And there are obviously chakras left here. Could it be that the other party sensed us in advance, so he left first? Asked another root ninja. It doesn't make sense. Even if someone leaves using the instantaneous technique, I can perceive the direction of the flow of chakra, and thus know where he is going. But this is not the case for this person. His chakra has only the group left over now, and it has not spread out. It's as if he disappeared suddenly, rather than fleeing away. The perception-type ninja is a bit puzzled and authentic. Flying Thunder God is a time-space ninjutsu, not a teleportation. How could it be possible to be sensed by the movement of chakra? But, there are indeed no other ninjas here. Kimura, go and ask Master Danzo to come over. The sensing ninja said to another ninja immediately. Kimura nodded, and soon disappeared using the instant technique. After a while, he appeared here with another cyclops with a cane. Danzo. After Danzo appeared, it didn't take long to wait, and the agreed time came. Another figure that made people feel extremely cold like a poisonous snake also appeared silently in the night. Orochimaru. Chapter 19. Are there any new developments in the experiment? Danzo didn't have any nonsense, and immediately began to ask. It's not an easy task to transplant the primary purpose cells. Shiwan's unique hoarse voice sounded. I hope you can speed up some progress. Danzang urged blankly, you must understand that without my care, your laboratory would have been discovered by the village long ago. In this case, your roots, please increase your support for me. And the first generation target cells can be compatible with writing round eyes. This is just my theory, I also need some Uchiha people. Dashimaru stretched out his tongue and licked it on his lips. The war with Yunyan is over, and the best opportunity has been lost, but, it's not peaceful now, and it's not without chance. I will pay attention. I also need some other resources, this is the list. Da Shiwan handed a note that had been prepared a long time ago to Danzhou. Danzang took it, just took a look, and put it away. Without saying anything, he left on crutches. But after walking a few steps, Danzhou stopped again and reminded Ashimaru, "My people just said that there seems to be a ninja here. You should be careful not to expose it." "Really? It's no big deal. If it's exposed, I'll have a big deal to leave the village." Dashimaru laughed hee. Danzhou said nothing more, and left with his own people. It's just that, whether it's Danzhou or Ashimaru, what the two of them would not have thought of is that the scene they met has been clearly seen by Liubian through the telescope technique. It seems that they didn't notice my existence. After Lu Ren monitored the two men's every move, he knew in his heart that he directly put away the glass ball in his hand and interrupted the telescope technique. He is not a voyeur, nor is he interested in the secrets in the Ashimaru laboratory, he only needs to make sure that he has been exposed. As for the collusion between Dashimaru and Danzhou, Lu Ren didn't really want to bother about it. Just one thing, after hearing about the plan between Danzhou and Oshimaru, they seem to be planning to capture some Uchiha tribesmen for experimentation. Combining the plot that Lu Ren understood, and the content of the conversation with the two Oshimaru, Lu Ren can basically be sure. Danzou's current cooperation with Oshimaru is that Oshimaru helps Danzou to transplant the writing wheel eyes on his arm. They carried out the transplantation of primary cells, and the ultimate goal was the transplantation of Shul Anyun. I hope they don't act on my relatives and friends, otherwise, I can only be rude. Lu Ren thought silently in his heart. In any case, Ryujin has been reborn for half a year, and he has a certain sense of belonging to the identity of the Uchiha clan now. The care of his parents for half a year made it difficult for Ryujin to remain indifferent. Ryujin has really regarded the Uchiha Chihuo couple as his parents. There are also some new friends in the clan. Since Lu Ren had great abilities, he would naturally not see those close to him being tricked. But the other unfamiliar Uchiha people in the clan land, Ryujin really didn't bother to care about it. If they encounter the poisonous hands of Dashyuan and Danzhou, they can only say that they are out of luck. Chapter 16 Trapped with Asma. The next day, Liubian is as usual, clocking in, going to work, and patrolling. Although the content of the work is the same, but it is not boring to talk and laugh with other people of his own clan. "Have you heard that Konoha and Wien's ninja broke out in a local conflict yesterday, with casualties on both sides? Why didn't I hear that Wienqing led the team personally, trying to give us a hard blow behind him, but he was scared away by Zishui. Haha, Green? The one who snatched a white eye from the Hyaga clan? We also looked out for the wind in front of us Uchiha. We are still Uchiha. Konoha still has to rely on us Uchiha. Well, don't talk about these annoying things. Who is Konoha's first beauty, have you selected it?" Liubian saw that everyone's words were getting a little off topic, so he spoke immediately and changed the topic abruptly. Because Ryujin knew that if he didn't force his transfer, it would surely turn into a vomit of Uchiha's various dissatisfaction with Konoha, causing them to feel emotions in their hearts. When patrolling, Konoha's civilians often didn't have a good tone, making Konoha's people even more unfavorable towards Uchiha. It's a vicious circle. Liubian has experienced it many times. Of course it's the Red Knight, or you are so good, I said you run the training ground all day, isn't it for the Red? As soon as women were mentioned, everyone's topic was really shifted, and everyone started discussing and arguing enthusiastically. That's a hot one. The previous unpleasantness has long been forgotten. Uchiha Ryubana. Stop for me. When several people were chatting enthusiastically, a voice full of depression and anger suddenly rang. Liubian turned their heads and found that from another fork in the road, a young man was approaching Liubian aggressively. Surprisingly, it is the son of 3 generations, Sarutobi Asuma. It turns out to be Master Asuma. Why is so angry? Several Uchiha clan members looked at Asuma and said with a trace of sarcasm. It has nothing to do with you. Asuma gave a few people a blank look, and said in an angry manner. Don't think you are so arrogant as Hokage's son. Several Uchiha clan members said angrily. But having said that, it's just not forgiving. No matter how arrogant they are in front of other Konoha villagers, they dare not really treat Hokage's son. Don't be nosy, I'm here to see Yuji Uchiha. Asuma Sarutobi stared at the others and shouted. When Asuma was young, she was a hooligan. Liubian was a bit speechless. The middle-aged version of Asuma is unrestrained, easygoing, and generous, and it is unexpected that it was such a virtue when he was young. But recalling the plot in Hokage, Asuma seemed to be a bad boy when she was young. She had a quarrel with her father Sarutobi Hidezen, and ran away from home and wandered around. He came to see me. Leave this to me. Lu Ren said hello to his 2 companions, and then took a step forward. Came in front of Asuma. If you have something to say, if you have a fart, let it go. Liubian looked at Asuma and shouted rather unceremoniously. You will stay away from Hong in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. Sarutobi Asuma shouted threateningly to Lu Jian. Chapter 20. Want to keep me away from the red? Okay. Lu Ren raised his brows, his face full of disdain. Kneel on the ground, please me. You're looking for death. Sarutobi Asuma was furious, and hit Liubian with a fierce punch. Lu Ren smiled coldly, and punched Asuma in the same way as Sarutobi, as if to fight with Asuma. But at the moment when the 2 fists fought each other, Liubian immediately used Shenluo Tianzheng. An extremely powerful force appeared in an instant, and immediately lifted Sarutobi Asuma into the air. Boom! Sarutobi Asuma was cold-hearted, and he fell heavily to the ground. Hey! The flow blade instantaneous technique used, and the man appeared directly in front of Asuma Sarutobi who had just fallen, and stepped on Asuma Sarutobi's chest with 1 foot. Condescendingly, do you have that ability? Quiet! The scene was deadly quiet. The people who came and went around the street widened their eyes with surprise, staring straight at Liubian, unable to conceal the surprise on their faces. The Uchiha clan has beaten his son for 3 generations. This is a big deal. Lu Ren, when have you been so great? Lu Ren's 2 companions were so surprised that they couldn't help but close their mouths. Sarutobi Asuma is already very forbearing, even the 2 of them are not opponents. Liubian has always been well known by everyone for the strength of Shinin. Unexpectedly, it can kill the special Shinin in a second? It's not that I'm good, it's that he's too bad. Liubian said, stepping on Sarutobi Asuma severely. Sarutobi Asuma exhausted his entire body to break free from Lu Ren's stepping, but Lu Ren not only suppressed Asuma by relying on physical skills, but also seized some of the power of Shenluo Tianzheng to suppress it at the same time. Asuma couldn't get rid of it at all. Just like you, who is trampled on by me, dare to stand in front of me and say without embarrassment to keep me away from red? Don't you feel blushing? Hee, funny. Liubian stomped on Asuma's body, and walked away with infinite sarcasm. How come? How come? After Sarutobi Asuma got up, she half-kneeled on the ground, looking up at the back of Lu Ren's departure. Her face was not unbelievable. He is very forbearing. In terms of talent, except for geniuses like Kakashi and Shisui, most people are incomparable. Now he was beaten so badly by Uchiha's little Shimonin. Asuma's mentality collapsed directly. Because of the sensitivity of the identities of the 2 parties, the conflict between Liubian and Asuma was like a spark, and it quickly spread throughout Konoha. In less than 2 hours of work, no one in Konoha didn't know that the undoing Uchiha tribe had beaten Sarutobi Asuma like a dog. Uchiha Ryabana, who has always been invisible, has suddenly become a figure in Konoha, and even a bare-handed figure in the Uchiha clan. After all, Ryabane hit Sarutobi Asema's son so hard that he really gave the Uchiha patriarch the face. Of course, most of the people who tout Ryabane are the younger generation, such as Uchiha Tomitake and some other high-level people, which is a big headache. The Uchiha clan originally had a gap with the village, and being so engaged by Ryabana, wouldn't it greatly aggravate the conflict between Uchiha and the village? It will only make Uchiha's situation more difficult. As soon as Uchiha Fumitake got the news, he called Ryujin over. Chapter 17 Uchiha Ryabana opened his eyes. Ryabane, you are still a little impulsive. The villagers have a prejudice against us Uchiha. You are just adding fuel to the fire. Fuyu's personality is still relatively easygoing, although the egg is extremely painful, but he has not reprimanded Lu Jian. Just frowned and Liubian made sense. If the village uses this time as an excuse to continue to suppress our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Tomitake's face showed a trace of worry. Patriarch, please don't worry about this. I didn't leave any handle. It was Asema's first hand. I just defended myself. All the villagers have seen it. How can Ryzen not prevent this? Asema attacked the guards for no reason during the Konoha guard duty period. Even when it comes to the third generation, they are the ones who are at fault. Even according to the regulations of the guards, we arrested them. It seems that Asema has taken up righteousness. Hearing this, Uchiha Tomitake's expression only slightly improved. Ryua's work does not leak, even if the third generation wants to suppress the Uchiha clan, there is no excuse. But even so, Sarutobi Hisaki couldn't take any obvious measures, but the suspicion between the Uchiha clan and the village was getting deeper and deeper. If Ryzen knew what Uchiha Fumitake was thinking, he would definitely not take it seriously, because Konoha would be annihilating Uchiha in a few years. What if there is a gap now? This is also the reason why Ryubian didn't hesitate to attack Sarutobi Asema. After all, Konoha will definitely sentence the Uchiha clan to death in the future, and now it makes no difference to offend a little more and less. Liubian, don't conflict with Asema in the future. Also, don't go to the guards on duty recently, stay in the clan and practice with peace of mind. Uchiha Tomitake said to Ryabana again. Ryabane knew that Uchiha Tomitake was kind, and worried that someone in the village would come to trouble Ryabane. I see, Patriarch. Liubian doesn't care about authenticity. Since he dazzled Sarutobi Asema in a grand manner, he was naturally not afraid of all subsequent troubles. To put it bluntly, with the current strength of Liubian, he had such arrogant capital. After all, in Konoha, no one is an opponent of Liubian. Even though Liubian's usual principle is to be low-key and not wanting to be public, but just not wanting to cause trouble, it does not mean that he is afraid of trouble. In Hokage's office while Uchiha Tomitake and Ryua were talking. Master Hokage, this is how things happened. Chapter 21. An NB member told the conflict between Asema Sarutobi and Uchiha Ryuki Sarutobi to the original, all the details. After Sarutobi Hizen heard it, his brows frowned. The boss was surprised. You mean, Lu Jian did not use any ninjutsu, and defeated Asema with physical skills alone? And or a move? Sarutobi Hizen had personally inquired about Sarutobi Asema not long ago, but this was a shame to Asema, and he didn't want to talk about it at all. After having a big fight with Sarutobi Hizen, he seized the door and left. Sarutobi Hizen had to send someone to investigate. Fortunately, there were many witnesses to this incident, so it is not difficult to find out. However, outsiders watched the excitement, only seeing Liubian punched Asema to fly. How could he see the Shenluo Tianzhang power hidden in it? Hokage-sama, it is indeed like this. Witnesses say so, and they can't be wrong. The NB member said in a very affirmative tone. Uchiha Ryuzen Tian exercises physical skills. Is it true that some famous people have been practiced? Sarutobi Hitachi was puzzled. This thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately rejected it. Impossible, it's impossible for physical skills to be so powerful, could it be? Suddenly, a bright light flashed in Sarutobi's mind, and he was suddenly startled. Uchiha Ryabana, has the kaleidoscope opened? If Asuma fell into illusion with the writing wheel first, then all of this is reasonable and easier to understand. The general writing wheel eye is not uncommon in the Uchiha clan, there is no need to cover it, then the other party is likely to open the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Master Hokage, Liubian suddenly put on sunglasses in the past 6 months. Could it be that he deliberately concealed his writing wheel? The NB members also suddenly realized, and then guessed. Although this guess is a bit biased, it is actually close to the facts. What Liubian wants to hide is not the writing of round eyes, but the eyes of reincarnation. In fact, even if the Shalunian was really exposed, Liubian didn't care too much, but it would be noticed by the village, which was a little troublesome, that's it. But the reincarnation eye flow blade really does not want to be exposed. After all, writing round eyes would only cause Konoha's vibration, but the round eyes were enough to attract the attention of Kurojutsu and Nagato. In any case, the eyes of reincarnation are also the key to Uchiha Madara's resurrection. There is only one pair in Nagato in the entire ninja world. Once exposed, the troubles are endless. Is it possible that I can use illusion technique even with sunglasses? Sarutobi Risen thought indulgedly. However, he is not from the Uchiha clan after all, so naturally he doesn't know about this kind of thing anymore. He can't be sure, but he can't be denied. However, combined with a comprehensive analysis of multiple clues, Sarutobi Risen feels that the possibility of Uchiha Ryabana opening the writing wheel is still not small. You have to think of a way and try it out. Sarutobi Risen was a little uncomfortable. As an old man left over from the Second World War, Sarutobi Risen too knows the horror of writing round eyes. You go down first. As he thought, Sarutobi Hidezen waved his hand and sent Anbu's men away. Given the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan, this matter must be done slowly, without any sloppiness. Squeak! Not long after, the door of the office was suddenly opened, and Tuanzang walked in familiarly with his cane. Danzo, what are you doing? Sarutobi Hidezen glanced at Danzo blankly. You must have guessed that I am here for the Uchiha Ryabana matter. I believe you and I have the same guesses. Uchiha Ryabana, whether Uchiha Ryabana has already opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel. Danzo unceremoniously found a seat and sat down. What do you want? Sarutobi Hizen did not deny this, but asked sternly. Leave it to me to deal with this matter. Danzo slowly said, as Hokage, you have some things that are not convenient to do. Sarutobi Hizen was silent, because Danzo was right, and it was indeed more appropriate for Danzo to handle the matter. After all, isn't Danzo's roots used to do these disgraceful things? Danzo, be careful. After Sarutobi Rizan was silent for a moment, he didn't say much, but only ordered Danzo. I know it. Danzang replied casually, and left with his cane. Chapter 18 What is Danzo? Uchiha Tomitake did what he said, and immediately greeted the Konoha guard, and the guard member Ryua Uchiha won't have to go to work for the next few days. With this kind of welfare, Liubian will naturally not refuse, and it is just that he does not need to go to work. He can devote all his time to physical training. Although Lu Ren was not afraid of subsequent troubles, he didn't want to brush off the patriarch's kindness. Secondly, things are still going up, and Lu Ren doesn't want to be pointed out by everyone as soon as he leaves the house. He stayed in the Uchiha clan in a very low-key manner for a full week. After that, I went to the training ground to train again. No way, the Uchiha clan doesn't pay attention to physical skills at all, and there is no training ground specifically for training physical skills in the clan. If you want to train well, you still have to come to the village training ground. Ryabane, Yugai has finally been released. Metkai, who was sweating, stopped his hearty piling. Excitedly greeted Lu Jian. Can you speak? What does it mean to be released? It's like I was locked in a big jail. Lu Ren stared at the guy with a speechless expression. Haha, you're fine. But your brat is so courageous, even Asma dared to beat Asma, which made me worry about you for a few days. Metka said a little admiringly, and at the same time he was full of self-deprecation and felt some sadness. Now he was laughed at by Konoha and was bullied every day, but Metka could only accept it and did not dare to fight back or resist. Even more than that, even Metka's father, Mat Dai, is also a well-known trash man in Konoha. Just like him, he was bullied and blinded. The life of the two men was quite miserable. Don't say it was Naruto's son. Even the bullying of ordinary ninjas, Metka didn't dare to fight back. Therefore, the feat of Lu Jian's beating Asma was quite stimulating to Metka. Chapter 22. Are you still worried about me? Don't worry, it was Asma's first hand. I was just defending myself, and the village wouldn't do anything to me. Liubian doesn't care about authenticity. That's right, but Liubian, I heard that you defeated Asma by using physical skills. Asma is especially Shangnan now. Is your physical skills so powerful? Metka was a bit sour and authentic, and quite a bit shocked. Unlike Lu Jian coming over to work overtime to train for 3 hours every day, Metka puts all his kung fu into physical skills. But who would have thought that even so, his physical skills would be far behind Liubian. He is still at the level of ninja, and he can't even fight a ninja in a real fight, not to mention especially the ninja. Even a Zhongren can easily ravage Metka. Akai, don't belittle yourself, you will become a great ninja in the future. Liubian patted Metka on the shoulder, and said seriously looking at Metka's eyes. Metka was stunned. He has always been treated as and by others, and no one has ever so affirmed him or even praised him as a genius. However, Metka could feel that Liubian was not making fun of himself, but that the other party was sincere. Metka's heart couldn't help but touched. You are actually a genius. Lu Ren said meaningfully and authentically. Genius. I'm a genius. Metka said dejectedly and self-deprecatingly. You are a hard-working genius. Akai, didn't you find out? You have a trait that all other ninjas don't have, that is, iron will. Others practice it once, you can practice it 10 times. This kind of steel-like will is enough to make up for the lack of talent in cultivation. Akai, believe me, your future achievements are definitely better than Asma. Hey, what are your tears, big man, wow and nasal mucus, don't you nauseous? Metka sobbed, Liubian, no one has ever said this to me, and no one has ever valued me so much. Okay, hurry up and train. When I was seen by Hong, I thought I did what to you? Lu Ren waved his hand at Matty with a disgusting look. Boom boom. Ho ho. The two started to train in full swing. After 3 hours of sweating youthful sweat, Liubian as usual said goodbye to Metka and went home. Swish. However, when passing an unmanned path, 2 ninjas suddenly appeared, blocking Lu Jian's path. They have masks on their faces, people with either the roots or the shadows. However, Ryzen guessed that the more likely it was the root person. After all, the 3 generations and Danzo had always cooperated in ruling Konoha, both openly and secretly. Things that are bright and can be put on the table are done by 3 generations, and things that are dark and not visible are done by Danzo. Starting with Uchiha in such a stately manner, it was obviously not a 3rd generation purpose style, but more in line with Danzo's old coin method. Uchiha Ryabana, Danzo-sama, please. One of the pig face mask ninjas said to Lu Ren with a blank face. Lu Ren guessed right, the person is really the root person. Go back and tell Danzo, I don't want to go. Don't bother me in the future. Lu Ren said coldly. In Konoha's system, the root actually belongs to the Anbi. Of course, this is only in terms of the system. In fact, the root is entirely Danzo's private organization. And because the roots are harsh and dark, everyone fears the roots far more than the dark ones. But that's just ordinary people, Liu Bian doesn't pay attention to the roots at all. After all, the strength lies there. What's more, in terms of organization, the roots are actually the Anbu training troops, which are used to train special tactics squads for the Anbu. All kinds of root activities besides training are illegal. In theory, anyone can ignore the actions of the roots, and even go to the third generation to sue Tuanzang for abusing his power for illegal armed operations and so on. Of course, no one dared to do this kind of thing. If you dare to be disrespectful to the roots will absolutely kill you in the first place, and Sarutobi Hisaki will only pretend to be invisible. After all, the various actions of the roots are tacitly approved by the 3 generations, and the various rights of the roots are also given by the 3 generations. But I just dare to flow. Outrageous, do you dare to disobey Master Danzang's order? Shocked and angry voices sounded, and the 2 root players couldn't believe their ears. Konoha's roots have always said one thing, but who dares to defy an order? But this teenage boy did not put his roots in his eyes so much. It's funny, Hokage has the right to order me, and the Konoha guard captain has the right to order me. What right does Danzo have to order me? What is he? Lu Ren sneered and said with disdain. Chapter 19 Killing the Root Team Members. Bold. You are looking for death. The 2 root players uttered an angry shout, and they were almost angered to death by Lu Jian. Since you don't know good or bad, don't blame us for being rude. The pig face mask ninja let out an angry grunt, and then the instantaneous technique unfolded, and appeared next to Lu Ren in the blink of an eye, reaching out to grab Lu Ren. Roll! Lu Ren stretched out his hand violently and waved at the pig face mask ninja, and at the same time, the power of Shinra Tianzhang emerged again and beat him fiercely. Chapter 23. Boom! The pig face mask ninja shook his body suddenly, as if he had been shot by the waves, and he flew back violently. That's a panic. Go together. The pig face mask ninja and the other cat face mask ninja looked at each other and quickly made a decision. Then the 2 of them drew out the ninja, divided into 2 directions, and started rushing towards Liu Bian. I really thought I was afraid of you. Lu Ren smiled coldly. He knew that Tuanzang's old coin must be observing on one side, so he didn't plan to use the power of the Reincarnation Eye. Anyway, there are many methods of Liu Bian, even if you don't use the power of the Reincarnation Eye, it is not a problem to ravage the 2 roots of the special upper endurance. Just so, try other new methods of Liu Bian. 8-door Dunjia, the first door, open the door, open. 8-door Dunjia, the second door, shut door, open. 8-door Dunjia, the third door, Shenmen, open. 8-door Dunjia, the fourth door, wound door, open. Liu Bian directly opened Beiman Dunjia to the fourth door in one breath. Of course, he didn't shout out every time he opened the door like in the anime. So mentally retarded and ashamed, Liu Bian just opened 4 doors silently. As soon as the 4 doors were opened, Liu Bian's whole person turned into a terrifying energy center, and there was a heart-palpitating energy vortex surging around him. The strength of that energy made the 2 root members feel a kind of suffocation. What, this power? Astonishment appeared on the faces of the 2 root players. Hey! At that moment, Liu Bian used an instantaneous technique, and the person had disappeared in place, and the 2 root members did not react at all. Not good. Only at that moment, both of them felt a sense of extreme danger. Liu Bian had already appeared behind the 2 of them, 2 fists, entrained in a fierce energy vortex, like 2 meteors from the sky, blasted at the 2 root members fiercely. After all, the 2 root members are particularly shy, with extraordinary skills, they turned around in the air at the moment of their death. Begin with the ninja in his hand, confronting Lu Jian. But their ninja never touched Liu Beng at all, they were first blown away by the huge energy filled with Liu Beng's body surface. Bang bang! Amid the two extremely violent crashes, the two rooted ninjas each shook their bodies, and the people were directly beaten into the air. Even though people were flying in the air, they couldn't help but open their mouths and sprayed out a big mouthful of blood mist. Then the whole person was seriously injured directly by Liu Bian. Hey! Before they had time to get up, Lu Ren had already used the super fast speed. He opened 4 doors, and before the two ninjas could react, he flew up, kicked both feet, stepped on the throats of these two rooted ninjas, and directly broke their throats abruptly. The two root members were killed by Lu Ren in such an instant. Dead, dead. Kingu and the two of them were killed by Spike. The other root members hiding in the surrounding area took a sigh of relief and couldn't believe their eyes. This Uchiha Ryabana was originally a joke of the Uchiha clan. He didn't practice ninjutsu or illusion, but he practiced some physical skills with a brain dead. In the end, this person is so perverted. Physique, how could it be so powerful? What kind of physique is this? Danzo was also shocked, his one-eyed stared wide. If it weren't for the two corpses on the ground, they would have been lying there upright. Danzo would doubt if he had read it wrong. The analysis of Sarutobi Hizaki and I was wrong. Ryablade defeated Asuma not by illusion at all. He really, only defeated Asuma through physical skills. At this moment, Danzo has understood everything. However, even so, Liu Bian wears sunglasses. There are still some doubts. After all, Liu Bian did not have this habit before. Danzo still wants to give it a try. Of course, at this moment, Danzo has another appeal, and that is the physical skill that Lu Ren has practiced. If the roots get this terrible physical training method, Danzo thinks about it, and he feels that his breathing is starting to become quicker. Uchiha Ryabana. Danzo leaned on a cane and walked step by step from the darkness to Liu Bian's face. His one-eyed eyes were full of heat. Unexpectedly, all of us underestimated you. Danzang, you old thief, have you finally given up? Lu Ren glanced at Danzang and smiled coldly. Danzo was so stimulated that he almost fell to the ground. He was a disciple of the second generation. He followed the second generation to fight the world. Konoha is a very experienced senior. Not to mention the leader of the roots. Even Sarutobi, the third generation Hokage, is polite to him, and now a teenage child actually calls him an old thief? Tuanzang was so angry that it almost smoked. Fortunately, he still wants to fool Liu Bian into the roots, and then slowly try to cultivate Liu Bian's physical skills. Take it, just leave a breath. Danzo ordered murderously. Whoosh whoosh. Following Danzo's order, the ninjas with roots all around jumped out and surrounded Ryu Blade in the center. Chapter 24. Do it. Following the command from the leader of the squad, all the members of the roots surrounding Liu Bian drew out a large number of kunao, shurikens and other endurance tools. Threw it towards Lu Jian. Ha. For a while, Liu Bian's whole body was covered with black pressure, impermeable to the wind. As far as physique is concerned, no matter how strong physique is, it is impossible to resist at all. Even physique teleportation will not work. No matter how fast you move, you will always be shot 1 or 2. After all, Liu Bian's whole body is a ninja, and it doesn't matter where you go. Flying Thor. But at that moment, Liu Bian suddenly disappeared, disappearing so strangely and mysteriously. How could his speed be so fast? Danzang's pupils shrank fiercely and couldn't believe it. Liu Bian made Danzo's cognition severely impacted, and it almost broke his cognition of the word physique. So far, Danzo has only regarded Flying Thunder God as a physical skill, and did not think about Flying Thunder God. After all, Fei Lei Shen is the unique ninjutsu of Bo Feng Shuman. It is extremely difficult to practice. Since the creation of the second generation, Konoha has only been trained by Bo Feng Shuman alone. Chapter 20. Hey! While they were all looking for the traces of Liu Bian and Danzo, Danzo suddenly felt a wave of energy fluctuations, and a powerful pressure was coming towards him. Tuanzang's complexion changed slightly, and he turned around abruptly, shaking his hands and shooting out a few bitter shots. Jingle bells! Kua was shot down by Ryablade in an instant, but Danzo also launched the instantaneous spell, and he escaped for the first time. Boom! Liubian's figure fell fiercely, stepping out of a big hole on the ground. Master Danzo! Master Danzo! The other members of the Anbu were taken aback, and then they acted quickly, blocking Dan hiding behind them. One by one, they rushed towards Liubian again. Hey! Liubian also rushed towards the group of root members, and his strength increased sharply when he opened 4 doors, which was much stronger than a single upper endurance. It was natural to deal with a group of root members. After a messy sound, all the people at the root were knocked to the ground by Liubian. Dead to death, crippled to death, Liubian did not show any mercy at all. So far, there is only one person left on the scene, Danzo. Danzo stared straight at Lu Ren, unexpectedly that Lu Ren would be so powerful that he defeated all the manpower he brought. Of course Danzo can gather more people over at any time, but there is no need to do that. After all, this is a shameless temptation, it can't be too much. You can hide it deep enough, just let the old man see how much you can do. Danzo decided to do it himself. To deal with the old thief Danzo, opening 4 doors is not enough. After all, this product is also a shadow level, but if it is opened again, it will cause a serious load on the body, but it is unnecessary. Bayman Dungia, just try it here. Next, try Amaterasu. Although it will expose the writing wheel, but if it is exposed, it's nothing. These thoughts flashed in his mind, and the huge and incomparable energy fluctuations in Liubian's body disappeared. In a blink of an eye, Liubian changed from a violent green beast to a plain and ordinary person. What's the matter, are you out of strength? Danzo was a little surprised, then after thinking about it for a while, he guessed. With his vision and experience, he naturally understood that ordinary physiques could not exert such a powerful force. This was completely forbidden physique level. This technique generally has fatal flaws. And the energy in a ninja is limited. The energy exploded by this technique is so amazing that it obviously can't be long, otherwise, wouldn't the person be squeezed out and die? If you try it yourself, don't you know? Lu Jian said, holding his arms, looking at Danzo with confidence. Liubian's nonchalant appearance made Tuanzang feel a little unsure. This person was too calm, as if there were other means. At the same time, Danzo felt very annoyed. He had never been provoked so much before. Especially such a young man. Court death. Tuanzang snorted, quickly Jian, opened his mouth and blew away at Lu Jian, wind escape vacuum wave. Amaterasu. However, at this moment, the ordinary pupils behind the flowing blade sunglasses turned and suddenly switched to the state of kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Facing Danzo, Amaterasu was launched directly. A feeling of extreme danger, a crisis of life and death, struck Danzo's heart. At that moment Danzo interrupted ninjutsu almost instinctively, and hurriedly launched the instantaneous technique to dodge, and then he felt a sharp pain in his right arm. Looking down, I saw a black flame appeared on his right arm, and it started to burn. Sunglasses do not affect Lu Jian's line of sight, so it does not affect the use of Amaterasu. Count you hiding fast. Lu Ren snorted coldly. Danzo's speed is not as exaggerated as the 3rd generation of Reikage, but it is also amazing. Actually let Amaterasu missed it. Chapter 25. What? What? Danzo began to scream. However, this old thief was also a ruthless man who made a decisive decision. He gritted his teeth, directly swung his sword, and cut off his own arm by himself. Laugh. Blood splattered out, and Danzang's face suddenly became extremely pale. Fuck. Lu Ren couldn't help but slapped his palms, and his face was full of teasing admiration. that's a whole right arm. If you say it is cut, it will be cut. Master Danzang is really amazing. Admire and admire it. Danzang's face was really gloomy to the extreme, every word of Lu Bian stuck in his heart like a sharp blade. He has never suffered such a great humiliation. Wada Uchiharayabana, I Danzo remembers you. With a bitter and jealous gaze, Danzo glared fiercely at Lu Blade, and uttered a bitter and bitterly drunken shout. What's the point of a dying person? Lu Ren smiled coldly. Since this old thief is looking for death, don't blame Lu Ren for his cruelty. Buzzing. But at this moment, a large cloud of black suddenly appeared, surrounding Liu Bian. Then suddenly gathered towards Liu Bian. A bug of the Oil Girl clan. Lu Ren's complexion was calm. Others would have a headache when they encountered this kind of Zerg attack, but he could deal with it easily. Shen Luo Tianzheng. With a bang, all the swarms of insects that approached Liu Bian were washed away in an instant. But when all the insect swarms dissipated, the old thief Danzo was gone. Count you running fast. Lu Ren snorted coldly and left without incident. When Lu Ren left, several figures flashed by, and the people at the route came to clean up the battlefield, recover the corpses and wounded, and at the same time withdrew from the isolation formation. Soon, the traces on the scene were cleaned up, as if nothing had happened. Not long after Lu Bian returned home, Metka also returned to his own home, a dilapidated, low-lying little house. Metday was chopping wood in the yard. Metka saw it, and hurried over, took the axe in Matday's hand. Father, let me come. Matday looked at Metka in surprise. He had a feeling that his son's mental state was a little different. During the meal, Matday talked with Matkai, and he really found that his son was full of energy. It's like being beaten in blood. Son, what is your ideal? Matday asked deeply. I want to be the strongest person. Metka replied without thinking. But, your talent is not good, you can't learn ninjutsu or illusion, you can only learn physical skills. It doesn't matter. I know my talent is not good, but I am actually a genius too. I am a genius who works hard. If others make a point of effort in cultivation, I will put in a lot of effort to make up for it. Under this unyielding will, even if I can only practice physical skills, I believe I can succeed. Metka was so energetic. Metday saw the firmness in Metka's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and made a decision. Son, listen well, I once had a chance to obtain a physical training method called 8-door Dunjia. Today, I will teach you the 8-door Dunjia art. Chapter 21 Danzo's Ambition. Root Base. Danzo sat with a gloomy face, and a medical ninja was treating Danzo by his side. Master Danzang, the blood has stopped temporarily, and I have already collected the blood samples. In the next few days, I will cultivate a new arm for transplantation. After a while, the medical ninja stood up and reported to Danzo. Go down. Danzang is absent-minded and authentic. Uchiharaya Blade. What a Uchiharaya Blade, the old man has never suffered such a big loss. Danzo gritted his teeth and burst out such a sentence from his teeth. Who would have thought that Uchiha who is not doing his job properly has the strength of a shadow class? It's hidden deep enough. His terrifying physique, what kind of physique, can burst out with such terrible power, the old man has never seen it before. And what about the last black flame? It's also so terrible. Could it be, that flame is the pupil technique of Uchiharayabana? Did he open the kaleidoscope to write round eyes? Tuanzang's brain turned rapidly, thinking about it, it was quite possible that Heian was using the eye pupil technique. After all, Uchiharayabana didn't have seals at all, and the black flame emerged out of thin air, and it could only be his pupil skills. If I get those eyes... Tuanzang's one-eyed eyes gradually gleamed with incomparable light. This old thief has been coveting the writing wheel eyes for a long time. Originally he was most optimistic about the eyes of Shishui. After all, modifying the will of others would be of great help to his ascent to Hokage. But now, Danzo has taken a fancy to Liu Bian's writing wheel. Chapter 26. Although the other gods of Shishui were good, the cooling time was too long, which made Danzo quite uncomfortable. After all, being a Hokage doesn't mean you can get 1 or 2 people, you have to get a lot of talents. Don't be a god, this seems a bit not enough. But if it is Raya Blade's eyes, it will increase Danzo's strength to Konoha's strongest, which will be more useful than simply controlling the mind of 1 or 2 people. Furthermore, what Uchiha Ryabana said, in addition to the pupil technique, there is also that heaven-defying body technique. Danzo couldn't calm down anymore. Master Danzo, Master Naruto invites you over. While thinking about it, the people at the route came to report. The hypocritical guy who pretends to be so tolerant to Uchiha's clan in front of people, but he is not less afraid of Sharingan than the old man. Tuanzang snorted coldly. Without even thinking about it, he knew what Sarutobi Hiri was doing when he told himself to go over. This old man must have received the news, he and Lu Ren fought, so he came to ask himself the result of the trial. I can't let Sarutobi Risen know that Lu Ren opened a kaleidoscope to write round eyes, otherwise I will have to grab those eyes, and there will be trouble. Danzang frowned slightly and made a decision. He made a seal with one hand, and then opened his mouth directly, spitting out a mass of mud out of his mouth, forming a soil clone. However, Danzo is still worried about this. After all, Sarutobi Hisaki is also Hokage, and the earth clone may be seen through. He thought for a while, a vacuum wave cut a wound in his palm, and slapped the blood on the soil. A special sealing technique was used to completely seal the blood in the body of the earth clone, which completely relieved his heart. In this way, this earth clone is fully equipped with the aura of Danzo, enough to be fake. Then the soil clone came out of the root base calmly and came to the Hokage office. Danzo, you must have completed the trial of the convection blade, right? What is the result? Sarutobi Rizan didn't have any nonsense, took a breath of dry smoke, and asked directly. The test is clear, Uchiha Ryabana, he has mastered a very powerful physique, and even the shinobu at my root is not his opponent. Danzo said very wickedly. Selectively forget the terrifying black inflammation at the end of Liu Bian. Oh? There is such a physical technique. Sarutobi Risen was surprised. Originally he thought that Liu Bian was using illusion to make opportunistic tricks. That is a physical technique that can explode the human body's potential in a short period of time, but it's just a crooked way. Danzo deliberately said in a dismissive tone. Sarutobi Hisan was lost in thought. With his erudition, he naturally knew that there was no way in the world that could make people powerful out of thin air. All such methods must have fatal flaws. That Uchiha Ryuban was just a graduated shinin half a year ago, and now half a year has passed since he has reached the middle of a ninja with extraordinary talents. And it is impossible for a middle-level ninja to burst out of the upper-level physique, without flaws. Then, did he open the kaleidoscope to write the wheel eyes? Sarutobi Hidari asked again. He has never used illusion from beginning to end. The old thief Danzang replied in an evasive manner. Although it is not a lie, it is properly misleading. Lu Ren thought that after he used Amaterasu to destroy one of Danzo's arms, his secret of writing Lunyan would be exposed. But who would have thought that after a few days passed, there was no movement at all? As if he had never used Amaterasu on Danzo a few days ago. It can't be because I am wearing sunglasses, Danzo can't see the changes in my pupils, and can't guess that Amaterasu is a pupil technique, right? Liu Bian couldn't help but spit out secretly, obviously Danzo couldn't be that stupid. Then think about Danzo's obsession with writing round eyes, Lu Ren will soon be able to understand Danzo's intentions. This old coin deliberately concealed my Xiao Lunyan. Could it be, is it because I fell in love with my Xiao Lunyan? Thinking of this, Lu Bian's eyes could not help but flashed a cold light. If Danzang is really so ignorant of good or bad, he will kill Danzang even if he destroys the roots. Before he knew it, Lu Ren's footsteps stopped, and his figure stopped in front of the comforting monument. System, sign in here. Liu Bian entered the system and signed in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and getting rewards, Yan Tuan Fan. This reward is an item reward, which has been stored in the system space and can be checked by the host at any time. The Flame Group Fan, commonly known as the Uchiha Group Fan, is Madara's unique weapon. It is made from a part of the sacred tree and can use the famous move Uchiha Rebound. Master Ban used this trick to even rebound Naruto's tail beast Jade, which can be said to be a very powerful weapon. However, after Uchiha Madara's death, the fan fell into the hands of the 25th boy with the earth. After Madara was resurrected in the future, it fell into Madara's hands again. This thing was taken away when Uchiha Madara left Konoha. At this time, it is not suitable to be taken out. It seems that it can only be sealed in the system space for a while. Chapter 22 Uchiha Madara, the plan begins. After signing in front of the Wiling Monument, Liu Bian continued to patrol the village, and the work of the day was over in a blink of an eye. As usual, Lu Ren plans to go to Il Ramen for dinner, and then go to the training ground to train. But when he was on the way, Liu Bian was stopped by one person. The sunset is red. Lu Ren, are you okay? Yuri Hong looked up and down Liu Bian, seeming to see if Liu Bian was injured. Lu Jian knows what red means. He shrugs his shoulders, his face is relaxed, with a touch of speechlessness. Every one of you is like this. Doesn't this look down on me too much? It seems that Sarutobi Asma really can treat me the same. Thank God, it seems you are really fine. Hong breathed a sigh of relief. Of course I am fine, haven't you heard the rumors that Asma was beaten like a dog by me? Lu Ren said with a grin. That's why I think it's incredible, Liu Bian, you won't be the first to write, right? Chapter 27. Hong Wei asked in surprise. She and Sarutobi Hizen had the same guesses, otherwise, you won't be hit every time I use illusions on you. Do you know what the writing wheel eyes of our Uchiha people are? Simply put, it is the ultimate in Yin Dun. Yin escape, it represents mental power. Even if we Uchiha people don't open the round eyes, but the spiritual power is stronger than the average person, naturally it is not easy to get illusion. Lu Bian was nonsense to Hong seriously, and when Hong heard such a professional theory, he was stunned by Lu Bian. Then why are you wearing sunglasses? Hong asked again. I'm not afraid of your jokes. When I first went to the battlefield, I was actually very scared. My eyes were full of fear. But the more this happens, the more the enemy will attack me first. I simply put on sunglasses, so that the enemy will not easily notice my fear. Not only that, but wearing sunglasses makes me unfathomable. I have a superior demeanor. Don't you think I am unfathomable? Puff. Red almost smiled, you are really a strange flower of the Uchiha clan. The two talked and laughed, and the Red looked straight forward. Lu Edge, I'm sorry, I didn't expect that I would cause you such a big trouble. While apologizing, Hong didn't forget to curse Asma, that Asma is really hateful, how can he do such a thing, he is simply a rascal and villain. Liu Bian was happy, and Red cursed Asma, this thing was really interesting. But Ken Hong is so disgusted with Asma now, Liu Bian can't help but slander, this couple, won't they just dismantle them like this? Asma, your wife, I raise her. If you really want to apologize to me, then please ask me to eat barbecue. Lu Ren smiled, I am happy to eat, I will forgive you. Okay, of course there is no problem. You helped me practice illusion, and I was just about to invite you to dinner. Thank you. Red eyes lit up, and he agreed. Let's go, I will kill you today. Lu Ren was not polite with Hong, also call Akai together. No problem. Red naturally has no objection. When Lu Ren and Hong called to Akai, the three of them went to the barbecue restaurant, ordered some drinks, ordered some barbecue, talked and laughed, ate and drank, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Quite a feeling of gatherings between friends and past lives. Secret base under the ground of Shinjubi Bridge. Ho ho! Boom boom! A Baiju with a shit-faced face is undergoing physical combat training with a teenager who is about the same age as Lu Jian. If Lu Ren is here, you will recognize it. That big face change is Bai Zhezhong's top-grade Erbai, and A Fei who loves to draw in particular. As for the young man, Konoha had been searching for it for a long time to no avail, and he was found dead. After the soil was rescued by Uchiha Madara, after half a year of recovery training, he is now basically recovering. I must restore my strength as soon as possible, and look for Kakashi and the others as soon as possible. Dai too had such a crazy idea in his heart. This idea is the motivation that supports him from a handicap to the current level of continuous training. Till now, I still have Kakashi, Lin, and Konoha in my head, and there is absolutely no way I can use it. Fortunately, I was prepared, now that the soil is almost restored, and my arrangements can be implemented. Take the soil, when you see the woman you care about the most, die in the hands of your best brother, I believe you will complete the transformation. The old Uchiha Madara, who was about to die at any time, looked at the belt soil who was training desperately to return to Konoha, and his thoughts flashed in his mind. Go and inform Shui Ying, let him immediately follow the plan, send troops to attack Konoha, and capture Yayu and Lin. Attention, we must catch alive. Madara Uchiha ordered casually. I see. A Baiju emerged from the ground, and after a response, he sank into the ground again. The belt soil, who is immersed in training, is totally ignorant of everything. He is now full of hope for his future. When I thought that I could return to Kakashi and Lin's side as soon as possible, with the soil, I felt that his body was full of enthusiasm. Konoha, rotisserie. Crackling. Zi. This is the crackling sound of charcoal burning to the extreme, and the unique sound of roasting meat on an iron plate. It's really delicious. I remember the last time I ate barbecue, it was a year ago. Metkai gushed the barbecue into his mouth, fully eating the charm of autumn. Metkai was really not an exaggeration. After all, his father Matde was a ridiculed man. He basically couldn't take on any tasks and was very poor. Then you can eat more, eat hard, it's okay, anyway, it's not me who spends money. Liu Bian said with a sullen tone, slapped the table boldly, boss, have another one. You're really not being polite to me. Red and White gave a sharp look. The three of them ate and drank, talking and laughing, it was so lively. After drinking and eating, Hong went to check out, and the three of them pushed out, planning to go with each other and go to the training ground to continue working overtime training. However, what a few people didn't expect was that when they just walked out, they found that there was a very dense fog on the street outside. Why is it suddenly foggy? Yeah, it's so foggy. Everyone felt a little surprised about this, but they didn't take it very seriously. After all, it was foggy, but it was just a normal weather. Although it is not common, it is normal. Lu Ren didn't actually take it to heart at the beginning, but soon, Lu Ren gradually felt something was wrong. Because the mist rose too fast. They went out to walk to the end of the street, but it only took a few minutes, and the mist was several times thicker than before. Visibility is only a few meters. Chapter 28. This mist seems to be a bit wrong. Liu's brow wrinkled involuntarily. Isn't it just fog, what's wrong? Metkai said a little disapprovingly. I hope I think too much. Lu Ren shrugged. Chapter 23 The Seven Ninja Swordsmen. Konoha's fog is a bit abrupt, but not many people really care about it. What no one knows is that outside Konoha's door, in the same white mist, there are a group of ninjas standing. All are misty ninjas. The 7 people at the beginning were all different in height, short, fat, and thin, each of them dressed a little weird and recognizable. Each of them held a majestic knife in his hand. If someone sees these 7 people, they will definitely show a look of surprise and tension. Because these 7 people are famous in the entire ninja world. They are an elite special warfare squad in the Misty Shadows, a crowd of 7 ninja swords. Each of the 7 people is a shinobu, and he is extremely strong, and he has a shinobi that matches him, which is even more powerful. 7 people joined forces, enough to capture a small country overnight. But now, the 7 have joined forces to appear outside the village of Konoha. Behind the 7, there are a large number of misty dark teams, but they are all hidden in the dense fog, except for the misty people, no one can see at all. The commands are clear, right? The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, one of the 7 people, looked ahead and said to the Wuyan people. The 7 of us turned our attention in Konoha to create chaos. You can take the opportunity to arrest the girl named Nohara Lin. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost Lord, we understand. In the mist behind him, there was a reply that didn't usually show any expression on the machine. Let's kill at Konoha, my decapitation knife is already hungry and thirsty. Lo Kwa Chai Zhang screamed and carried the decapitation knife on his shoulders, his voice was stern and authentic. Start to act. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost gave an order. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of breaking through the air sounded one after another, and many mists in the dense fog began to use the instantaneous technique, approaching Konoha. What's the matter? The weather has become so fast, and there is such a heavy fog for no apparent reason. Who said no? The sun hasn't set yet, I don't know what's going on. The 2 ninjas on duty at Konoha's door were wondering, and silently stretched out a hand each in the thick fog, covering their mouths tightly. Chi. At the same time, 2 sharp blades were severely cut in their throats. In the splash of blood, the 2 Konoha ninjas were killed silently. The Misty Ninja began to drive straight in and invaded Konoha in an all-round way. Of course, Konoha's ninjas are not vegetarians. The people in the Anbi and Konoha guards hiding in various places in the village also reacted after paying the price of killing several people in succession. The sudden appearance of the fog is not accidental, but from the fog hiding technique. Konoha, this has been invaded by the mist. The news was reported quickly, and Sarutobi Risen was taken aback and furious. Some time ago, Onoki had just led someone to invade Konoha, and now it's misty again. As Konoha in the first village of the ninja world, is it so easy to bully? Sarutobi Risen immediately summoned his staff and began a full-scale battle against Wuyan. However, the fog concealment technique, to put it bluntly, is actually the technique of assassination. The vast dense fog created by the use of water escape has a strong visual obscuration effect. Once the general ninja's sight is blocked, unless some strong ones can perceive the fluctuations of other people's chakras, they will be silently killed by the mist. When Sarutobi Risky and some other powerful Shangnin jointly performed the wind-passing technique to disperse the thick mist hidden in the mist, Konoha has already suffered considerable losses. A group of people died in Anbi. The misty people had already completed the invasion and were scattered and hidden in Konoha's corners. What's the matter? Why has the fog dispersed again? Yeah, this is a bit weird, this fog is absolutely extraordinary. Something may have happened. Liubian, Metkai, and Xirihong who had explored for a while in the thick fog, no matter how stupid they were, they knew at this moment that the fog must not be ordinary fog. The village has also become so quiet. No, there seems to be a sound of fighting in front of you. The expressions of several people changed slightly, and they hurriedly ran forward, trying to find out what happened. But just ran out of the intersection, took a turn, and came to the birthplace of the sound, and several people couldn't help being stunned. I saw 7 tall figures holding all kinds of big knives, walking lazily, like Konoha, like their own village. All of them were not blind, and they recognized them at a glance. The 7 people in front of them were not Konoha at all. Who are you? Why come to Konoha? Rihong stared at the 7 people in front of him, and asked in a deep voice. 7 ninjamen, ninja swords. Read, they are the 7 ninja swords. Metkai grunted and couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva, feeling that his entire forehead had exploded. These are 7 extremely powerful Shangren. Each one can kill 3 of them in seconds. At the moment, there are a total of 7 nin sword. 7 people. Hong also took a breath, his face was suddenly covered with sweat. Chapter 29. She never expected that such a great god-level figure would break into the village and be touched by them. Yeah, the little ghosts in other villages all know our names, so are we already so famous? Lo Kuo-chai Zhang said unexpectedly. However, following him, he hummed coldly, in a very cold voice, my decapitating sword still has a little gap, and I just drank the blood of a few of you, so that the iron of the sword can grow out again. Yuri Hong and Metkai's chrysanthemums tightened instantly. Only Lu Ren's face is calm, and there is even time to defamation. Is this the battle in Naruto where Mat Dai defeated the 4 ninja swordsmen? However, due to the butterfly effect, Ebisu and Shiranuahu should have been beside Metkai at this moment. Now he has become himself an Rihong. Mat Dai, who had arrived in time, didn't know if he could arrive in time. But it didn't matter, anyway, with Lu Ren's current strength, even the 7 ninja swordsmen were not enough. What to do? The 3 of us simply cannot be their opponents. Otherwise, we'd better withdraw right away, and report this news as soon as possible. Both Metkai and Yuri Hong discussed in a low voice nervously. Escape? Hey, if a few little ghosts escape from our hands, we won't have to mess around in the future. Lo Kuo-chai Zhang said sarcastically. Hey! Then this guy directly carried the decapitated broadsword, and rushed toward the 3 men fiercely. Chapter 24. Damn, I was completely shocked by the opponent's aura, and the huge fear made my body seem to freeze. What to do? Is it going to die here? Metkai and Rihong are now only the cultivation base of Xiaren, facing the Lo Kuo Jozo, whose strength is far stronger than theirs. It can be said that they are directly frightened. Almost off. During the Zongnin exam, even a super genius of Sasuke's level was so scared that he couldn't move when he first met Ashimaru. Not to mention Meidi and Yuri Hong. These 2 people are a ninja with physical skills and a ninja with magic skills, and they are much worse than Sasuke. It is natural to freeze. The Lo Kuo-chai Zhang was very fast, and in a blink of an eye he came to the front of the 3 people, raised the decapitating knife in his hand, and severely chopped down at the 3 people. This guy actually wanted to kill 3 people at the same time with a single knife. Hey! But at that moment, the 3 little ghosts who were about to become dead souls under the sword turned into a stream of light and disappeared in an instant. Boom! Lo Kuo-chai Zhang's decapitating broadsword slashed directly on a tree with thick thighs and cut it off instantly. And the figures of the 3 little ghosts reappeared in another direction. Beside the 3 little ghosts, there was another young man wearing sunglasses. Obviously, it was the young man who shot and saved the 3 little ghosts. What? How come? The Ninja 7, who were still holding and watching the excitement, watching good shows, and playing casually, were all taken aback. In that moment, leading 3 people to avoid the knife of Lo Kuo Jozo, they thought that even if they were themselves, they couldn't do it at all. Where is this mysterious man sacred? At the same time, they couldn't help but glanced at Liu Bian subconsciously, for no other reason. Both of them were also wearing sunglasses. Of course, everyone just glanced at it subconsciously, and did not think that Liu Bian had anything to do with the mysterious person. It's just a subconscious reaction of people's vision. After all, they are wearing sunglasses, and it doesn't tell anything. But what no one knows is that the mysterious person is actually Uchiha Ryua himself. And the Liu Bian who was with Hong and Akai was nothing more than a clone created by Liu Bian using the clone technique. When the fog enveloped Konoha, Lu Ren felt something was wrong. Just in case, he took the opportunity to make a replacement. Neither Hong nor Kai was aware of it at all. Facts have proved that Liu Bian is indeed foresight, and that kind of operation comes in handy now. This person doesn't look simple, his blood should be very flavorful, right? Lo Kuo-chai Zhang snorted coldly, and once again mentioned that he rushed towards Liu Bian. Amaterasu. Lu Ren was naturally not polite, and directly launched his own super-powered pupil technique on Lo Kuo-chai. The Lo Kuo-chai, who was in action, suddenly burned with black flames. What? Lo Kuo-chai Zhang suddenly fell to the ground and screamed. No matter how hard he struggles, no matter how he rolls on the ground, it has no effect. The black inflammation was not affected at all. It was just a few breaths, and the Lo Kuo-chai Zhang disappeared, and was burnt into nothingness by the black flame. There is not even a scum left. Only the masterless beheading knife lay alone on the ground. The scene suddenly became extremely silent. The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost and the other 7 ninja blades almost stared out their own eyes, and couldn't believe their eyes at all. That's the Lo Kuo-chai Zhang, it's so dead? That black flame is terrible. Chapter 30. What kind of thing is that against the sky? Who did it again? The remaining 7 ninja swords were tense and shocked, and they held the big swords in their hands tightly one by one in a precautionary manner. At the same time, he was looking at his surroundings with great vigilance, and finally his eyes fell on the mysterious person. The person most likely to shoot is this mysterious person, and there is no other possibility. Lu Ren didn't say much, he just looked at one of the 7 ninja swords, and activated Amaterasu again. What? The Black Thunder Ya also instantly burned with black flames, and fell directly to the ground, rolling over. It's him, it's his hands. Hurry up and kill him together. The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost yelled with certainty. That weird black flame appeared twice, both when the mysterious man turned his head and looked away. This matter has been confirmed, that black flame must be this person. The remaining 5 people, starting from all directions, started flying towards Uchiharayabana together. The 5 big knives slashed at Liu Bian from different directions. Hey! However, at that moment Liu Bian's body once again disappeared like a ghost, and the 5 big knives directly smashed the ground into a pit. He can't be so fast. The 7 ninja swordsmen were all shocked. They are all upper ninjutsu, and all aspects of physical ninjutsu are top-notch, but this person's instantaneous technique is so fast that they can't catch it. Still with 3 people. Even movies can't do this. What? Just astonished, another 7 ninja swordsmen screamed and fell to the ground. It turned out that Liu Bian quietly used Flying Thunder God to appear in another direction, and once again used Amaterasu on one person. Suddenly, several people were shocked, and Chi launched the instantaneous technique, and each of them hid behind the bunker for the first time, and never dared to be exposed to Liu Bian again. The terrible black flame was too weird, it seemed that it could be activated at a glance. You guys go first, leave it to me here. Lu Ren stood calmly in place, and said to Metkai and Xi Hong. But senior, you. Red, Akai, seniors are right, we will be a drag if we stay here, so it's better to leave right away. Lu Ren's clone said to the 2 calmly and rationally. Red, Lu Jian is right, we will leave here immediately. Metkai also nodded heavily. The 3 of them quickly launched the instantaneous technique and disappeared. The 7 ninjas did not stop them, and allowed the 3 little ghosts to leave. Now to them, the few little ghosts didn't matter at all. This mysterious person is the most important. Are the 7 ninja swords all shrunk tortoises? After Xi Hong left, Liu Bian smiled coldly at the Ninba 7. The attitude was so arrogant and arrogant. Each of the 7 ninja swords was so angry that they wanted to kill, but due to the power of the blade, they did not dare to act rashly. Chapter 25 7 people were killed 5. I really thought you couldn't get out, I can't do anything to you. Lu Ren smiled coldly, he flipped his hand at this moment, and suddenly found a handful of Fei Lei Shen Qiwu, shaking his hand and shooting at the surrounding area. Jingle bells! Fei Lei Shen suddenly shot all over the surrounding environment. What is he doing? The 7 ninjas saw that it was dumbfounded, and some of them didn't understand Liu Bian's behavior. Do you want to use this level of attack to force us out? What a foolish dream! And he didn't even have a little bit of accuracy. Are you sure it's not funny? It's 1,000 miles away, okay? Hey! But just when the 7 ninjas were stunned, Uchiha Ryabana had disappeared. And in the next moment, he appeared behind one of the 7 ninja swords. Not good. An extremely unpleasant feeling flashed across the hearts of the 7 ninja blades, and before they had time to do anything, a blazing black flame burned up on their bodies. After all, no matter how fast a person moves, can he be faster than the line of sight? What? The remaining 7 ninja swords were all shocked. How could this be possible? The places where they are invisible are scattered, the distance is relatively long, and there are obstacles in the middle. It must go through multiple consecutive teleports and turnovers. And when the other party did that, the 7 ninja swords would naturally not sit still, but would take corresponding measures in the same way. But who would have thought that the other party would teleport over in an instant? That's not the instantaneous technique, it's the technique of Flying Thunder God. With a deep look of shock, the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost glanced at the corner of his eyes, saw the art of the kunao handle inserted in the surrounding, and instantly reacted. Chapter 31. Cannot help but scream out in shock. No wonder the opponent's instantaneous technique is so defying and weird. After a long time, it turned out not to be instantaneous technique, but the technique of Flying Thunder God. Yellow Flash, this is Yellow Flash. A group of 7 ninja swords subconsciously screamed in anger. After all, the art of Flying Thunder God is a yellow flashing business card. But soon everyone was confused again. Isn't the yellow flash yellow hair? And I haven't heard of such terrible and weird black inflammation methods in Yellow Flash. Could it be? It was the Yellow Flash that used the transformation technique. Or is there someone else who is equally proficient in Flying Thor? No one can really be sure which answer is, and reality has no time to allow them to think like this. Because Liu Bian continued to use Flying Thunder God and Amaterasu to kill them mercilessly. As long as you throw a few handfuls of Fei Lei Shen Qiwu, no matter how subtle the ninja sabers are evading, it will be useless. Unless they hide in a place where there is no dead angle at 360 degrees, Lu Jian can always shoot Qiwu at them. At the empty door. Then he escaped in an instant and took a look. The lives of the 7 ninjas were reaped mercilessly. It's not too easy. What? What? 2 more screams came out. So far, the 7 ninja swords have already killed 5 people. The remaining 2 people were all frightened, and there was no longer any courage to fight against each other. Each began to flee desperately. Liu Bian didn't chase after him, but turned around and quickly took away all the Flying Thunder God Qiwu that he had shot, so as not to leave any traces. Just after finishing all this, Liu Bian heard something coming from him. He didn't have any nonsense. When his mind moved, a Flying Thunder God used it, and the person disappeared. Hokage-sama, this is it. Yurihong and Matekai showed up here with a group of people. It turned out to be Sarutobi Rishap and some other NB people. As for Liu Bian's clone? That was just a clone created by Liu Bian using the most common and lowest level clone technique. It would be no problem to fool Hong and Metkai, but it might be revealed in the 3rd generation. So Ryabana's clone randomly found an excuse to separate from Yurihong and the others, and didn't go with the 2 to invite Sarutobi Hizen. Sarutobi Risen was reported that when the Wuyan 7 ninja swords appeared together in Konoha, he was also taken aback and did not dare to delay anything. Immediately at the first time, Hong and Matekai rushed over quickly. However, when Sarutobi Risen led the elite troops, he found that the scene was already empty. Whether it was the ninja swordsman, or the mysterious expert that Hong them said, none of them were there. Hokage-sama, it's a beheaded sword. Some members of the ANB were surprised to report to Sarutobi Hisaki. The decapitating sword is very famous in the ninja world, and it is the iconic ninja sword of Wuyan. Without the report from the people of the ANB, Sarutobi Risen had already seen it. He rushed to the front of the decapitator through the instantaneous technique, picked up the decapitator, and weighed it in his hand. The decapitation sword was left on the ground. Could it be that the owner of the decapitation sword has been killed? Sarutobi Hitachi said to himself. Hokage-sama, you are right, the owner of the decapitated sword has been burned to death by that mysterious man using a black flame. Red immediately reported to the side. That person was killed here. Sarutobi Risen asked again. The two figures of Red and Metkai carefully identified a lower position, and then gave a very affirmative answer to Sarutobi. Yes, Lord Naruto, this is it. Hiss. Sarutobi Hisan took a breath on the spot. There were no traces on the ground except for the decapitator. You told me that he was burned to death? What kind of flame against the sky is this, directly burning people into nothingness? Can only be said to be too abnormal. Immediately afterwards, Sarutobi Hisan personally surveyed the battlefield, and finally found 4 other ninja swords scattered on the battlefield. There are 5 ninja swords in total. Could it be that 5 of the 7 ninja swords were all killed by the mysterious man? Sarutobi Hisaki only felt that his breathing had become hurried. How long has it been since Hong and Metkai reported him to the present? Did that mysterious man kill 5 ninja swords in succession in such a short period of time? The combined strength of the 7 ninja swords is stronger than the shadow. But Sarutobi Risen also understood that the significance of the 7 ninja swords to Wuyan and the significance of the 7 ninja swords, if it weren't for people to be killed, it would be impossible to leave the swords behind. There is a high possibility that the owner of these 5 ninja swords is indeed dead. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Risen couldn't help feeling a kind of suffocation. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hisan recalled the mysterious man who beat Onoki into a panic when Awaken invaded Konoha. Could it be that these two people are not the same person? Chapter 26 The only person missing, Nohara Lin. Whoosh whoosh. Between the mountains and forests outside Konoha village, the two silhouettes started their instantaneous spells. They rushed madly until they were far away from Konoha, before they stopped. The two of them were panting heavily, their faces were covered with incomparable horror, their heads were sweating, and their faces were pale. Surprisingly, it is the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Ghost and Woolai Jinba who survived among the 7 Ninba people. Ying, should be okay? That terrible guy, didn't you come after? The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost raised his head and subconsciously glanced at Konoha's direction, and asked Woolai with a trembling voice. Chapter 32. How do I know? He knows how to fly, Thunder God, maybe he will appear in front of us in the next moment. Wu Li said in an angry manner. If you say that, we are safe for the time being. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost was startled, and then couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Wu Li is right, the other party has Flying Thunder God, and they can't escape by using instantaneous technique. If the other party really wanted to chase them, they would have caught up long ago, and they would not be allowed to escape to the present. Since the opponent hasn't appeared for so long, it means that the opponent has let them go. I really didn't expect Konoha to have such a terrifying character. Woolai Jinba was also a sigh of relief after the catastrophe, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The 7 of us are in the ninja world. I didn't expect that 5 of us died in Konoha this time. Yeah, that person is terrible. I don't want to see him again in my life. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost also echoed and sighed. When the two said this, they couldn't help but glance at each other, and each saw the same question in each other's eyes. It's just, who is that person sacred? They have reacted now, that mysterious person is probably not Bo Feng Shuman. After all, This is totally unreasonable. It is impossible for Bofeng Shaman to use transformation techniques to fight them, right? What's more, if there is such a terrible black flame at Bofeng Shui Gate, why hasn't it been used for so long after the 3 wars? Obviously, that mysterious person is someone else. In order to catch a baby girl, 5 ninja swords were used. This loss is too great. We have to go back to the village immediately and tell Master Shui Ying the news. The watermelon puffer ghost said in a deep voice. As for the action of catching the ninja named Lin, whether it failed or succeeded, these 2 people still don't know. However, they had been horrified by Lu Ren, and no matter what, they had no courage to return to Konoha. Although the 7 ninja swordsmen were beaten back by Ryabana, Konoha was still uneasy. When the fog was shrouded in the past, many misty ninjas got in. These ninjas are all sneaking in Konoha, but they don't attack Konoha's important places, they don't assassinate Konoha's important figures, and they don't intrude on civilians and destroy the village. In a word, it is sneaky and sneaky, like a mouse in the dark. Even if it was discovered by Konoha's ninja, he would never fight with him, and transfer and escape as soon as possible. After that lasted for a while, the misty ninja started to retreat in a hurry. So Sarutobi Rizan and the others are all stunned, they are all a little confused. What on earth do the misty ninja want to do? Naruto office. Sarutobi Hizumi sat in the supreme position, and in front of him were military commander Nara Yakahisa and 2 senior Naruto consultants. Obviously, it was for the invasion of Mist. Wuyan's invasion of this time is full of weirdness. They dispatched a lot of people this time, and even the 7 ninja swords appeared in Konoha. But after such a big battle, they seem to have done nothing. They seem to have hurriedly left after Konoha hastily visited. Luju, you have always been resourceful, you analyze, what is the conspiracy of Wuyan doing this? After everyone discussed it for a while, they couldn't help but Sarutobi Hisaki couldn't help asking Narashika-isa. The hidden part of the mist sneaked into Konoha quietly, acting in secret, but the 7 ninja swords appeared in the village in high profile, and they still appeared together. From the performance of the ninja swordsman and Anbi, it seems that the ninja swordsmen are deliberately acting high profile, in order to attract Konoha's attention, and to facilitate their actions in the dark. Obviously, the hidden part of the fog is performing a very important task. It's just that the specific task is, and the information we currently have is not enough to analyze it. Nara Lohisa is also not famous for analyzing, after all, there is really not much information in his grasp. Everyone talked about it, but they didn't have a clue. Hokage-sama, this is the battle damage list. When everyone was discussing, a person from the Anbi sent over the village's battle damage list this time. Sarutobi Hizan took a look and found that Konoha suffered a small loss this time under the premise of such a massive invasion of mist. The buildings are basically intact, with only a few damages, which is not worth mentioning. In addition, a total of 16 ninjas died, 23 injured, and 1 missing. The death ninja list Sarutobi took a glance, knowing it, and didn't pay much attention. As for the missing person, Sarutobi Rizan couldn't help but take another look, because that was the student of Heifeng Shuman, Nohara Lin. After Sarutobi Hizan read the list of battle damages, he showed the list to the senior staff in the office. In the end, it fell into the hands of Narashika-isa. Is a Zongnan missing? I'm afraid this matter is strange. Narashikaji thought for a while, and made a guess. The battlefield of this war is Konoha. Even if a person is dead, the body will be left behind. How can I disappear? Yayuan Lin, it is very likely that she was taken away by the misty people. Could it be that Wuyan took so much trouble this time, and the purpose is this one? Everyone's brows wrinkled fiercely, so many people were dispatched, it was only for a Zhongren? What is so special about Zongnan? However, the situation is urgent now, but everyone is not allowed to discuss it here slowly. Of course, there is also another possibility, this is a complete coincidence, and Lin Nohara disappeared before this, but was only discovered when the battle damage was counted at this moment. Although this possibility is extremely small, it is not impossible. The specifics are inconclusive. Narashika Issa immediately made suggestions to Sarutobi Hizen to track down Nohara Lin's whereabouts. As for the Misty Ninjas, there are a large number of them. Since Bo Feng Shuman is not in the village at present, it is not suitable to pursue them. Go and call Kakashi and Kunan Kimura. Sarutobi Hizen ordered casually, paused, and added another person, and Uchihara Abana. Yes, Master Naruto. A person from the dark part responded, and the instantaneous technique was launched and disappeared. Chapter 33. Chapter 27 Tracking Tasks. Master Naruto, call me. When Raijin heard the news, he was still a little surprised, and it was not surprising that Sarutobi Hizaki noticed him. But Sarutobi Risen suddenly called the celebrity Blade at this kind of time, which really made Lu Blade inaccurate. Now that the mist invades Konoha, Sarutobi Risen should have a lot of mess to clean up. Why do you think of yourself? Could it be, he was looking for himself for the hidden matter? In addition, Liubian couldn't think of any other possibilities. I used Amaterasu to burn Danzo's arm, and used Amaterasu to kill Loquat Jizo in front of Hong and Akai. Hong and the others must have reported this information to Hokage. Could it be that Sarutobi Hizen already knew that I was killing the 7 Ninja swords? Liubian thought secretly in his mind. But this is purely Ryubian's thoughts. He didn't know that Sarutobi Hizen had not revealed the mysterious person who killed the 7 Ninja swords. After all, in the village of Konoha, there is a person who does not know the identity, the purpose, the depth, and the least shadow level. This kind of thing will cause an uproar. Especially people with ulterior motives like Danzo, knowing that they will find a way to stir up the wind and the rain. Therefore, before finding out some clues, Sarutobi Rizuan intends to keep this matter secret. And another Danzo, who has seen Liubian's true skills, also chose to conceal Liubian's writing round eyes because of selfishness. Therefore, the secret of Liubian is still not revealed. With a mess of thoughts, Lu Ren quickly came to the Hokage office. When he arrived, he saw Kakashi and another ninja whom Ryzen had never seen, also waiting in the Naruto office. The three of you, temporarily form a team to perform a tracking mission. Sarutobi Hizaki didn't say much nonsense, and immediately announced it after everyone had arrived. Following the evacuation of the Misty Ninja, the student of Bo Feng Shuman Lin Nohara also disappeared. We have reason to suspect that the Misty Ninja abducted Nohara Lin. What, Lin? Kakashi suddenly changed his face, and suddenly raised his head, looking unacceptable. The death with soil had already dealt a big blow to him, and if Lin had another accident, Kakashi's young heart would not be able to bear it. Rin Nohara is missing? I'm going. When Lu Bian heard the news, his expression was calm on the surface, but he couldn't calm down in his heart. During this period, Wuyan captured Lin, and there is no doubt that it was Lord Ban who started to calculate the soil. The tragic life of bringing the soil is about to begin. The task of the three of you is to find out the matter and find Lin's whereabouts. Do you understand? Sarutobi Rizan said to several people again. Clear. Several people answered in unison. However, Liubian was still slandered after hearing the task. Lin and Kakashi are both students of Bo Feng Shuman, and Kakashi and the psychic beasts like the ninja dog are naturally the most suitable for tracking tasks. But Sarutobi is going to make a fuss if he wants to go by himself? It's not that I hit Sarutobi Asma, you old fellow should avenge your private revenge, right? This mission is said to be a tracking mission, but it is actually quite dangerous. Do you really think that the ninjas in the mist are all playing around? This is Liubian's thinking a little bit. Sarutobi Rizen's pattern is not so naive. The reason why he chose Liubian, there are two reasons. One is to consider from the perspective of the task. First of all, because it is not sure whether Yayuan Lin was captured by Wuyan, although this possibility is not small, it is only an inference. So Sarutobi Hizaki needs this tracking mission to confirm. Note that this is a tracking mission, not a rescue mission. A small team is enough. But also considering the potential dangers, it is still necessary to choose some capable people. Ryablade, who defeated the special Shintobi Asuma with one move, and whose strength was confirmed by Danzo, was also reasonable in the list of Sarutobi Hizen. What's more, the village was already severely short of manpower during the war. Konoha's people had just been wiped out by the fog, so it was strange that Liubian, a master who suddenly emerged, was not noticed. Another reason is that Sarutobi Hizen also wants to use this opportunity to get a glimpse of Ryu's true skills. It can defeat Sarutobi Asuma's physique. It is impossible to say that Sarutobi is not curious. Sarutobi Hizen was indeed not too pure when he named the celebrity blade this time. It's not too late, you set out now. Yes, Master Naruto. 3 people came out. After all, Kakashi is familiar with Yayuin Lin. During the Battle of the Gods Wyobi Bridge, Yayuin Lin also sent a gift to Kakashi, and he took out the gift directly. Then he quickly summoned Parker and started tracking. Whoosh whoosh. The 3 figures began to walk through quickly, and Konoha soon appeared. Following Parker's super sense of smell, the 3 of them worked tirelessly all the way and tracked them for long distances, and finally chased them all the way to the shore of the water country. The water country is surrounded by water and is an island country isolated by vast waters. If you want to go to the fog, you must go by water. This is just the first isolation barrier outside. Even if you cross the river and go to the country of water, the surrounding area of the mist is enveloped by the vast white mist, which is the second barrier. For intruders, it is very dangerous. Chapter 34. I can smell the scent extending to the surface of the water in front of me, and now I can be sure that Lin Yaiwen was caught by the Misty Ninja. Let's go back to our lives. Parker advises Kakashi. Yes, Kakashi, we can't act recklessly. I know you want to save Lin Yayuan, we also want to, but this is not something the 3 of us can do. We return to our lives, the village will not ignore it. Kunan Kimura also soothed Kakashi. Kakashibi was calmer than everyone imagined, and he nodded, let's go back. If you want to rescue Rin Nohara as soon as possible, the best way is to return to Konoha to make a long-term plan. Several people started the instantaneous technique again and quickly returned. No, the Misty people are catching up. However, not long after they were returning home, they suddenly noticed that a group of Misty ninjas were chasing after them. Everyone couldn't help but frown. They sensibly stopped outside Wuyin village, and did not choose to stun them. Unexpectedly, Wuyin refused to let them go. Even those who are inquiring about the news have to kill their mouths. It seems that this misty conspiracy must be very simple. Chapter 28 Liubian, so your goal is me. Parker, how many of them are there? Kakashi walked through the dense forest while asking about his ninja dog. Parker's dog's nose moved, and his voice became very solemn. 12. 12 people. Both Kakashi and Kunan Kimura have slightly changed faces. They only have 3 people. How can they deal with each other's 12 people? This time they were afraid it would be difficult to return to Konoha. Kimura Kunan and Uchiha Ryabana, the situation is critical now. If we blindly hurry, we will definitely be overtaken by the Misty people and then killed. The probability of a successful breakthrough is not great. So I have a proposal. After contemplating for a moment, Kakashi spoke up to several people about his plan. After we leave 2 people, we will buy time for the other person. This is the only way. Kunan Kimura also nodded, agreeing with Kakashi's opinion. 3 people have no certainty about 12 people. This is simply a collective death. Kakashi's method of breaking one's wrist and sacrificing to save one person is indeed the only way. Then the question arises. The 2 people who are after the severance face a situation that is almost mortal. Who is more suitable for the severance? Uchiha, you are responsible for bringing the news back to Konoha after the two of us are broken. Do you understand it? Even if you fight for your life, you must take the news back. Kakashi and Kunan Kimura made such a decision unanimously. There was no reason for him. Both of them felt that Uchiha was not strong enough. Kakashi and Kunan Kimura, they are both real shinobu. As for Uchiha, the only record is the rumor that Sarutobi Asuma was defeated. And Kakashi and Liubian did the task of finding soil with only half a year ago. At that time, Liubian was just the cultivation base of Suiren. How powerful is it now? After this kind of person is cut off, it will have no effect. Understood. You two take care. Liubian didn't say much. After all, from a tactical point of view, Kakashi's decision was correct. Liubian has no reason to refuse. Right now, Kakashi and Kunan Kimura started to stop, creating some traps that interfered with the enemy in place, while staying in charge of sniping the enemy and buying time for Ryubian. However, what Kakashi and Kunan Kimura didn't expect was that Ryujin returned not long after escaping. Since Lu Ren had the ability and strength, naturally he would not just watch Kakashi create opportunities for himself and be killed by the enemy. That would be too unkind. But what Ryujin didn't expect was that after the Misty Ninjas caught up with Kakashi and Kunan Kimura, they didn't even do anything to them. But after a while, he left directly. Fuck? Liubian is quite daunting. What is this operation? So a dozen people come up with this kind of battle just to scare everyone? Since he couldn't figure out the mysterious operation of Wuyan, Lu Ren didn't even think about it. He quietly left Kakashi and Kunan Kimura, and went on the road alone. Then halfway through, something strange came, and the ninjas and the Misty Ninjas came up with it again. Ha. The ninjas started the instantaneous technique, just like dumping dumplings. One by one, they landed around Liubian and surrounded Liubian. Your real goal, it turns out to be me. Liubian suddenly realized it at this time. These Misty Ninjas were not tracking the Konoha tracking team from the beginning, but just Ryubian alone. It's just that Ryubian stayed with the three of Kakashi Kimura Kunan, so Kakashi and the others misunderstood that they wanted to track down the tracking team. However, when they caught up with Kakashi and Kunan Kimura, and found that Ryubian was not there, they had no choice to do it with Kakashi and the others. Instead, he just flees and continues to follow Uchiha Ryua. You guys are not ninjas in the mist at all. Lu Ren's eyes were clear, and he had already seen everything. Think about it carefully, these people have never shown that they are the ninjas of Misty Hidden, and now they don't even wear Misty Forehead guards. It's just that they appeared in such a sensitive period and were subconsciously regarded as Misty Ninjas. Chapter 35. Superior. This group of people didn't have any nonsense after being stopped, and flew directly towards Liubian. Amaterasu. Liubian naturally didn't have any nonsense, and he switched directly to the state of kaleidoscope writing round eyes, with the instantaneous technique, while tossing around, staring at these people fiercely. What? What? Amidst the screams, the rushing enemies all fell to the ground, being burned into nothingness by the black flames. However, after burning 8 people to death one after another, Lu Ren had to stop using Amaterasu to fight. There is no other reason, the pupil power is not enough. The lack of pupil power here is completely different from the original Uchiha Itachi's inability to continue. Uchiha Itachi is a little unable to use this pupil technique because he has not reached his eye level. Forced use will hurt the eyes. And Liubian is simply that the eyes are tired, and it did not cause any damage to the eyes. As long as you rest and recover, you can continue to use it. His pupil technique has reached its limit. Seeing that Lu Ren stopped using Amaterasu's tactics against the sky, the group of enemies were extremely excited, and one by one, they rushed towards Lu Ren again. Without the pupil technique, can I help you? Lu Ren snorted coldly, his face full of disdain and bitterness. Through the fight just now, these people are all particularly high-level and high-level ninja, and none of them are at the shadow level. For this level of ninja, Lu Ren had completely disregarded it. Facing the remaining 4 people, Lu Ren opened the 8-door dungeon to the 4th door again without hesitation, and his whole body exploded with an extremely terrifying energy. Hey! Liu Bian turned into a terrible streamer, and rushed to the 4 people first. After a dazzling battle, the remaining 4 people were easily killed by Liu Bian, and the remaining 2 were also seriously injured. Say, who instructed you to come? Liu Bian stared at the only 2 remaining people and shouted. The reason why he left the lives of these 2 people is naturally not because of his soft-heartedness, but purely to force a confession. The terrible pupil technique, the terrible physical technique, interesting, Danzo is right, you are really interesting. At this time, a very unique hoarse sound rang, and a person who felt cold like a poisonous snake walked out slowly. His eyes were staring at Lu Blade, as if looking at a piece of art. Lu Ren suddenly felt a bitter cold. Chapter 29. Orochimaru. Lu Ren raised his head and looked at Deshimaru. First, he was surprised, and then it made sense. There are 2 people in Konoha who covet the Uchiha clan's eyes. Not only Danzo, but also Ashimaru, not to mention that Raijin used the telescope technique to see the plan of these 2 people to start with Uchiha. It's just that Liu Bian didn't expect that they actually set the target on themselves. But this is not a weird thing. After all, the Uchiha clan is Konoha's largest clan, and no one dares to dazzle directly in the village. It is a God-given opportunity to go out of the village to perform tasks. A Uchiha kid who hasn't taken care of him, has such a powerful strength, and even Danzo is afraid of it. This is really interesting. Dashimaru walked towards Liu Bian step by step. Shalunyan, really a wonderful thing. Riding round eyes is not something you can covet. Lu Ren smiled coldly, calm as a mountain. Even in the face of the famous 3 ninja world, there is no trace of panic. Your pupil technique can't be used anymore, right? How are you going to resist me now? Shiwan stretched out his tongue and licked on his lips. Joke. Liu Bian took off his sunglasses at this time, and among his pupils, there were a pair of blood-red pupils. It is Liu Bian's writing wheel. This is the first time that Liu Bian has exposed these eyes to outsiders since Liu Bian obtained the real eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes. As for Liu Bian, why did he take off his sunglasses? Naturally, I have to use monthly reading for Ashimaru. Ashimaru naively thought that after Liu Bian had used Amaterasu, he would not use pupil technique. As everyone knows, Liu Bian has more than one pupil technique. Of course, it's no wonder Dashimaru, after all, this guy doesn't have a god's perspective, and he doesn't understand Shulanyan at all. Because the sunglasses do not affect Liu Bian's line of sight, you can use Amaterasu even if you wear them, but Moon Reader is different. You need to look at Liu Bian to make the opponent be attracted. It's really a pair of eyes full of beauty. Oshimaru looked at Liu Bian's writing round eyes, and his face was full of admiration. I laughed at this pair of eyes. As soon as Deshimaru stretched out his hand, an extremely thick black snake flew out of the sleeve of this product. Liu Bian did not dodge either, but at that moment, the writing wheel turned around. Monthly reading. He didn't have any nonsense, and directly activated this super illusion technique in Hokage at the Ashimaru. It was so smoothly that it was much easier to pull Ashimaru into the moon reading space than Lu Ren imagined. Among the Naruto, Yuri Hong, Kakashi, Ashimaru, Deidara. I don't know how many people have been in the Uchiha clan's illusion, even the Uchiha clan of Urzuzi. Most recruiters took the initiative to look into the eyes of Uchiha's clan, and it seemed that they didn't want to avoid contact with Uchiha's line of sight. Only a very limited number of times, was someone reminded not to look into the eyes of the Uchiha clan. It can be seen that how to crack the illusion of writing round eyes is not a well-known thing in the ninja world. Taking a step back, just look at Yuan. After Osamura joined the Akatsuki organization, he met Ataki, who also joined Akatsuki. He was already coveted by Shailunyan at that time, and immediately couldn't help but start with Ataki Uchiha. Chapter 36. The result was directly hit by Ataki's illusion technique, gold binding technique. It can be seen that at least Dashawan's consciousness in this area is very weak. What is going on? Ashimaru, who was attacking Raya Blade, suddenly discovered that the world around him suddenly lost its color, turning into a world of black and white intertwined. And he, who was initially grabbing Uchiha Ryabana, didn't know when he was actually tied to a huge cross. Dashiwan used the power of milking to try to break free, but it was still unable to break free. Illusion, I was hit by Uchiha Ryabana's illusion. Dashimaru is not stupid, he reacted all at once, and so far, he has acted calmly. But soon, Ashimaru will usher in his nightmare. Ashimaru, do you think you are one of the three ninjas, so I can't help you? A voice sounded. Dashimaru only saw a vortex appeared in front of him. Lu Jian walked out of the vortex directly. He also held a long, extremely sharp sword in his hand. Laugh. Lu Bian directly stabbed the sword into Dashiwan's stomach. Well. Even Ashimaru couldn't help but let out a muffled sound at that moment. Although this is an illusion space, the pain is real. Is it only this level? Dashimaru was not so easy to handle, and he didn't care about it at all. Still provocative, grinning at Lu Ren sneered. I'm sorry, I let you down. Lu Ren chuckled out the sword, I will do my best to satisfy you. After saying these words, countless Uchiha Ryabana came out from all directions of Ashimaru in a cold manner. Side by side, the Ashimaru was tightly surrounded. Every Uchiha Ryabana held a sharp sword in his hand. Orochimaru. Chi 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 chi. There was a circle of Lu blades all around, and they started to stab the Ashimaru mercilessly with the swords in their hands. What? Dashawan's screams lasted for a long time. The tragic scene where Uchiha Ataki ravaged Kakashi appeared again. Kakashi can persist for 3 days and 3 nights. For a rank like you, can't you just follow it for a week? Uchiha Ryabana made a decision and went to the name Ashimaru Sunan. It can't be less than Kakashi, otherwise, who do you look down on? In the moon reading space, there was a full 6 days and 6 nights. In the end Liubian's mental power was almost exhausted, and then this carnival had to be stopped. Puff. When Lu Ren released the Ashimaru from the moon reading space, Oshimaru was like Kakashi at that time, the whole person was empty, and she fell directly to the ground incomparably weak. I can't even get up. What terrible illusion is that? Dashiwan seemed to have lost his mind, there was only one thought in his mind at this moment. He knew that he was already in an unfavorable situation at the moment and wanted to counterattack, but he couldn't move anyway. Although he hardly consumed any chakras, his spirit had almost collapsed and he could not direct his body at all. If he didn't immediately fall into a state of losing consciousness, he was already considered to be strong-willed. Amaterasu. At this time, Lu Ren began to use this killer move on Oshimaru ruthlessly. Chapter 30 The Big Snake Pill. Vase. Under Liubian's pupil technique, Dashimaru's body began to burn with black flames, and he immediately uttered a violent but weak scream. If it was in normal times, Ashimaru would naturally use Uzuriha's substitute technique, using her substitute to block Liubian's black flame attack, so as to get away. But now Oshimaru has been tortured for 6 days and 6 nights in the moon reading space, and his spirit is almost collapsed, and he can't even perform such a simple ninjutsu. In this way, while Lu Jian's gaze was watching, Oshimaru burned all the time until it was completely burned out. What Liubian didn't know was that when Dashimaru was burned by black flames, he had exhausted his last trace of consciousness, separated a small white snake, and dived into the ground. Because Dashimaru's body was blocking the little snake, Lu Ren didn't notice this. But even so, Lu Ren didn't really think that he had killed Ashimaru. For him who had seen Hokage a long time ago, he knew how hard it was to kill Oshimaru. It can be said that if all the curse marks left by the Ashimaru are not destroyed, the Ashimaru can be resurrected at any time. As for the current period of time, whether Yuan has left a curse mark on others, and how many left, Liu Bian is not known. But he felt that Yuan would not be killed by himself so easily. Forget it, what if Yuan is not dead? If he is really not dead, I will kill him once he comes out in the future. Liu Bian curled his mouth, clapped his hands, and immediately started the instantaneous technique and left. As if nothing happened. Halfway through, Lu Jian and Kakashi joined together. Everyone talked about the strangers who were chasing them. Lu Jian only said that he was on the road ahead and didn't meet those people. Chapter 37. Kakashi and Kunan Kimura were puzzled, so they decided to go back to the village first and then report the matter to them. Almost half an hour later, the three of them appeared in the Hokage office. They told Sarutobi Hizumi what happened in this trip. Sarutobi's brows suddenly wrinkled like old chrysanthemums in full bloom in late autumn. Things are getting more and more complicated. Wuyan was so troublesome, it was really just to catch Konoha's Zongnan. What purpose did they have? And Kakashi and the others on their way back, the person who was chasing them, and after catching up, they left without doing anything. One head and two big ones. Even Luyinara, who has a super high IQ, feels a mess and can't figure out any clues at all. Master Hokage, we have to find a way to rescue Lin, we can't just leave it alone. No matter what Wuyan's purpose is, but they have given up so much energy to arrest Lin, they must have done a lot, and we can't let them succeed. Kakashi said to Sarutobi Hizen with a trace of anxiety. Kakashi, don't worry, we won't give up anyone in the village. Sarutobi Rizun relieved Kakashi, it's just that this matter is not a trivial matter, and it needs to be considered for a long time. Well, you guys go back first, we will discuss this matter first, and then decide how to deal with it. Sarutobi Hitachi sent away Kakashi and others in a few words. But none of the people at the scene were fools. Seeing the perfunctory appearance of Sarutobi Hizen, they also knew that there was not much hope for this matter. After all, it was an action to sneak into the mist. The difficulty is too great. Now Kakashi's only hope is his teacher Bo-Feng Shuman. If anyone in Konoha can save Rin Nohara now, there is only Bo-Feng Shuman who possesses the art of Flying Thunder God. Uchihamadara's secret base. The action was successful. Yayuan has been caught back into the mist, and they will immediately seal the three tails into Yayuan body. Ashurazu emerged from the ground and reported to Uchihamadara. Uchihamadara nodded with satisfaction, Jakesi, I see. However, there was a little accident in this matter. The 7 ninja swords died 5 in Konoha. According to the 2 people who fled back, Konoha has another person who can fly the Thunder God technique. In addition to Heifeng Mizuman, are there anyone else who can fly Thor? Uchihamadara was very surprised. But soon, he waved his hand, disapproving, it's okay, after I am resurrected, the Flying Thunder God's art is nothing, it can't hinder my big plan. Everything is going according to the original plan. After coming out of the Hokage office, Ryabian went to the Konoha guard to report and began his daily patrol career. After the end, naturally he went to the training ground to train physical skills, which was no different from the usual. Lin's matter had long been completely forgotten by Lu Jian. Even though he was already familiar with the direction of this matter and knew what would happen in the future, he did not want to intervene in this matter. Whether Kakashi, Lin, or Soil is just a person who has nothing to do with Liu Kane. As for Kakashi, he went to the Bo-Feng Water Gate as soon as he came out, and when he learned that Bo-Feng Water Gate was still on the battlefield and had not returned, he was caught in anxious waiting. It wasn't until the afternoon that Bo-Feng Shuman returned to the village. Kakashi immediately told Bo-Feng Shuman about Lin's accident, and Bo-Feng Shuman was shocked. What, Lin was caught by Wien? When did it happen? Kakashi briefly explained the matter, and Bo Feng Shuman stood up suddenly. It shouldn't be too late, I will save Lin now. In Kakashi's eyes, there was a hint of excitement, a hint of gratitude, as well as deep shame and self-blame. He also knows that doing this is putting the teacher in danger, too impulsive and reckless, but he just lost Kakashi with dirt, and he really can't control his mood. He can't lose Lin again. After all, Kakashi is still only a 12-year-old child. Even if he has reached the level of forbearance in his cultivation, no matter how mature his mind is, there is still a trace of deficiency in the end. Master Bo Feng Watergate, Master Naruto invites you to come over. But just as Bo Feng Shuman just left, a person from Anbu appeared in front of Bo Feng Shuman. Bo Feng Shuman thought for a while, without much hesitation, followed the people of Anbu to the Hokage office. Shuman, are you planning to go to the fog to rescue Yayun Lin? Sarutobi Razan glanced at Bo Feng Shuman. Without waiting for Bo Feng Shuman's answer, he directly added, this matter is not right, you should stay in Konoha and do not act without authorization. Chapter 31. Hokage-sama, Lin is not only my student, she is also Konoha's ninja. Now that I know that Lin has been captured by Wien, how can I just ignore it? Seeing Sarutobi Razan's resolute attitude to stop him, Hao Feng Shuman suddenly became anxious. Watergate, it's not that I don't want to save your students, but this trip is too dangerous. Don't act recklessly. Wien is definitely trying to catch Lin. I am worried that it is a big trap. You are responsible for Konoha's safety mission, and you should not easily risk it. But I can't just watch my students in trouble and die, right? Bo Feng Shui's voice became a bit louder involuntarily under his anxiety. Pray to Nam, you must correct your attitude, the village must always be the first place. At all times, the overall safety of the village must be the priority. Even if Lin is your student, in your heart, her weight should not be higher than the safety of the village. You don't have to worry about this matter. I have my own opinion. I am Konoha's Hokage, and I will naturally be responsible for Konoha's ninja. Okay, you go down first, take a good rest, recharge your energy, and tomorrow I have more important tasks to arrange for you to do. You must stay calm, and don't ruin the village's major events because of small losses. This is an order. Bo Feng Shui Men was so abruptly stopped by Sarutobi. Sarutobi Hidezen not only talked to Hei Feng Shuman, but after Hei Feng Shuman left, Sarutobi Hidezen also specifically talked to Kakashi. Chapter 38. Asked Kakashi not to let Bo Feng Shuman take any risks, and go to the mist to rescue Yayuan Lin. He Sarutobi Razan will handle this matter with full authority. In short, it means knowing the emotions and reasoning, and the will of fire is instilling lifelessly. I understand Master Naruto. Kakashi walked out of Hokage's office. But at this time his eyes were filled with determination. Because Kakashi has made a decision, he wants to rescue Lin Yayuan by himself. Master Naruto is actually right. Now Konoha is able to deter other countries in this war, so that they dare not presumptuously, and the yellow flash is the most important thing. The situation on Wien's side is not yet clear, and Yayuan Lin doesn't know whether she is alive or dead. How can he make such an important yellow flash to risk such a danger? If there is any mistake, he is the sinner of the village. But now it's getting late, Kakashi has tossed for a while and is already exhausted. He plans to fix it all night and recharge his energy. Start the action immediately the next day. This night not only Kakashi was disturbed, but also the old thief Danzo. Root base. Oshimaru still can't get in touch. One-armed man Tuanzang paced back and forth in the base with one-handed cane. On the surface, there was nothing to see, but there was a trace of anxiety in his heart. And a kind of uneasiness. After Oshimaru went out to act in the afternoon, she never came back, but Uchiha Ryabana returned to the village with good grace. Danzo was very bewildered by this. Could it be said that even Ashimaru is not Uchiha-Ryabana's opponent? This is too nonsense. That's Sunan. But Yuan never came back. What is the situation? Danzo is really uneasy. Training course. Akai, I'm going back first, see you tomorrow. After the 3-hour training session was over, Liu Bian and Metka greeted each other, and then walked away swaggeringly. Going back to my room and having another 2 hours of meditation training, it was already late at night and the village was basically empty. At this time, Lu Ren took out the glass ball he had prepared long ago, directly used the telescope technique, and began to monitor the old thief Danzo. There is no other reason, Liu Bian intends to get rid of the old thief Danzo. The old thief managed to get away with the convection blade last time, but he didn't know what was good or bad, so he once again cooperated with Yuan and asked Yuan to take action against himself. If it weren't for Liu Bian's 2 tricks, wouldn't it just fall into the hands of Ashimaru? What's the fate of falling into the hands of Ashimaru? Liu Bian shuddered even after thinking about it. It was more miserable than death. How can this kind of thing be tolerated? Since the old thief Danzang was looking for death, Lu Ren didn't mind making the old thief complete. The old thief Tuanzang was anxiously waiting at the roots for the news of Ashimaru, which was directly seen by Liu Bian using the technique of telescopes. Pete, I really thought you could sit back and relax by looking for Yuan as a gun if you didn't shoot it directly. The corner of Liu Bian's mouth couldn't help but sneered. To get rid of Danzo, you must get rid of it. Since this old thief has taken a fancy to his riding wheel, he will have endless troubles in the future. Besides, Liu Bian also doesn't allow a person who has a crooked mind on himself to live. However, the identity of the old thief Danzo is not simple. Liu Bian is naturally seeking to kill the old thief quietly, and it is best not to make any noise. There was an uproar in Konoha, which was not what Lu Jian wanted. But just now, there is such an opportunity. Isn't Danzo anxiously awaiting news of Ashimaru at this moment? It just happens to be used. With the thought of Liu Bian, he used the technique of Flying Thunder God, and the person appeared directly at the foot of Konoha Ho Mountain. Transfiguration. Yin banged, and the original Liu Bian disappeared. Instead, it turned into the appearance of Ashimaru, and it was deliberately made very weak. Then he staggered and began to walk towards the secret experimental base of Dashimaru within the back mountain. Lu Ren had long used telescope techniques to confirm that Danzo had sent people from the roots to stare here in order to grasp the news of Ashimaru. As soon as Liu Bian appeared, he would be discovered immediately. As expected, when he arrived at the test base, suddenly, a man with a mask on the roots appeared in front of him by using instantaneous technique. Master Ashimaru, Master Danzang has been waiting for you for a long time. The man at the root immediately knelt down on the ground, and said to Liu Bian. They didn't doubt the identity of Liu Bian. After all, this place was the secret between Dashimaru and Danzo, and outsiders didn't even know it. That fellow Danzo, he hurt me miserably. Lu Ren deliberately made an angry look, grabbed the root holder's neck, and drank coldly. Why didn't he tell me, that kid? His illusion is so powerful. Master Ashimaru, I don't know the specific details. If you have any questions, you can talk to Master Danzang. The man at the root is neither humble nor overbearing, and his face is expressionless and authentic. What are you going to talk about? I have suffered a great loss this time. If I don't give me enough compensation, Danzo and I won't have to talk about it. Dashimaru deliberately said angrily. When Lu Ren pretended to be an Ashimaru here, the news of Ashimaru's return was also reported to Danzo by the people at the root. Chapter 39. Chapter 32 The Death of Danzo. Master Danzo, Ashimaru is back. But from his appearance, it seems that he has been seriously injured. Within the root base, one of Danzang's most loyal horses, Shan Zongfeng reported the news that he had just received to Danzang as soon as possible. What? Yuan was injured. Danzo was so shocked that he couldn't speak. That was one of Konoha's 3 ninjas, and it was famous in the entire ninja world. Don't say that it was his Danzo, even the teacher of Ashimaru, the current 3rd generation Sarutobi, is not necessarily Ashimaru's opponent. Ashimaru is definitely the top superpower in the entire ninja world. But even such a master would be hurt by Uchiha-ryabana? Uchiha-ryabana is so terrifying to this degree? Could it be that Ashimaru didn't fight against Uchiha-ryabana, but was injured by someone else in another accident? This can also explain why Uchiha-ryabana will return to Konoha with good luck. Tuanzang thought to himself and found a reasonable explanation for himself. Master Danzo, Ashimaru seems to be very angry. He kept saying, "Sir, you have killed him miserably." Shan Zongfeng relayed the situation at the scene, the mood of Ashimaru and some remarks to Danzo. Tuanzang's brows suddenly wrinkled like an old chrysanthemum in full bloom in late autumn. Judging from the various reactions of Ashimaru, no matter what happened to the opponent or what he passed through, it was definitely related to this mission to capture Uchiha Ryuki. Go, let me ask myself. Danzo could no longer hold back the anxiety and incomprehension in his heart, and with a few personal escorts, he quietly went to the back mountain. Ashimaru, what exactly happened? How could this happen? Danzo looked at the embarrassed look of Ashimaru, and the boss questioned in confusion. The dying person, knowing so much, is it useful? Lu Ren smiled coldly. Tuanzang suddenly felt something was wrong, and he was extremely vigilant, and he quickly retreated 2 steps in the first place, and retreated behind his followers. The route personnel such as Shan Zongfeng were guarded in front of Danzo, one by one looking at Lu Blade as if they were facing an enemy. You are not Dashimaru, who are you? Danzo reacted at this time, and he stared at Liubian with one-eyed eyes in shock and anger. Never mind, let you understand it. Liubian revoked the transformation technique, revealing his original appearance. Uchiha Ryabana? Why are you? Danzo screamed out of exclamation, almost staring his eyes out. There was an incredible look all over his face. Uchiha Ryabana even pretended to be Ashimaru, and took Danzo to this place. This shows what? This shows that the conspiracy between Danzo and Dashimaru has been completely leaked out. This is more shocking to Danzo than killing the Ashimaru. After all, this kind of thing is much harder than killing a person. Why did you show up here? Where's the Ashimaru? He was killed by you. Danzo started the convection with his life-threatening 3 consecutive questions in a puzzled manner. All of this made Danzo feel broken. Humph, so much nonsense, die. Lu Ren snorted coldly, the pupils in his eyes turned, and he switched directly to the state of kaleidoscope writing round eyes, and directly used Amaterasu's trick against Danzo. However, the old thief Danzo has already suffered from the trick of Liubian, so this time he is still very cautious. When I heard Liubian's murderous sentence, regardless of whether Liubian was about to make a move, he immediately launched the instantaneous technique and fled. Hey! It was just a blink of an eye, and Danzo was gone. Liubian's Amaterasu didn't have time to release it. Pete, you are so timid and afraid of death, you want to be Hokage even with this kind of uselessness? It's really funny. Liubian couldn't help showing a scornful look on his face. Kill him, cover the evacuation of Lord Tuanzang. At this time, the mountain wind raised his arms and led the people at the root of the scene toward Liubian. At the same time, the mountain wind started to face Liubian and made a gesture, intending to use the secret technique of their mountain clan, the technique of turning the heart on Liubian. This gesture? Heart turned around. It's a pity that Lu Ren has seen Hokage, and is so familiar with the start-up style of this secret technique that he simply ignores the other people who rushed up, just stretched out his hand to the mountain wind. Shen Luo Tianzheng. An immense force instantly acted on Shan Zongfeng's body. Shan Zongfeng's body shook suddenly, and he was overturned directly. This secret technique was naturally interrupted by Liubian. Buzzing! Almost at the same moment, an oily female clan also began to summon a large number of insects and flew towards Liu Bian. "When you kill the old thief Tuanzang, I will clean up you," Lu Ren said with a cold snort. "Flying Thor! Hey!" Liu Bian's whole person disappeared in the same place very strangely, as if he had never appeared before. Swish! Liu Bian used the Flying Thunder God technique and Flying Thunder God Kunao that had been left in the village, and easily caught up with the old thief Danzhou. The majestic sword landed directly from the sky, blocking the way of Tuanzang. "Originally you didn't provoke me, and I didn't bother to take care of you, but since you provoke me and seek death by yourself, then I can only be polite." Liu Bian looked gloomy and authentic. Chapter 40. Killing the old man is actually not good for you. On the contrary, letting the old man live can bring you the most benefit. Danzhou also knew that he could not run away, so he just stopped running. "Well, how about the cooperation between the two of us? Since you are so tolerant in Konoha, you must also have a plan. The old man has a high position in Konoha, and he still has the roots in his hands. He can do a lot of things for you." Danzhou convectively knows and understands his emotions. "Sorry, I'm not interested," Lu Ren said coldly. "Wind escape. Amaterasu." Danzhou hadn't had time to make any movements at all, so he was interrupted by Ryabian directly with Amaterasu. The old thief also wanted to use the instantaneous technique to dodge, but it was a pity that Lu Ren didn't give him a chance. Chase Danzhou with Amaterasu. How could this old thief run away? In an instant of effort, Danzhou fell to the ground and was burned to ashes by Liu Bian. During this period of time, Dashimaru had not transplanted the writing arm of Danzhou, so Danzhou could not use Izanagi. There is only one life. To die is to die completely. Master Danzhou! Master Danzhou! At this time, Shan Zhongfeng and the others also chased them with the instantaneous technique. Seeing Danzhou who had fallen on the ground and had burned most of their body, all of them were stupid. Can't accept such a scene at all. The old thief Danzhou is dead, you are here. Lu Ren didn't have any nonsense, and opened 4 doors directly, rushing to the root of the scene. Chapter 33 Konoha has a master. After a short and dazzling battle, all the roots on the scene were basically killed by Liu Bian. Because the gap between the two sides is really a bit big, these people at the root didn't even have the opportunity to speak, so they died mercilessly in Liu Bian's hands. There are only 2 people left, the wind in the mountain and the oily girl taking roots. It's not that Liu Bian is kind to Shan Zhongfeng, but Liu Bian is still useful to keep them. Tuanzhou has a high position in Konoha, and his status in the village is very important. If he is killed suddenly, it will definitely cause Konoha's shock. Konoha will definitely investigate the cause of Danzhou's death. And after all the root people die in Danzhou, the immortal mark of tongue and bane planted by Danzhou will automatically disappear, which means that they can speak out about Danzhou. So how sincere are these people from the roots towards Danzhou? Of course there are loyal loyalists who would rather die than betray Danzhou, but there are also ninjas who quickly shake their faith like Sai in the original book. This is difficult to protect the fact that Danzhou's temptation and calculation will be known by the 3 generations. This is indeed a trouble for Liu Bian. Therefore, Liu Bian left the mountain and the wine 2 people, just to eliminate this trouble. Uchiha Ryabana, kill if you want, don't think that I will be grateful to you if you spare me not to die. I will definitely avenge Danzhou-sama if I have a chance. Mountain Zhongfeng stared at Lu Blade, and shouted bitterly, as if he really had a great vengeance against Lu Blade. Do you like to die for Danzhou so much? Lu Ren called a speechless. After the original work, Shan Zhongfeng died to protect Danzhou while escorting Danzhou to the 5 Shadows Conference. Here again? Even the imprint of the tongue's bane has disappeared. Is it like this? Even the oily one side took the roots, wishing to smash Liu Bian into pieces. It seems that these 2 were really brainwashed by Danzang. However, this is not a problem for Liu Bian. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with Shan Zongfeng, and he turned around directly, using illusion to control Shan Zongfeng and Yu Nu to take roots. From now on, you two will listen to my orders. Lu Ren said to Shan Zongfeng. Yes, Master Liu Bian. Shan Zhongfeng and Yunv take root immediately replied respectfully. Danzhou has just died, the tongue of the roots will disappear immediately, and the roots must be in chaos at this moment. I want you to immediately gather all the people who know the roots of me. Whether it was the last time Danzang shot me in the village, or this time Danzang teamed up with Oshimaru to deal with me. I'm waiting for you here. You will bring all those people as quickly as possible. Don't disturb the village. I don't care what method you use, if you refuse to come, just get rid of it. Yes, Master Liu Bian. The two Wind in the Mountain took their orders and left. The Mountain Clan and the Oil Girl Clan are also considered big clan in Konoha. The Mountain Wind and the Oil Girl take roots are the absolute henchmen of Tuanzang. They have a high position at the root and strong strength. The task Lu Blade entrusted to them can be easily completed. Not long after waiting in the same place, Shan Zongfeng brought 8 people to Liu Bian's side. Liu Bian didn't have any nonsense, and also controlled them with illusion. Order them not to mention things about themselves to anyone. Okay, clean up the traces here, and then why should you go? Lu Ren casually ordered the people in front of him. After handling everything, Lu Ren went home and went to bed quietly, as if nothing had happened. Danzou's death soon caused an uproar in Konoha, especially those high-level leaders such as Sarutobi Risky, the 2 Naruto advisors, and the patriarchs of all races, who were shocked from ear to ear. Each one has an unreal feeling. Those ordinary villagers might well say that most of them have never dealt with Danzou, or even seen Danzou. Chapter 41. But these high-level people are too familiar with Danzou. It can be said unceremoniously that this old thief is the second in command in Konoha. Such a character is dead? What's more is that they don't know how or where Danzou died. Even if it weren't for the curse of the tongue at the root to eradicate this curse, they wouldn't know that Danzou was dead. Amaterasu put Danzang in the burnt cleanly, there is no left, naturally it can't be found at all. A person with such power in Konoha was killed so quietly, which made Sarutobi Hitachi and them all feel a kind of suffocation. No matter who the shot was, if Danzou can be removed so quietly, what about them? How sure are you in the face of the man behind the scenes? Will it be him? Sarutobi slashed his brows and frowned, and a thought flashed in his mind, a person who had made him worry about being pregnant for a long time emerged. If it was that person, he definitely possessed this ability, but Sarutobi Hizen was unsure whether that person did it. But now, Sarutobi Risen feels that this matter can no longer be concealed. Now Danzou has died like this without knowing it, if one day he was killed by someone so quietly, wouldn't this secret be brought into the coffin by him? Everyone, there is one thing I need to tell you. Sarutobi Hizen looked at the absolute high levels in the office, and slowly opened his mouth with a solemn expression on his face. In our Konoha village, in fact, there has always been a mysterious master hidden. When the master appeared for the first time, Zishui led the team to carry out the task of finding the corpse with soil. When they returned to the village, they met the five-tailed man Zhu Lihan. That mysterious master shot in the dark and sealed the five-tailed man Zulai, and the Watergate couple knew about this. The second shot was when Onoki led a surprise attack on Konoha 6 months ago. At that time, someone secretly shot and suppressed Onoki. The third shot was Wuyan's invasion today. I didn't actually tell you that Wuyan's 7 ninja swordsmen killed 5 people by that mysterious master. Sarutobi Hisaki's words moved everyone in the office very much. Sealing the half-tailed beast-shaped human column force, suppressing Onoki, and killing 5 ninja swords and 7 people, this strength feels suffocating. Even Sarutobi Hizen himself could not do such a thing. Even Konoha's strongest Bofeng Watergate can't do the same. Konoha, is there such a strong hidden person? Hokage-sama, have you never known who the other party is for such a long time? Naraloyi asked in astonishment. Seeing Sarutobi Risen shook his head to deny, he groaned and asked, so does Naruto-sama have any doubts? No, every time this person makes a shot, he makes a secret shot without leaving any traces. Chapter 34 Sign-in changes in 1 year. The atmosphere in Naruto's office was a bit heavy. Originally, Danzang's death was already a mess, and now the mysterious person exploded by Sarutobi is even more chaotic. No one knew whether Danzo's death had anything to do with that mysterious man. But from now on, whether it is Danzo's death or the identity of the mysterious man, Konoha will intensify investigations. Konoha, who was calm on the surface, was already undercurrent surging from behind. In the face of such a major event, the matter of Yayuan Lin being captured by Wien seemed to be less important at once. No one noticed that Kakashi quietly left the village alone. After killing Danzo, Lu Jian's life suddenly returned to peace. Thanks to him controlling all the root personnel who knew him with writing round eyes, so his information did not leak out at all. Konoha checked the sky and found no clues. Of course, it was about Uchiha-Ryabana. But some other things that Root did, under Konoha's comprehensive investigation, were quickly exposed. Among them, the collusion between Danzo and Oshimaru. The secret laboratory of Dashimaru was also exposed. While the Konoha executives were shocked by this, they were also caught off guard to discover that the Oshimaru was also missing. And the timing of Oshimaru's disappearance and the timing of Danzo's disappearance are exactly the same. According to the confession made by the Root members, at this moment, Tuan Hidden was conspiring with Oshimaru. But what was the specific conspiracy? Because the control of Shilanyan was about grabbing Liubian, no one revealed it. This makes things clearer and more confusing at the same time. Said it becomes clear, because compared to the previous confusion, there is no clue, the disappearance of Danzo and Oshimaru has become traceable, obviously because of the conspiracy between the two of them. Danzo's death was probably caused by Oshimaru. The Oshimaru slipped away after killing Danzo. This possibility was not small. After all, the Konoha high-level officials knew about the recent state of Oshimaru. It is confusing because more mysteries have emerged. That is, what is the conspiracy between Dashimaru and Danzo? The suspicion of the hidden mysterious man suddenly dropped to a minimum. Yes, no one suspects me of such a mess. Liubian watched the investigation of the incident using the technique of a telescope, and found that the last thing had evolved to the beginning of tracing the trail of Oshimaru, so he was completely relieved. Dashyuan still doesn't know if it is alive or dead. Liubian began to patrol at work with peace of mind. He heard a lot of talks about Danzang. After all, there was such a big thing at the root that he couldn't hide it. However, Konoha temporarily concealed the disappearance of Oshimaru, otherwise, Konoha would definitely be in a great shock. Compared with the roots hidden in the dark, the influence of Dashimaru on Konoha is really too great. After all, that is also one of the 3 ninjas. Chapter 42. It's really an eventful season. Lu Ren couldn't help but shook his head and sighed, without the slightest sense of being the culprit behind the scenes. Continue to patrol Konoha casually. 2 hours later, Ryabian began to change defenses with others, and temporarily returned to the Konoha guard for a shift. How is it possible, fake? The guy Kakashi turned on the kaleidoscope to right the wheel. It's absolutely impossible. He is not from Uchiha, how can he complete the evolution of Sharingan? Our Uchiha clan is only Shishui who has opened the kaleidoscope to right round eyes. Which is this rumor? Isn't it too nonsense? As soon as he returned to the guard headquarters, Lu Ren heard the incredible noise inside. Some were shocked, some were angry, and some were incredible. Kakashi, this guy, has the kaleidoscope opened. Lu Ren was slightly surprised, but he soon recovered calm, not as surprised as the others. After all, he already knew the plot and knew what would happen. After Ye Yuanlin was captured by Wuyan, Wuyan sealed the three tails in her body, and was driven back to the village by Wuyan. In order to prevent Mio from making trouble in Konoha, Lin Nohara deliberately died in Kakashi's hands. This tragic scene coincidentally was seen by the soil, and the soil was greatly stimulated to open the kaleidoscope writing wheel, and even Kakashi's kaleidoscope was opened simultaneously. Kakashi opened a kaleidoscope to write round eyes, which means that Zodi also opened a kaleidoscope to write round eyes. He should have officially become Madara's chess piece now. Lu Ren knew it in his heart, but as a sad story, he silently sighed a few words in his heart, and didn't have any other thoughts. After all, these things have nothing to do with Uchiha Ryua. He goes to work, off work, and signs in as usual every day, free and at ease. 1 year passed in a flash. In this year, Lu Jian has been training hard every day, and the amount of chakra in his body has reached the level of shinobu. Whether it is the use of reincarnation eyes, or the use of pupil techniques such as Amaterasu and moon reading, it is a higher level than the original. Looking at the entire ninja world, Lu Ren now has a well-deserved invincible existence. As for the sign-in reward, Lu Ren was very pleased that the pupil skills Shinwei and Farewell God he thought of in his heart finally arrived. In addition, Lu Jian also received 5 types of rewards from Chuck. Konoha basically has all the ninjutsu, seal art, physique, and illusion skills. Basically there is no Lu Jian cannot. His current strength has made another qualitative leap compared to a year ago. In this year's time, Konoha also had several major events. The first is the abdication of the third generation of eyes, and the popular Water Gate of Bofeng is nominated as the fourth generation of Hokage. The difference from the original is that, because of the bizarre disappearance of Ashimaru, there is not even a person competing with Bofeng Water Gate, and the succession of Bofeng Water Gate is not going too smoothly. Another major event is the position of the root leader Danzo, which was taken by the former senior consultant Mito Minion. The person Mito Minion can almost be regarded as a copy of Danzo, and it can be said to be highly consistent in terms of qualifications, experience, identity, and philosophy. Mito Minion, Zhuan Xiaochun, and Danzo all wear a pair of trousers. The third major event was the emergence of a peaceful ninja organization in Yurin village, named Akatsuki, which is already quite famous in the ninja world. They are active in this turbulent era, aiming to persuade the villages in the war to abandon the war and maintain peace. Compared with these things, the friction and war between Konoha and the Misty Mist are already insignificant. As for Danzo's death and Ashimaru's disappearance a year ago, Konoha has never been able to find out what happened to this matter, so it can only be ignored. No trouble fell on Lu Ren's head. Chapter 35 The Birth of Uchiha Sasuke. Yuyin Village. The patter of rain continued to fall, and the sky was dim, and even a trace of sunlight was not visible. Although it was broad daylight, it felt extremely depressing. Da-da-da. On the muddy road, there was a group of people galloping in the rain. The headed 3 people were one with yellow hair, one with red hair, and one with blue hair. They are the 3 leaders of Akatsuki's organization, Yahiko, Nagato, and Zionin. Just now, the Xia organization received news that a village was destroyed by the war, and they immediately rushed to support it without stopping. Stop wars and maintain peace. Just after these Akatsuki members flashed past, a spatial vortex suddenly appeared on the street where they had just rushed. A person who was wrapped in stool with a pale face suddenly appeared from the whirlpool. At the same time, a strange half-black and half-white man with a pitcher plant on his body suddenly appeared under the ground. Undoubtedly, it was Uchiha who started to be active in the ninja world under the name Uchiha Madara, and his good partner is black and white. Nagato and the others are going to maintain peace again, and their faith is really firm. Setsuzuzu looked at the back of Akatsuki's away, and said to Uchiha Dato. Uchiha Dato didn't answer, but the only eye that showed up seemed to show an uncomfortable look. In this year, according to Uchiha Madara's instructions, Moto was responsible for guiding the owner of the Reincarnation Eye, Nagato, to facilitate the completion of the Moon Eye project. But the effect is not ideal. Nagato is too naive. No, to be precise, the people in Akatsuki's organization are too naive, like fools. How can there be any peace in this world? Take the soil, you shouldn't call the shots without authorization and change Master Madara's plan. Black and White must be a little dissatisfied. According to Madara's plan, the tactics of deception and deception were used against Nagato, but Dato made his own claim and directly told the truth to Nagato. As a result, Yahiko and the others were regarded as liars, and the progress was very slow. Chapter 43. It's okay. Tuotu's voice was cold, without any expression. When they find that everything they believe in is just a joke, they will agree with me. You already have a plan. Black and White turned his head to look at the soil a little unexpectedly. Of course, otherwise you think, why should I let Wien continue to fight Konoha? He said with a solid heart. Haha, it sounds like an amazing plan, I'll really wait and see. Black and White Juihe smiled. Konoha. Hospital. Wow. 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 The cry of the loud and full of breath of the baby reverberated, even if the door was closed, it spread far away in the corridor. In the corridor outside, many Uchiha people were already standing, because this day was the day when the son of Uchiha Take, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, was born. This is a big day for the Uchiha clan. Giving birth. Patriarch, born. Listening to this voice is very energetic. The Uchiha people outside were all excited, as if a happy event had happened in their own home. Call. Uchiha Take also let out a long sigh of relief. Next to Uchiha Take, Uchiha Itachi, who has always had no expressions, is also rare to show excitement and excitement. Squeak. The door was pushed open, and a nurse appeared in front of everyone with a baby. Patriarch Uchiha, congratulations, it's a young master. Where is Mikoto, how is she? Uchiha Take took the baby carefully, and then asked the nurse with some worry. Madam is also very good. Thanks a lot. Fuyu is happily and authentic. The Urjuza was born. Standing in the crowd, Uchiha Ryabana looked at the baby in Uchiha's arms and couldn't tell what he was feeling at the moment. For a fan of Naruto in a previous life, being able to see Urjuza when he was just born does have an extraordinary meaning. I can be regarded as. I have witnessed history. Lu Ren couldn't help thinking. Futake hugged the two pillars and coaxed for a while, and then went into the delivery room with Uchiha Itachi and went to visit Uchiha Mikoto. As for the others, they were naturally guarded outside. Mikoto, look at our son, his eyes and chin are more like you. Uchiha Take placed the second pillar in front of Mikoto and said with a smile. Uchiha Mikoto also laughed with tears, teased Urjuza for a while, and said, Futake, give our son a name. Just call. Uchiha Suzuki. Futake thought for a while and said. Okay, our son is called Suzuki. Uchiha Mikoto had no objection. She stroked Sasuke's little face and said to Uchiha Itachi, Itachi, this is your brother. You must protect your brother in the future. Don't worry, mother, I will definitely protect my brother. Uchiha Itachi vowed, even if it pays my life. If Ryzen was in the ward and heard these words, he would definitely stop Uchiha Itachi. The flag can't be set up randomly. It's dangerous. Now that it has been confirmed that Uchiha Suzuki was born smoothly and the mother and child are safe, the Uchiha people who were guarding outside also quickly returned. Lu Ren also returned to his job and continued his patrolling days in Konoha. Low-key as always. Before he knew it, Ryabian patrolled Konoha's archives. System, sign in here. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and getting 1,000 detonating symbols. The sign-in success prompt sounded in my mind. Hey, it's the detonation talisman again. There are hundreds of thousands of detonation talisman in my system space, right? Lu Ren shook his head, feeling a little bit of a pity to give up. With his current strength, does he still need something like a detonation talisman? Unless it is used in conjunction with the forbidden technique of mutual multiplication detonation talisman, in other cases, what tricks Liu Bian can use, isn't it more convenient than detonation talisman? It's better than nothing. Lu Ren shrugged, and continued to walk around the village. The afternoon was the same. After dinner, I had some training with Medkai. When the evening was over, I returned to Uchiha's clan. Attended a grand banquet. The purpose of the banquet is naturally to celebrate the birth of the patriarch, and it is naturally lively and lively. Liu Bian, go to the Hokage building, the village has a task to give you. After just salting the fish for a few days, Uchiha Ryzen suddenly received such a news. Understood. Liu Bian naturally did not refuse, and hurried directly to the Hokage building. But I was thinking, could it be that the war has changed again, and the manpower is not enough, so I need the manpower of the Konoha Guard to go to the battlefield for support or logistics. During the period of the 3 World Wars, Liu Bian has done this kind of thing several times, which is not surprising. Chapter 36. After arriving at the Hokage office, not long after waiting, a total of 5 members of the NB and 3 members of the Konoha Guard came to gather. Chapter 44. Chapter 45. This is not ninjutsu, this should be pupil technique, right? Didn't you see his eyes? That's Shilanyan. Everyone at the scene talked in shock, looking for the whereabouts of the soil, but they had no clue. As the panic was spreading, a figure with soil suddenly appeared behind a person from Anbu, and gently placed his hand on that person's shoulder. Careful! The others exclaimed. The person in the NB immediately wanted to start the instantaneous transfer, but it was completely useless, his whole person was sucked into the space vortex by the soil. It disappeared completely. Chapter 37. This is Spatial Pupil Technique. You are all scattered. Bo Feng Shuman's complexion was extremely solemn, and he gave orders to everyone in a deep voice. In the face of this kind of weird spatial pupil technique, ordinary ninjutsu has no effect at all. Hokage-sama, this person is too dangerous. All spread out, this is an order. Bo Feng Shuman sternly shouted at the crowd again without letting his beak. Everyone in the guards also knew that the strength of this masked man was really weird, and they couldn't help much at all. If you want to deal with him, I am afraid that only Hokage-sama can give it a try. The guards evaded each other. Bo Feng Shuman began to feel a sense of suffering, and the earth brought out an iron chain directly from the divine power space. After a simple confrontation between the two parties, they didn't know who moved the hand first, and the two rushed towards each other almost indiscriminately. They collided in the blink of an eye. The kyo in the hands of Bo Feng Shuman stabs the soil fiercely. The iron chain in the hands of the earth also swept towards the Bo Feng Shui gate severely. Bo Feng Shuman escaped the iron chain with soil on one side, but the soil did not evade at all, letting the kunao of Bo Feng Shuman pierce his body. Passed directly through his body. Sure enough, it's the same again. Bo Feng Shuman's pupils shrank slightly, his expression extremely solemn. Snapped. Bo Feng Shuman's hand had just passed through the body with soil, and he was grasped by the hand with soil. At this time, the corner of the mouth behind the mask evoked a chuckle, and the divine pupil technique was unfolded, and the wave-wind water gate was also to be sucked into the divine space. Hey! But at this moment, the Bo Feng water gate in front of him disappeared suddenly and suddenly appeared in another place. Flying Thunder God! Bringing the soil was stunned. As a student of Bo Feng Shui Gate, he naturally knew the stunts that this wave of Feng Shui Gate relied on to become famous, but he never imagined that Fei Lei Shen could overcome even the power of God. This is too nonsense, right? It deserves to be the yellow flash of the famous Shining Ninja world. He smiled with the dirt, full of immense admiration. Bo Feng Shui men didn't dare to be careless, and even felt unprecedented pressure. He has been in the ninja world for so long, and this is the first time he has encountered such a weird enemy. If he hadn't used Thunder God in time, he would have almost been sucked in by the opponent. But, in any case, flying thunder is useful, which is also good news. Bo Feng Shuiman rushed towards Zito once again, and fought with Zito. The speeds of both sides are extremely fast, and they are dazzled in a blink of an eye. The soil is blurred, there is space for transfer. Bo Feng Shuiman has super high combat consciousness and Flying Thunder God, and neither of them can do anything for the time being. Hey! During the fierce battle, Hei Feng Mizuman once again shot a kunao at Uchiha belt soil. Uchiha turned a blind eye to the soil, and rushed towards the wave gate with an iron chain, trying to use his virtual advantage to lock the wave gate. But when the iron chain with soil was about to be tied to the Bo Feng water gate, the Bo Feng water gate suddenly disappeared. His figure appeared behind the soil. It is the second stage of the Flying Thunder God of Bo Feng Shuiman. There is no way to blur with soil during an attack, so at this moment, the soil is in a physical state. Not good. Dai Tu secretly cried out that it was not good, and was about to blur, but it was already too late. Boom! A spiral pill was pressed directly on the body carrying the soil from behind, and the whole person carrying the soil was blasted to the ground. Fei Lei Shen second stage, really amazing. Even if I have seen Hokage a long time ago, but now I see Bo Feng Shuiman using the second stage of Fei Lei Shen with his own eyes, Lu Ren can't help but admire it in his heart. Bo Feng Shuiman's combat awareness and battlefield awareness are really not comparable to ordinary people. In such a short period of time, he was able to come up with such a trick as the second stage of Flying Thunder God, which is called a genius. Hateful. He got up from the ground with the soil, really frightened and angry. Chapter 46. He never imagined that even after possessing the opening and hanging pupil technique of Shinwei, he would still not be the opponent of Bo Feng Shuiman. Before that, Tai Tu had always subconsciously believed that he could cross the entire ninja world. Unexpectedly, I suffered such a big loss so quickly. I've said it a long time ago. Bo Feng Water Gate is not that simple. At this time, the other one became extremely low, as if someone had covered his throat, and rang. All the people on the scene were all surprised. The other party actually has a helper? They immediately looked vigilantly and nervously, and their expressions changed suddenly. I didn't know when he stretched out his hands from the ground, and he grasped Bo Feng Shuiman's feet so tightly. Click! At the same time, there is also a branch in the ground like a poisonous snake, winding up along the body of the Bo Feng Shuiman, binding the Bo Feng Shuiman to Tuan Tuan. Would escape. Everyone was dumbfounded, and they couldn't believe their eyes. In the ninja world, how could anyone still use Mudun ninjutsu? Guralu. In the midst of this earth-shattering event, a strange guy with a pitcher plant on his head appeared from the ground, half black and half white. The wooden branches on the Bo Feng water gate were connected to this strange guy. Obviously, it was this strange guy who used the wooden escape to sneak attack and grab the Bo Feng water gate. Black and white. When the others were stunned, Lu Ren recognized this mysterious person at a glance. Humph, I don't need your help. Wouldn't I use wood to escape? Tai Tu was very dissatisfied with the help of Black and White. At this time, he also stretched out his hand at the Bo Feng Shui gate, and branches appeared on his body as well. Like a lot of tentacles, they entangled the Bo Feng Shuiman round and round, and pulled the Bo Feng Shuiman in front of him. At this time, I brought the soil and was wearing Bai Juafei, so he could use Mudun as he wanted. Master Naruto! Let go of Hokage-sama! There was a scream of fright and anger around him, and he snorted coldly, turning a blind eye to the writing wheel in his pupils. Bo Feng Shuiman suddenly became a trance, and then returned to Qingming, but at this moment, the feeling of Bo Feng Shuiman changed. Stop them, but don't kill them, I'll still be useful to keep them. Tai Tu casually ordered Bo Feng Shuman. Yes. Bo Feng Mizuman seemed to be a faithful subordinate, and he answered without hesitation. Whoosh! Then he launched the instantaneous technique and rushed towards the ninjas like Konoha. Chapter 38 The Strongest Illusion. The strength of the Bo Feng Water Gate is beyond doubt, coupled with the assistance of Brilliant Earth and Heiju, and quickly, everyone on the scene was knocked to the ground. Including Liubian. Of course, with Liubian's ability, even if all the people on the scene add up, he would not be his opponent, but Liubian did not do so. Although Lu Ren didn't know what conspiracy was with the soil, it seemed that he was going to control Bo Feng Shuman and others to do something. During this period, maybe they will bring Bo Feng Shuman and others back to the secret base under the Shinwubi Bridge? Isn't that a new sign-in location? If you sign in at that time, I don't know what kind of reward you will get. Liubian couldn't help feeling a little excited when he thought about it. Now that Konohachi can sign in almost all places that can be checked in by Ryu Blade, he is still very eager to find a new sign-in place. And the base under the Shinwubi Bridge is the place where the age spots used to hide, the base camp now with soil. There are also out-of-door golems, 100,000 Beiju, and so on. In such a special place, there must be a lot of rewards. Liubian is very much looking forward to it. When these thoughts flashed in his mind, Dato had already exercised illusion control on all Konoha ninjas. Liubian thought for a while, and directly presupposed a section of pupil technique. If he was hit by the illusion technique of writing round eyes, he would use another to directly dispel the illusion technique. In the setting of Hokage, the other gods are the strongest illusions, and there is no illusion at the level that can compare to other gods. Even if you use a kaleidoscope to apply illusion to the flow blade, the flow blade can be easily dispelled by other gods. There is no problem. By the way, Liubian's pupil technique of other gods comes from the reward of the system, and it is different from the pupil technique of other gods of Shishui. The other gods who are fluent in the blade, the cooling time is only 1 day. This is why Liubian is so uncomfortable to use it. It's your turn. Just after the pupil technique was predefined, he brought the soil and came to Lu Ren's side, carrying Lu Ren's collar, and lifting Lu Ren up. Then he rudely took off Liubian's sunglasses. Then the eyes with soil looked directly into Liubian's eyes. As soon as the writing wheel turned, Liubian was hit by the illusion with soil. But it was also at that moment that the other gods preset by Liubian fired, and instantly the illusion with soil was lifted, and normal was restored. No matter whether it is with soil or black and white on one side, none of them are aware of this. In the blink of an eye, everyone on the scene was brought under control. Transformation Technique. Chapter 47. Bringing soil is also a quick seal with both hands, and with a bang, he becomes a Konoha ninja, mixing in Konoha's team. You are really looking for trouble. You can simply use the transformation technique to become the Bo Feng Shuman. Why not control the Bo Feng Shuman so hard? Black and white can't help but complain. What do you know? Only the Bo Feng Shui Gate that has used the technique of Flying Thunder God is more convincing. Bringing the soil did not say in a good manner. Bo Feng Water Gate has a very good reputation in the ninja world, and even his opponents admire him. Suddenly doing something bad, it is very likely that people will doubt whether someone is pretending to be a wave of Feng Shui Gate. But if Bo Feng Shuman used the technique of Flying Thunder God, it would become an iron fact, and no one would doubt it. After all, in the entire ninja world, apart from Bo Feng Shui Gate, no one else would use Flying Thunder God. Flying Thunder God. Konoha seems to have another mysterious person who will also Flying Thunder God. But it doesn't matter, anyway, this matter is a secret, no one knows except us. Black and White nodded and said in agreement. A year ago, the 7 ninja swordsmen were killed by 5 people in Konoha. The remaining 2 ran to Wuyan and reported the details of the incident to the 4th generation of Shuiying Shizuo Tachibanayakura. At that time, Kodaki Tachibanayakura was already under the control of Uchiha Madara. No matter what happened, reporting to Kodaki Tachibana was equivalent to reporting to Uchiha Madara. Therefore, the black and white Chui he brings the soil also knows this matter. Even Heijo specifically investigated this matter, but he didn't find out any clues at all, because even Konoha himself didn't know the existence of this person. Just leave the next thing to me, don't show up. After Dai Tu confessed to the black and white, then he controlled the Bofeng shaman and his party to continue on their way. Under the leadership of Tai Tu, the crowd soon appeared on an unnamed barren mountain on the border of Yuyan. On the mountainside, there is already a group of people waiting there. After Liu Bian glanced at it, he found that the group of people was surprisingly the Misty Ninja headed by the fourth generation of Water Shadow Kodaki Tachibana. There are also 3 Akatsuki members of Yahiko, Zionin, and Nagato. Mist hidden? Akatsuki? Isn't this the peace negotiation that Bofeng shaman said? Lu Ren called a speechless. He had known for a long time that after Uchiha Madara's death, Kodaki Tachibana was also controlled by Uchiha's belt soil. Now Lian Bofeng Shui Gate is also controlled by soil. In other words, the 2 sides of the peace negotiation are actually pawns with soil. So what exactly do you want to do? After Lu Ren thought for a while, he couldn't help but glanced at Nagato's body slightly. Could it be that the purpose of this trip with the soil is Nagato? I'm afraid this is the only explanation. And to sort out the original Naruto story, although Nagato's blackening came from the hands of Hanzo and Danzo, there is also a shadow of dirt behind it. Hokage-sama, I am Akatsuki's leader, Yahiko. I am very glad that you can accept our mediation. I sincerely hope that Konoha and Wien can understand each other through this communication, end the war between you, and bring benefits to the people of the 2 villages. Come to peace. As an intermediary, Yahiko ran over to greet Ha Feng shaman very politely and introduce himself. Then Yahiko, Nagato, and others, with Haifeng Mizuman and others, came to the opposite side of the Misty Ninja. Master Naruto, Master Shui Ying, thank you 2 adults for giving us this face and willing to accept our mediation. After Konoha and Wien's ninjas are all in place, Yahiko wants to act as a middleman and conduct formal mediation. But when he was only halfway through the conversation, he was interrupted by Bofeng shaman indifferently. Well, don't talk nonsense. Your mission has been completed. Chapter 39 The Collapsed Akatsuki Leader. Following Bofeng shaman's words, all of the people he brought suddenly took out their weapons and made preparations for battle. Swish swish. At the same time, one after another Konoha ninjas continued to use the instantaneous technique to descend from the sky, appearing behind Bofeng shaman. Looking around, there are dozens of them. Taking the soil is doing Harry? Where did so many Konoha ninjas come from? Ryabana called a speechless. Did taking the soil unknowingly control so many Konoha ninjas? Hokage-sama, you. Yahiko was stunned. This scene was too unexpected for him. Originally, he was happy that Hokage had agreed to his mediation, but who would have thought that Hokage had used himself? The other party did not intend to conduct peace talks at all, but intended to use this opportunity to get rid of the mist and water shadows. No way, how could Lord Naruto be so insidious? Bofeng Shui Men, I know that you despicable villain will not be so honest. Do you want to take this opportunity to get rid of me? Ha ha ha, I am the same as you think. After seeing this battle, the 4th generation of Shui Ying Tachibana also sneered. Ha ha. With this sneer of Kochi Tachibana, behind him, many misty ninjas descended from the sky like dumplings. Master Shui Ying, even you. Yahiko couldn't accept all of this at all. Hokage used him to get rid of the water shadow, but he couldn't think that the water shadow would have the same idea as Hokage. The 2 of them didn't plan to have any peace talks from the beginning, they just wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of each other. Master Naruto, Master Shui Ying, hurry up and stop the war between you. Do you know how many people will be displaced by the war between your 2 big villages? How many families will be destroyed and how many people will become orphans? Do you know the pain caused by war? Why do you create war? Why can't you live in peace? Even at this time, Yahiko still did not give up, still persuading Hokage and Shui Ying firmly on his face. It's naive. If there were no wars, would Konoha become the first ninja village? Will the ninja world know my name of the Yellow Flash? Will you know the name of the demigod of your Sancho fish Hanzo? Everything about the ninja is obtained through war. There is no such thing as peace in this world. Bo Feng Shuman said disdainfully. Then his eyes stared at the citrus Tachibana Yakura on the opposite side, with a murderous look. Today, we are going to take Shui Ying's life. Hokage-sama, where is Akatsuki? Dai Tu asked at the right time. Does this need to be asked? Killed together, not one can be spared. Bo Feng Shuman said coldly. Chapter 48. Bo Feng Shuman, why don't we kill these people who are in the way first, and then we will fight for life and death again? Lest we fight later and be run away by them. Kodaki Tachibana Yakura also made a suggestion blankly. Yahiko and Nagato were all stunned, their eyes widened, and their faces became extremely pale. They only felt that the beliefs they had always believed in had suddenly collapsed at this moment. Can. Bo Feng Shuman agreed without hesitation. The expressions of Yahiko, Nagato, and Zionin changed wildly. Hokage, Shueikage, and the elite troops brought by both sides, let alone they only have 3 people, even if all the people from the Akatsuki organization are here, there is no way to survive. Is this the truth of this world? What we have always believed in, is it a joke? Yahiko's face was pale, and he muttered to himself in a shocked manner. Nagato and Xiaonan are the same, they are boundlessly laughing at themselves, unwilling, and only then did they realize how naive they were. It's just a pity that they will lose their lives because of their naivety. It turns out that these people from Akatsuki's organization are really your real goal. At this solemn moment, a voice suddenly rang. I saw a young man in Konoha's guard costume on Konoha's side, looking at another Konoha's Anbi, and opening his mouth. Hey! The eyes of everyone at the scene were all on the member of the Konoha guard. The expressions varied. The faces of those who were controlled by the soil still had such a cold expression on their faces. The 3 Yahiko and the others, as well as the soil that turned into the dark part of Konoha, were stunned and surprised. What do you mean? Yahiko looked at Uchiha very puzzled, and asked. Don't understand? Both the Konoha people and the Misty people have fallen into illusions, and they are all controlled by others. Ryuan shrugged and said to Yahiko. So, is that so? Yahiko and the others were shocked, showing an unbelievable look, they couldn't believe their ears. Naruto and Shui Ying, these are the top figures in the ninja world, who is it that can have such a big hand? Your Excellency, are you manipulating all of this? Who are you, and what are you doing so for? Zionin stared at Uchiha's soil, and asked in a deep voice. She didn't doubt Lu Bian's words, because since Lu Bian spotted the truth, both Hokage and Shui Ying stopped moving and looked at this person subconsciously. Waiting for this person's order. Obviously it was indeed controlled by this person. How come, you didn't have my illusion? It's impossible. Uchiha brought the soil in a complete shock. He didn't answer Xiaonan's question, but stared at Lu Bian in a daze. That is a kaleidoscope of illusion, even the human column power can be perfectly controlled, this person is okay? In this world, nothing is impossible. Lu Ren said lightly. What are you, who are you? Tai Tu yelled at Lu Blade in hatred and anger. You don't deserve to think of me as a pawn. Lu Ren shrugged, and said lightly, since you have counted on my head, then you are unlucky. Originally Liu Bian was deliberately recruited, and honestly cooperated with the show with the soil, just because he thought that by doing so, he might follow the soil to his secret base. Sign in by the way. That's it. But right now it is impossible to see this. After taking the soil and using them, it is most likely to kill people directly. Bo Feng Shuman's life is still a question, but it is estimated that they can't keep the life of these young people. Under this circumstance, Liu Bian will naturally not play with the soil anymore. He has no hobby of being played as a monkey. Chapter 40 How can you be supernatural? In fact, after experiencing the initial confusion for the scene arranged by the soil at this moment, Lu Ren also fully understood it. Obviously, this move of bringing the soil is to stimulate Nagato, defeat Nagato's belief, and then completely control Nagato. In the original Naruto story, the blackening of Nagato was caused by Hanzo and Danzo teaming up to kill Yahiko. But the man behind this incident is actually Danzo. Although Hanzo had heard of Akatsuki's reputation at the beginning, he didn't take Akatsuki to his heart. The root cause is that the old thief Danzo once accidentally saw Nagato use the Reincarnation eye channeling to go out of the golem. In shock, he moved to want to obtain the Reincarnation eye. So Danzo began to provoke from it, and finally succeeded in persuading Hanzo, and the two teamed up to organize against Akatsuki. Bringing the soil is also sitting behind and enjoying the results, adding to the flames to advance all of this. But now? Danzo didn't have time to plan all of this, so he was killed by Lu Ren early. Nagato, which was supposed to be blackened, is not blackened. That's why I took the soil personally to make such a plan. The Akatsuki organization has always believed in peace. Take the soil and use this peace negotiation to let Nagato and the others thoroughly see the cruel truth of the ninja world and defeat Nagato's beliefs. If Yahiko and Xionin die during this process, the effect will be even better. I have to say that this is indeed a good strategy, but it is a pity that the luck of carrying the soil was not good, so I encountered Liu Bian. Chapter 49 Catch him for me. A bitter and deep voice sounded. Uchiha took the soil with his finger and gave Raya blade to the people at the scene incomparably cold. Whoosh whoosh. Konoha hidden part, mist hidden part, one after another, the people in the dark part rushed towards Liu Bian. Liu Bian flipped his hand and drew out a huge shuriken, shaking his hand at those who rushed and threw it over. At the same time, Jian with both hands, the art of shuriken shadow clone. Boom! The huge shuriken split into countless swords in the midair, and for a while, the dense shurikens immediately covered the sky. Chi 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 chi! Those ninjas who flew towards Liu Bian were rushed by such a wave of shuriken sword rain, and it was impossible to resist. Just like dumplings, one after another fell from the air. Among the ninjas who were killed by Lu Jian, after falling to the ground, most of them turned into weird people. Baiju. No wonder there will be so many Konoha and Misty people on the scene. It turns out that most of the ninjas are changed by Baiju using the art of disguise. These little guys, don't you need to show your ugliness, right? Lu Ren said lightly with a slight disdain at the corner of his mouth. His face with dirt was a bit ugly. Liu Bian could crack his illusion. He knew Liu Bian would be very human, but when Liu Bian shot, he still found that he underestimated Liu Bian. The shuriken shadow avatar art can't be made by ordinary ninjas. The others retreat. Bo Feng Shui men, take this person. Bring the soil began to give orders ruthlessly. After hearing the order, Bo Feng Shuman didn't have a trace of nonsense or hesitation, and he turned around and walked towards Lu Blade. Ha! The sound of the fluttering clothes rang, but Nagato, Yahiko, and Xionin started the instantaneous technique and appeared in front of Lu Jian. Although they didn't know who Lu Ren was, after a certain period of buffering, they gradually understood what was going on. This peace negotiation is completely a trap against them. But this trap was broken by the person in front of him. This person is kind to them. Now that Liu Bian was brought to deal with it, the three of Yahiko would naturally not stand idly by, sitting on the mountain and watching tigers fight. They planned to fight the enemy together with Liu Bian and kill them together. We cover you, you find the opportunity to evacuate first. Yahiko said in a deep voice to Ryabane, Nagato and Zionin didn't say much, but they were firm on their faces, and they obviously agreed with Yahiko's words. Lu Ren sighed in his heart, how kind and naive the three Nagato people are now. Good guys properly. Thinking about how they will end in the future, Lu Ren couldn't help but sigh. What about you? The three of you can't handle this kind of battle, right? Lu Ren shrugged and asked. It doesn't matter, this person took such pains to arrange this round. His purpose is not to kill us. Yahiko glanced at the Uchiha belt soil and analyzed calmly. If the other party really wants to kill them, it's all about sending someone to ambush them directly. Why do you use so much energy to act in front of them? What is the purpose of this person? I have already had some guesses. I am quite sure that he will not kill us, so you can leave with confidence, and leave it to us. Yahiko said to Ryabane again. Thank you for your kindness, but this guy is not enough to let me escape. Lu Ren said calmly. Then he pushed away the three Yahiko and stood in front of them. Yahiko, Nagato, and Zionin glanced at each other, and instead of blocking them, they planned to wait and see. If something is wrong, it will not be too late for them to provide support. Tadada. After Liubian left, Bo Feng Shuman rushed towards Liubian. The light of Bo Feng Shuman's right hand flickered, and a spiral pill had been rubbed out by him long ago, shining with dazzling light, brewing terrible energy. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to Liubian. Boom! Helix Maru was directly imprinted on Liubian's body with a huge aura. Hiss! While watching the battle, the three Yahiko Nagato couldn't help but suddenly tighten, and their heart was instantly lifted to his throat. They originally thought that Liubian had some abilities, but they didn't even react, and they were directly hit by the combined attack of Hokage and Shuikage. This is not dead, it must be seriously injured. But in the next moment, something surprising happened. The spiral pill from Bo Feng Shuman went straight through Liubian's body. It seems that Liubian is illusory in general. Shenwei? How is this possible? Bringing the soil on one side saw this scene and was so excited that he almost fell to the ground, almost screaming out in surprise. It's like seeing the most incredible things in the world. Shenwei is his unique pupil technique, and it stands to reason that no one else in the entire ninja world can use it except him. Why is this guy in front of me too? Chapter 50. Episode 41. Impossible, could it be, he poached Kakashi's right eye? No, even Kakashi's right eye, his pupil technique is different from mine. Bringing the soil murmured at Lu Blade, the whole person was very messy. At this moment I only felt that the three views were completely shattered. Because Kakashi's right eye came from the soil, and the awakening of that right eye was still because of the awakening of the left eye with soil. Was awakened by the blood connection and induction of the two eyes. So at the time of awakening, Zodi also knew the power of Kakashi's eye, which was a remote divine power, which was different from the divine power of his left eye. So the question is, where does the power of this mysterious Uchiha tribe come from? Could it be that he also awakened? But two Uchiha tribesmen awakened with exactly the same pupil technique, which is simply unheard of. Hateful. With the soil in shock, he clenched his fists involuntarily. It is precisely because he owns the power of God that he knows how difficult it is to deal with it. And just now when Lu Bian was carrying out the automatic blur evasion wave Feng Shui Men's attack, Bring Earth did not feel that the other party's body moved into his divine power space. This shows that the opponent's divine power space and one's own divine power space are two completely different divine power spaces. This person, you must catch it anyway. Tai Tu secretly made this decision in his heart. This Uchiha guy is a secret, and he has the same pupil technique as his own, which makes the earthly jealous to the extreme. Bo Feng Shui Men, don't you let me down. Dai Tu looked at the Bo Feng water gate immediately, and said inwardly. Bo Feng Shuman's one-handed Fei Lei Shen can't defend against, but it's not so easy to deal with. What's more, there is also a water shadow meddler Tachibana Yakura, and now the two great shadow level masters are there, and I don't believe it if I bring the soil, I can't take this mysterious Uchiha person. Jingle bells. With the Earth's gaze watching, Liu Bian held two kunao in his hands, and fought fiercely with Bo Feng Shuman. For a time it was really dazzling, dizzying, really exciting, and intense. It also has the pupil technique of Shenwei, but the strategies adopted by Liu Bian and Zodi are completely different, and Zodi is too dependent on Divine Majesty, and it is entirely based on Divine Majesty to fight. Liu Bian was different, he just used Shenwei as an auxiliary method. Except for virtualizing when necessary, the battles of Liu Bian are all the use of conventional ninjutsu and physical skills. As for those pupil skills that are extremely lethal, Lu Ren did not use Bo Feng Shuman. After all, Bo Feng Shuman is controlled by people. With the full ability to protect himself, Liu Bian will not really be a killer against Bo Feng Shuman. Hey! In the midst of the fierce battle, when Bo Feng Shuman used other attacks to limit Liu Bian to respond, a shot of Fei Lei Shen Kumu once again shot at Liu Bian. Bo Feng Shuman's combat consciousness is very good, and the timing and angle of this attack are excellent, making Liu Bian impossible to evade, and can only be blurred. In a blink of an eye, Fei Lei Shen Kuo shuttled past Liu Bian's body and appeared directly behind Liu Bian. Hey! At this critical moment, Bo Feng Shuman's body suddenly disappeared in front of Lu Jian. Flying Thunder God Second Stage. At the corner of Luan's mouth, a faint smile appeared. This trick is of no use to him. Liu Bian also touched out a handful of Flying Thunder God Kuang Wula at this time, shot it at the front, and then Flying Thunder God used it, and the others suddenly disappeared. Boom! The spiral pill in Watergate's hand hit the ground directly. What? The art of Flying Thunder God. Bo Feng Shuman was shocked suddenly, revealing an incredible color. Besides him, there is a second person in the ninja world who is also proficient in the art of Flying Thunder God? How can this be? Asshole! How could he fly Thunder God? His eyes widened suddenly, and he was so surprised that he couldn't speak. Originally a divine might was already very difficult to deal with, and now with the addition of of thunder, there are not many people in the entire ninja world that can help this person. However, after being surprised, Bring the Soil also reacted instantly. A year ago, the mist invaded Konoha, and the strong man who killed the 5 ninja swords 7 was the one in front of him. Damn it! Who is this guy? The soil is really big. This person is so powerful, but has been hidden in Konoha silently for so many years. No one has ever known the existence of this person. What does he want to do? How do you know how to fly the Thunder God technique? Bo Feng Shuman's voice sounded extremely surprised, and he stared at Lu Ren and asked. Self-taught. Lu Ren replied casually. Then the long-range divine might resorted to, and the Fei Lei Shen Kuo who threw the wave-wind water gate directly inhaled into the divine might space. From the battle to the present, Lu Ren has paid special attention to this point. As long as Bo Feng Shuman hits Fei Lei Shen Kuo, he will immediately be included in the divine power space. Try not to give Bo Feng Shuman the opportunity to use the Thunder God. Now there is only one mark of Bo Feng Water Gate left on the ground. What no one knows is that this is not something Lu Bian missed or has no time to take care of, but Lu Bian did it deliberately. The Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. With this sound of Liu Bian, the sky full of shurikens shot towards Bo Feng Shuman again, turning into a rain of shuriken swords, and surrounding Bo Feng Shuman. Faced with an attack in such a range, Bo Feng Shuman would naturally not waste his energy to resist, he naturally resorted to Fei Lei Shen to dodge. Chapter 51. The person disappeared all of a sudden, and appeared on the only mark. However, at this moment, the accident happened suddenly, the Bo Feng Shuman had just appeared, and the underground suddenly stretched out a hand and grasped the ankle of the Bo Feng Shuman. Not good. An unpleasant feeling flashed through Bo Feng Shuman's heart. Before he could move, a faint voice came from his ear, the technique of beheading in the heart. He just felt that there was a flower in front of his eyes, and when his body swayed, the whole person was buried in the ground, and only a head appeared. Boom! And Lu Ren quietly ambushed a shadow clone there, and it was automatically released, turning into blue smoke and disappearing. Bo Feng Shui Men, that was done. The current wave of Feng Shuimen was completely imprisoned, and he couldn't even use a single piece of ninjutsu. It was no longer a concern. Bo Feng Water Gate. It is conceivable that he is depressed at the moment. After fighting for so long in the 3 wars, he has never missed the entire ninja world. They are all planted on the same trick. Chapter 42. Water Escape Water Breaking Wave. Just when Lu Bian had just controlled the Bo Feng Water Gate, such a voice faintly rang in his ears. A feeling of danger instantly hit my heart. Laugh. At this moment, a water line that was sharp enough to shoot through the steel plate, shot directly at Raya Blade from the mouth of Kodaki Tachibanayakara. Liu Bian naturally entered the virtual state, and the water line directly passed through Liu Bian's body. Tisk tusk tusk, sneak attack, isn't it shameful? With a sardonic smile on Liu Bian's face, he just turned his head and looked at the soil from a distance. Although the man who did it was Gaku Tachibanayakara, Gaku Tachibanayakara was also a person with status like Sukage anyway, and he should not be able to do a sneak attack. Most of it is in order to bring soil to Kodaki Tachibanayakara. With the soil wrapped in Baiju Afiai's face, a trace of blush flashed. He thought he was standing at the top of the ninja world, acting as the black hand behind the scenes, treating all living beings as chess pieces, and planning the entire ninja world in the next big chess game. Such a despicable method is also a bit embarrassing. But now there is no alternative. Shenwei and Flying Thunder God, no matter which one is enough to make a ninja come and go without a trace, immune to most attacks. This person actually possesses these 2 stunts. If you don't use extraordinary means, you won't be able to keep this person with soil. With each other, isn't it the same for you to use your clones to ambush the Feng Shui Gate? He said stiffly, but he actually knew that the 2 were completely different. Lu Ren smiled contemptuously, but, can this mere water escape ninjutsu hurt me? Normally, you can't, but don't forget where it is. This is Yuyin village where it rains all the year round. How heavy is the humidity in this whole village, you must have felt it. There is much more moisture in the air than in other places. Under such an environment, do you guess how long this water escape ninjutsu trick can last? Bringing soil is authentic. Others didn't understand this, but Liu Bian was clear about it. I am afraid that only he and Jadu knew about this place. There is a time limit for the illusion of divine power. Bringing the soil is planning to let Gaku Tachibanayakara take advantage of this weakness of the gods, and break the gods of Liu Bian. Doing this is tantamount to exposing your own weaknesses. In order to deal with me, you really took great pains. Lu Ren didn't have a trace of panic on her face, as if she was talking about trivial things. Let's help him. Xiao Nan, who had been watching, whispered to Yahiko and Nagato. Although it seemed to her that the attack of Citrus's position did not hurt Liu Bian at all, listening to the conversation between Liu Bian and Tuota was as if that trick was a great threat to Liu Bian. As smart as her, I immediately felt something was wrong and planned to support Liu Bian. Stop them! Tai Tu had been staring at Xiao Nan and the others, and when he saw that these people were not honest, he immediately shouted at the Baiju and other ninjas who were controlled by him. A group of people rushed towards Yahiko and the 3 of them. You 2 cover me. Xionan whispered to Yahiko and Nagato, and then a large amount of paper flew out of her body, like a flying butterfly, condensed behind her. A pair of wings is formed. Xiao Nan flew directly into the sky, past the ninjas who were blocking them, and flew towards the Kochi Tachibanayakara. Stop him! Dai Tu sternly commanded, and the ninja on the ground shot a large shuriken and Kumu ninja at Xiao Nan in the air. Chi 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 chi! Chi 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 chi! Xiao Nan's body also shot a large number of paper shurikens, blocking all the shurikens and other attacks that blocked her. When Yahiko and Nagato saw this, they launched a fierce attack on the ground troops, and the pressure on Xionan in the sky was suddenly reduced. It can no longer effectively intercept her. Xiaonan flew to the sky above the Tachibanayakura very smoothly, and shot a large number of paper shurikens at the Tachibanayakura. Humph! Brought the soil coldly snorted, slapped both hands suddenly, Mu-dun ninjutsu acted out, and amid the squeaking sound, a large number of branches suddenly protruded from the ground. Chapter 52. Intertwined and entangled together, forming a barrier between Kochi Tachibanayakura and Xiaonan, completely blocking Xiaonan's paper shurikens. At the same time, a large number of wood sticks pierced towards Xiaonan fiercely. Faced with this level of attack, Xiaonan's Ji-dun couldn't stand it at all. He could only spread his wings and retreat in embarrassment. 3 people were caught in a siege. Just protect yourself, they can't help me. Lu Ren couldn't help but said to the 3 of Yahiko. Originally he was thinking of using countermeasures, but he didn't expect that before he could use it, Xiaonan and the 3 of them would lose their breath first. However, seeing the 3 people caught in a hard fight, Lu Ren still felt that he should fight quickly. Thinking of this, Lu Bian's complexion suddenly sank, raised his head and looked straight at citrus orange Yakura. The kaleidoscope suddenly turned, Amaterasu. Kodaki Tachibanayakura instinctively felt a great sense of crisis, and more accurately said it was a crisis of life and death. At that moment, he was almost instinctive, and instantly released the tail beast chakra in his body, and the flame-like red tail beast chakra's coat immediately wrapped his whole person. Base. Almost at the moment when Kochi Tachibanayakura was wrapped up, a black, terrifying flame burst up on his tail beast chakra's coat. What? Kodaki Tachibanayakura was burned to the ground and screamed. The attack of the convection blade was naturally interrupted. How can it be? It is dumbfounded to bring the soil. When being attacked to blur, this person can take the initiative to launch an attack on others. For the belt soil that also possesses supernatural power, it shatters the situation of the 3 views. As we all know, Shinwei cannot attack others when it is virtualized. Once an attack is launched, it must be substantive. But this kind of attack is just an attack in the conventional sense, but it does not include pupil surgery. After all, Shinwei itself is a kind of pupil technique. If the pupil technique would also make the divine power substantive, then the divine prestige would not be able to virtualize at all. This is completely contradictory. So will a person use 2 pupil techniques at the same time conflict with each other? Liu Bian proved with actual actions that there is no conflict. His current blur is just the pupil technique of the left eye, but Amaterasu uses the right eye to activate it, and does not affect each other. Also, this terrible black flame, what is it? Is it also pupil technique? One eye is powerful, one eye is black flame? This is also possible? The power does not appear in pairs. At this moment, the whole brain was buzzing with soil, and it was completely messy. Chapter 43. What? What? As everyone watched, Kodaki Tachibanayakura rolled on the ground for a while before he stopped struggling, and his tail beast chakra's coat was completely burned out. It was revealed that Kodaki Tachibanayakura himself came. He himself had passed out completely at the moment, and a large area of his skin suffered severe burns, which looked really horrible. The muddy face was called an ugly face. Originally, he felt that he had controlled the 2 people of Bo Feng Shuman and Kodaki Tachibana, and could easily catch Ryabane. But who would have thought that this person's strength was much stronger than he thought? Bo Feng Shuman fought you and me with this person for a while. The citrus was more embarrassed when he held a position, and he was defeated by this person in an instant. Think about this person's abilities again, the of Flying Thunder, Divine Might, that is not sure if it is the terrible black flame of pupil technique. Tai Tu only felt his scalp tingling for a while. Such an opponent, he had no confidence in winning. Take soil, this enemy is really tricky. Your plan this time has completely ruined. Let's withdraw as soon as possible. At this time, A Fei, who was wearing the soil, made a proposal for the soil in a desperate manner. Shut up! Dai Tu angrily rebuked A Fei, but his eyes were staring at Lu Blade, and he didn't dare to relax at all. That weird black flame, he had no idea how Liu Bian was launched, and brought him a great threat. Said it was a pupil technique, but one eye was supernatural and the other had black inflammation, which was a bit unreasonable, saying it was not pupil technique, he clearly didn't see the other side's Jian. It's weird. Bringing the soil to himself, dealing with such a powerful enemy, the ordinary tricks are of no use at all, he no longer talks nonsense, and slaps with both hands. Click, click, click. Tree branches in the ground broke out of the soil, attacking Liu Bian like venomous snakes. Liu Bian used the technique of Flying Thunder God to easily escape, and instantly appeared in another place, and the speed of Mu Ji could not keep up. Hey! Flying Thunder God, really troublesome. Bring the soil coldly snorted, although he does not have the remote power, but Mu Dun is not inferior to the remote power at this time. Branching out a few branches, gathered all the Flying Thunder God Kyuquan on the ground together, and sucked it into the divine mighty space. In this way, the Flying Thunder God of Flowing Blade was tattered. He still didn't believe that Flying Thunder God could teleport into another dimension. Click! At the same time, under the control of the soil, large tracts of wood sticks broke out of the soil, constantly attacking Liu Yi, and surrounded Liu Yi from all directions. The speed is extremely fast, and Lu Jian surrounded it in the blink of an eye. At this time Liu Bian was unable to get out because the of Flying Thunder couldn't get out because the surroundings were all blocked by wooden branches. It is even more impossible to use the divine power to transfer space, because when you move oneself into the divine power space, the body is actualized, and the transfer will directly be hit and injured. Under the estimation of bringing the soil, Liu Bian can only use the two tricks of imagining or the terrible black flame at this time. However, no matter what the trick, the soil can be cracked by continuously using the power of the wood to control the regeneration of the wood branches, and continuously attack the flow blade. Chapter 53. If the other party uses black inflammation, I will create 10 sticks after burning a stick of my wood. If I take the soil and I don't believe it, the black inflammation is endless. The same is true for the blur, and the soil will also control the continuous growth, creeping, puncture and other uninterrupted attacks of those wood branches. Once the time is up, the blur can also be broken. Now, let me see how you want to break this trick of mine. Dai Tu looked at the sky full of wood branches, and thought confidently. Lu Bian naturally thought of all the things that brought soil can think of. At this time, Fei Lei Shen was useless, Shenwei and Amaterasu were not very good, but it didn't matter, Lu Bian had other methods. Still in the case of not considering Kai Suzuo. 8-door Dunjia, the first door, open. Liu Bian stood proudly in the center surrounded by the branches, and instantly opened the 8-door Dunjia to the 5th door. Boom! With the soil, I immediately felt that within the wooden nest, a burst of incomparably powerful energy suddenly burst out. Wooden nest was suddenly punched out by life. Then one person rushed out of that mouth, and the whole person burst out with a shocking huge force, which made the soil feel a kind of suffocation. What's the matter with this terrible power? Tou took a sigh of relief on the spot, and was shocked by Liu Bian's powerful means once again. Monthly reading. In the first moment when he rushed out of the wooden nest, Lu Ren looked directly at his eyes with soil, and cast this heaven-defying illusion on the soil. Tai Tu only felt that there was a flower in front of him, and the world around him had become black and white. This is illusion. Suddenly, the soil was taken aback. He is a kaleidoscope of writing round eyes, he can also be illusionary. What kind of illusion is this? Too bad, right? At the moment, the writing wheel eyes in the pupils with soil suddenly turned, and the strange and disturbing black and white world around them finally disappeared. But at this moment, brought the soil but found that his body was burning with that terrible black flame. Yes, the real purpose of Liubian's monthly reading is to create an opportunity to use Amaterasu on the soil. Bringing soil is also a kaleidoscope writing wheel. Liubian is not sure how long it can be trapped in the monthly reading space. It is not a wise choice to use monthly reading to deal with it. But one thing is certain, even if it is a kaleidoscope with soil, when facing the moon reading, in the real space, the opponent will definitely be absent for a moment. And under Amaterasu's attack against the sky, a momentary loss of consciousness is fatal. Ah! It hurts, it hurts! Baiju Afei suddenly screamed, and the body wrapped around the soiled body also began to struggle frantically. Everyone saw that the body with the soil began to squirm like that, which was indescribably weird. Click! Fortunately, at the critical moment, Afei began to split the wood branches frantically in the place where he was burned by the black flames, pushing all the black flames out. In time, the strong man broke his wrist and actively smashed the wood sticks burning with black inflammation. This was the relief of this huge crisis. Good risk! Good risk, I almost died! Afei exclaimed in fear. His face with soil was extremely gloomy, and he also had an unstoppable fear. If he hadn't been wearing a white coat, he would have died. Tai Tu, this person is too powerful, let's withdraw quickly, I don't want to die. Afei yelled non-stop in Tuo's ear. Chapter 44. Shut up! Tai Tu was made very irritable by Afei, a fellow who has the ambition of others to extinguish his prestige, and frowned and drank. But even if he didn't want to admit it, he still had to admit that his plan this time had fallen short. The failure went to Grandma's house. After staring at Lu Ren with eyes that were intertwined with many emotions such as unwillingness, resentment, and jealousy, Tai Tu didn't say much nonsense, and started the instantaneous technique and left the scene. The reason why he didn't use Shinwei to leave was because he still had the last glimmer of hope in his heart. In this action, he used the transformation technique from beginning to end, without revealing his true face. Nagato and others, shouldn't they know who he is? As for the mysterious Uchiha at Naminui Gate, although he guessed that his purpose this time was Nagato and the others, it was absolutely impossible to know what kind of identity he had appeared before Nagato before. There is the last fluke in Dato's heart, that is, Nagato and the others will not see through their true identities. Seeing the evacuation with soil, Lu Jian did not stop him. The current soil carrying is not only the power of God, but also the use of Mu Dun. Under the premise of not revealing the eyes of reincarnation, he has no certainty to stop it. As soon as they took the soil, the Shirazus disguised as ninjas did not continue to embarrass Nagato and the others, they also began to evacuate quickly. In the blink of an eye, there were only a few people left in the unnamed barren hills where people were everywhere, Yahiko, Nagato Zionin, and the Bufeng Shuman buried in the ground. As for the Kachi Tachibana Yakura who fell into a coma on the ground? I'm sorry, this poor baby's sense of existence in Hokage is too low, and Liubian has subconsciously ignored it. Your Excellency, thanks to you this time, otherwise our Xiao organization may be destroyed. After the people with Tisui evacuated, Yahiko and the others came to Ryujin and thanked Ryujin very sincerely. You're welcome, I was also involved inadvertently. Lu Ren waved his hand as if he had done a trivial thing. I wonder if you can tell us who you are, so that we can also know who the benefactor is. Nagato said while looking at Lu Jian. Uchiha Ryabana. Ryabana groaned slightly, and still told Nagato their true identity. Anyway, the true appearance was seen by Nagato and the others. It was from the Konoha guards. It didn't really matter if you said your name. The other party really wanted to know, and it was found after an investigation. Chapter 54. Yahiko and the others didn't know that Ryujin had known them a long time ago, and they all came to give Ryujin a name. Several people exchanged greetings, and they formally met. By the way, Do you know why the guy who pretended to be Konoha's Anbu designed you? After a few conversations, Lu Jian asked. I already have a guess. Yahiko's eyes flickered and his tone was deep and authentic. He and Nagato and Xionan looked at each other and found that the other's eyes were affirmative, and they knew tacitly that everyone had the same guess. It should be a guy who calls himself Uchiha Madara. Yahiko said in a deep voice to Raya Blade. Almost a year ago, that guy suddenly found Nagato. He called himself Uchiha Madara, the leader of the Eyes of Reincarnation, and wanted to absorb Nagato. However, he is too extreme and extreme. We have always been very defensive against him and did not give him any additional meetings using Nagato. This time the action, I guess it was planned by this person alone, and the purpose should be for Nagato. If it weren't for you to destroy in time, Nagato would probably become this person's puppet. Yahiko murmured and said his guess. Although it was only a guess, Yahiko's tone was actually quite certain. After all, the layout of this scene with soil is really a bit weird. Controlling such a big battle of Hokage and Water Shadow is just to perform a scene in front of Nagato and the others? This is not justified. However, if the things about Uchiha Madara are combined, everything becomes reasonable, and the logic can be perfectly self-consistent. It is not surprising that Yahiko and the others made this inference. I was so happy when I heard Yahiko's words. Tato really shot himself in the foot with a rock this time. The success of this failed operation made Yahiko and the others become more vigilant. In the future, if you want to redesign Nagato and others, it will not be so easy. However, Lu Ren didn't expose the identity of Dai Tu. The ghost knew whether there was Baiju in ambush around him. He didn't want to expose his prophetic foresight, thus attracting Heiju's attention. Lu Edge, what are you going to do next? After a few simple exchanges, Yahiko began to look at Ryujin and ask again. Naturally bring Hokage-sama back to Konoha, how about you? Lu Ren asked rhetorically. Yahiko thought for a while, and exchanged glances with Nagato and the others. We plan to send Mizuki-sama back to Wien and tell them that Mizuki-sama is controlled by others. Liubian didn't feel surprised at this, and Akatsuki was still a brilliant and upright organization, so it wasn't surprising to act in this way. Moreover, Shui Ying had originally accepted their invitation to participate in the peace negotiations. If such a big accident happened in the middle, they were also obliged to send Shui Ying back. After the two parties agreed, Yahiko and the others left with the unconscious Kodaki Tachibana Yakura, while Lu Ren came to the Bufeng water gate, which was buried in the ground. If I just dig you out like this, you will definitely take action against me. Lu Ren shrugged and said rather painfully. Looking at the original Konoha Anbi and the guards who were knocked unconscious and killed by Yahiko and the others on the ground, Ryujin felt a little troublesome. Bofeng Shuman didn't speak, but stared at Lu Ren coldly. Now he is still under the control of the soil, treating Ryu Blade as an enemy, so he definitely can't bring it back to Konoha directly. That's purely causing trouble for myself. After thinking about it for a while, Lu Ren made a decision. He first faced Bofeng Shuman's eyes, the writing wheel in his pupils turned around, and he activated another God's pupil technique. Not only has the illusion of the Bofeng Shuman been lifted, but also the relevant memories of the Bofeng Shuman have been tampered with. To put it simply, in the memory of Bofeng Shuman, he saw through the conspiracy with soil, and the person who repelled the soil was no longer Liubian, but a mysterious person who appeared suddenly. As for Liubian, like the other Enbu people, they were all reduced to pawns with soil, and under the control of soil, they besieged the three leaders of Xiao, and was finally knocked out by the leader of Xiao. After replacing the memory of the Bofeng water gate, Lu Ren dug the Bofeng water gate out of the ground. He himself lay on the ground honestly, acting as a corpse just like the other Konoha ninjas who survived. Not long after finishing all this, Bofeng Shuman regained his sobriety. He recalled what had happened just now, and he was shocked in a cold sweat. Who is that guy who knows how to use time and space ninjutsu? What on earth is he making such an elaborate plan for? Bo Feng Shuman recalled what happened, and he was really in a cold sweat. If it hadn't been for that mysterious person's sudden appearance and ruining the masked man's plan, his dignified Konoha Hokage would have become the other party's puppet. Chapter 45, A Full Investigation of the Masked Man. It is not suitable to stay here for a long time. I must go back to the village immediately and notify Konoha of this matter. After simply sorting out the memories in his mind, Bo Feng Shuman quickly awoke the Konoha ninjas who were unconscious on the scene. Entering Chakra to interfere, breaking the illusion in the opponent's illusion, and then hurried back to Konoha with a group of people. It is worth mentioning that Liu Bian's use of other gods only replaced a piece of memory for Bo Feng Shuman, nothing more. It is not to use other gods to control the wave of wind-water gate all the time. So Chakra in Bo Feng Shui-men's brain is in a normal state. It's not like the citrus orange Yakura, the Chakra in the brain is in an abnormal state all the time, and then is discovered by the blue eyes. Even if Hei Feng Mizuman returned to Konoha, facing the investigation of the Hyuga clan, he would not show any footwork. What's more, it is impossible for people of the Hyuga clan to investigate the Hei Feng Shuman casually. Of course, even if you investigate, you can't find anything. What happened during the peace talks by Mizuno Manami quickly caused a sensation in Konoha, and the masked man directly entered the sight of all the high-level Konoha. According to Hei Feng Mizuman's description, this person possesses the mysterious and unpredictable time and space ninjutsu, and at the same time is proficient in Mudun and has the eyes of the Uchiha clan. Even the Bo Feng Shui gate was planted in this person's hands. It was too dangerous and terrifying. But it was precisely because of this that the mysterious person who saved Bo Feng Shuman also shocked the entire Konoha. The man not only easily defeated the Bo Feng Shuman, but also smashed Kodaki Tachibana Yakura in seconds, making the masked man fled in embarrassment, and he was simply overbearing. And after listening to Hao Feng Shuman's detailed description of the passing of the masters of the Ryubian War, Sarutobi Hizaki and the other masters in the office couldn't help but nod their heads. Basically, the identity of the mysterious person can be confirmed. A year ago, the Misty Ninja Sword's 7 men invaded Konoha and 5 people were killed by the mysterious man. According to the descriptions of the witnesses Yurihong and Metkai at the time, the mysterious man used a kind of domineering black flames. According to your description of Watergate, the mysterious man also used a black flame to repel the water shadow and the masked man. These 2 black flames should be the same method. Chapter 55. So according to my inference, the mysterious person who rescued Watergate today should be the same person who has been hiding in the village. Sarutobi Hizen was pacing in front of everyone while pondering. This view was still agreed by everyone. After all, there are only so many masters in the ninja world, and the 5 shadows basically represent the highest level of ninjas at the moment, on which there is at best Hanzo, known as a demigod. In this case, it is too rare for a strong person to surpass the shadow level. It would be nice to have one. How could you encounter 2 in a row, and they all happen to have good intentions for Konoha, rescue Konoha, and at the same time be proficient in the same kind of black flame? This possibility is too low. The mysterious person who shot this time is the mysterious person who has been hiding in Konoha. This is the closest possibility to the truth. Unexpectedly, that mysterious man is not only proficient in time and space ninjutsu, but also proficient in Watergate's Flying Thunder God. This is incredible. Thinking about the power of the mysterious person described by Bo Feng Shuman, everyone at the scene couldn't help but feel suffocated. That surpassed them by a lot, another level of power. Fortunately, this kind of strong is a friend of Konoha, not an enemy. Next, the Konoha Anbi and the guards who survived, including Ryabana, also accepted Konoha's investigation one after another. The confession of all of them is highly consistent with and consistent with Bo Feng Shuman, so it did not arouse Konoha's suspicion. These people are not so lucky. Lu Ren didn't waste other gods on them, just controlled it with pure kaleidoscope illusion. After all, it's just a group of young people, no one cares. The senior Konoha soon turned his attention to the masked man. In their opinion, the mysterious man has repeatedly rescued Konoha, not enough to worry, now the only threat is the masked man. After receiving Konoha's investigation, Ryabana trimmed it for a while, and then went back to the Konoha guard to report. However, not long after returning to the Konoha guard, he and another guard member who survived were called by the patriarch Uchiha Tomitake. Uchiha Tomitake's expression was very serious. He stared at Ryua and the other person and asked in a deep voice, "Can you be sure that the masked man who attacked you halfway is from the Uchiha clan?" "Patriarch, we are sure, we can see clearly, he really has a riding wheel." Lu Ren and another person answered truthfully. Fu Yu asked carefully about the pupil technique with soil, and some other detailed questions, as if he wanted to confirm the identity of soil. It's just a pity that the masked man wears a mask from beginning to end, and there is no way to confirm it. "Okay, I see, you go back to the guard first, remember, the masked man, don't talk to others casually." Uchiha Tomitake recounted the two of Lu Ren. The Uchiha clan and the village originally had a very deep estrangement. If news of the mysterious Uchiha people attacking Hokage Konoha spreads out, this estrangement and contradiction will be greatly intensified. Even now, Uchiha Tomitake can feel the suspicion of the village leaders towards him. Even Sarutobi Hizaki and Mito Minion asked in secret whether they knew the whereabouts of the masked man. Who is that Uchiha tribe? After Ryazan and the others left, Uchiha Tomitake began to fall into contemplation. However, he emptied his head, and couldn't remember who the other party was anyway. After returning from the patriarch, Ryabian began to join the ranks of the Konoha guard and began to patrol the village. "Red, I bought 2 movie tickets, are you free tonight?" "Asma, I said you don't haunt me anymore, I don't like you at all." "It doesn't matter if you don't like me now, I won't give up, you will accept me sooner or later." "I will never like you, I already have someone I like." When patrolling a street corner, Liubian saw a man and a woman arguing in the street. It is Xi Rihong and Asma. The guy Asma is still stalking Xi Rihong. "Lu Edge, this guy is pestering your woman again." "Oh, Liubian, it seems that the lesson someone learned last time was not enough." Liubian's companion showed a very playful smile beside Liubian, and looked at Liubian. "Liubian, what are you going to do with it?" "You are waiting for me here." Lu Ren replied casually, and then strode towards Asma and Xi Rihong. Chapter 46. Lu Knife. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Yurihong glanced, and saw Uchiha Ryua who was walking towards them. His eyes lit up and he blurted out. Seeing Yurihong's familiar attitude towards Lu Ren, Asma's face suddenly became gloomy. The fist clenched unconsciously. First, he felt envy and hatred for the relationship between Hong and Lu Ren. Second, he unconsciously recalled the humiliation that this man had brought him. "Miss, may I ask if this person is harassing you?" Lu Ren ignored Asma's gaze that wanted to eat people, and asked Xi Rihong righteously. "Uchiha Ryabana, don't go too far." Asma called out to Ryabana angrily. "What's the matter? Because you are Hokage's son, you can ignore Konoha's rules. I tell you, get out of Hong's side immediately, or I will definitely do you." Lu Ren turned his head and glanced at Asma condescendingly, coldly. Asma almost exploded her lungs. "Lu Ryan, forget it." Hong didn't want to make things happen, so he pulled Lu Ryan's arm on the side. "Whether to count or not, that's not my decision." Lu Ren's gaze fixed on Asma, and the threat was self-evident. "Asma, you go, don't come to pester me again." Red also said to Asma sternly at this time. Asma's face was flushed. At the time of his youth and frivolousness, he couldn't help it anymore, and let out an angry roar, "Too much deception." Chapter 56. Call. Amidst the roar, he hit Lu Ren with a fierce punch. "Looking for death?" A trace of disdain flashed from Liu's mouth. The methods used in those days were made in the same way, using physical skills on the surface, but actually added the power of Shen Luo Tianzheng. Asma was once again blown away by Liu Bian. It's exactly the same as before. How come? Why is it still like this? Asma couldn't believe it and couldn't accept it. When he was particularly shinobu, he was vulnerable to Liu Bian's hands, but now he is already shinobu. Unexpectedly, this is still the case. Liu Bian walked in front of Asma in time, stretched out his hand to pat the dust on Asma's clothes, and said softly, "In the future, stay away from Hong, otherwise, I will see you hit you once." Boom! After speaking this sentence lightly, Lu Ren slapped Asma's stomach with a fist. Asma was knocked over by Liu Bian with a punch. She curled up into a ball while clutching her belly, and couldn't get up. Okay, the matter is resolved. After doing all this, Liu Bian seemed to have done a trivial thing and came to Hong's side. "Lu Edge, so, isn't there a problem?" Hong asked worriedly. "What's the problem?" "I'm just acting according to the guard's duty." Lu Ren looked dissatisfied. Hong recalled carefully, it was indeed Asma's first hand that it was a good idea to do so. "I hope that after this time, I can get rid of Asma." Hong couldn't help but think in his heart. "By the way, I heard you say before, do you have someone you like?" Lu Ren suddenly asked thiefly. "You can control it." Hong stopped immediately, and fled like a thief a few seconds later. Asma, really embarrassed. A voice suddenly rang behind Liu Bian and several other guards, and Liu Bian and several other guards subconsciously followed the prestige, and each was surprised. Especially the people from the other two guards were not only surprised and shocked, but obviously there was also extremely cramped and nervous on their faces. "Sir, Jiraiya." They looked at the wandering ninja with long white hair and oil written on his forehead, and they couldn't help feeling a pain in the egg. No matter how arrogant the Uchiha people were, they couldn't be arrogant when they met a ninja of Sunan. This is especially true for ordinary Uchiha people at the bottom. What's more, in this embarrassing situation, Jilla is also a third-generation student, but Liu Bian beats his third-generation son. "Master Jilaya." Asma showed shame and embarrassment, and hurriedly got up from the ground, wishing to get into the cracks immediately. "Isn't it just being beaten? What's the big deal? Don't be discouraged, who hasn't been beaten when you were young?" Jilla couldn't help laughing when he saw Asman's appearance. He seemed to recall the scene when he was beaten up by a violent woman. And at that time, he was not convinced by the genius Dashimaru. He went to challenge many times, and he was tortured too much. "But you little guy is quite interesting, your physique is so powerful." Zi Lai also walked towards Lu Ren with a little curiosity. The other two Uchiha people around Raijin became more and more nervous. Liu Bian looked as usual, calm and calm. "I have spent all my time practicing physique. Naturally, I have some accomplishments in physique." "A Uchiha who specializes in physical training, interesting." Jiraiya also murmured, and then said, "Haha, go ahead and leave me alone." He just turned around and left. It seems that there is no opinion at all about the Konoha guards bullying Asma. In fact, it was true. Although Liu Bian beat his teacher's son, in the eyes of Zi Lai yet, it was just a matter of a group of children. With his current seniority, he would not intervene at will. "Master Jilaya, please wait a minute." Lu Ren suddenly stopped Jilaya from behind. "That. Master Jilaya, don't you know if there is any more intimate heaven with your autograph?" Lu Ren ran to Jilaya and asked. As a Naruto fan, now that I met Jiraiya, how could I not ask the other party for a love story? This is extremely collectible. "Oh haha, you turned out to be my fan." Jilaya never thought that when he came back to the village, he met a fan asking for an autograph, and he suddenly showed a smug look. "Although I'm very happy to meet my fans, isn't it okay to see intimacy paradise at your age?" Jilaya also touched Luan's head with his hand, and pressed Luan's hair. Lu Ren was very disgusted and knocked off Jalea's hand. Master Jalea, it's not that I look down on you. You must be driving without me. Regarding the old driver, I claim to be number one in the entire ninja world, no one dares to call it. Second. Drive? Old driver. Although Jalea didn't understand how Liren suddenly talked about such an irrelevant topic, he felt a deep contempt in Liren's eyes. And the breath of a fellow man. Chapter 47 The New Son of Prophecy. Well, I'm a teenager, and I'm not a kid anymore, and it's okay to look at it. Perhaps he smelled the same kind of taste, and Jalea changed his attitude. However, I don't have an autographed copy on me now, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, I will stay in Konoha for a while, and I will give it to you when I sign it another day. Chapter 57. That's a deal, Lord Jalea. A word is settled. Jilai also waved his hand at Convection Blade and walked away Shiran. After Jalea left, Asma stared at Liubian for a moment with a humiliating, unwilling and resentful look, and then left here quickly. Hey! So nervous, I was really scared to death just now. The two companions beside him couldn't help sighing. After all, they were indeed bullying Asma before. Relax your mind, what level of ninja is Jiraiya who will take care of our little things? Lu Ren said lightly. Continue to patrol the village casually. It's just that in my heart, I'm thinking to myself that Jalea is going back to the village this time. Is he going back to the village to see it, or is there another purpose? Both of these are possible. After Jalea came back, he concentrated on collecting materials in some women's bathhouses, women's clothing stores and other places, enjoying it and forgetting the time. Teacher, you are back. It wasn't until Bo Feng Shuman received the news that he personally rushed to Jalea's side. Shuman, I heard that you have become Hokage. It's amazing. After seeing Bo Feng Shuman, Jalea reluctantly put away the telescope in his hand. It is the cultivation of the teacher, and the trust of the village. Bo Feng Shuman is very modest and authentic. The teacher and the student exchanged a few words, and Jalea began to face Bo Feng Shuman with a serious face. Shuman, go and summon everyone here. I am coming back this time and I have important things to tell you. Bo Feng Shuman looked slightly drunk, not daring to be negligent, and immediately took Jalea to the Hokage office. At the same time, the absolute high-level officials in the villages such as Sarutobi Risky and Mito Minion were called over. Jalea, now everyone is here, you can say anything important now. Sarutobi Rizan took a sip of dry smoke, and slowly spoke to Jiraiya. Jalea looked serious, and told the people in the office about a special experience a few days ago. A few days ago, I was collecting materials, cough cough, when I was looking for the Son of Prophecy, I was suddenly psyched up to Miyama Mountain by a deep immortal. Shenzhou Xianren brought me to the front of the Big Toad, and the Big Toad told me that the Son of Prophecy has changed. The original Son of Prophecy is a blue-eyed boy who laughs and calls the name of the nine-headed beast. He will bring a major change to the ninja world. But now, that young man can no longer influence the future of the shinobi world. Now the major changes in the shinobi world will be caused by another person. That person will be the son of the new prophecy. As soon as Jalea's words came out, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. They didn't dare to be careless about the prediction of the Big Toad Immortal. Jalea, regarding the new prophetic son, what did Immortal Toad see? Sarutobi hurriedly asked. The new Son of Prophecy is covered by a mist, and the Big Toad Immortal can't see anything. He can only see one picture. The Son of Prophecy is standing in front of the black flame. Jiraiya's voice sounded so solemn. Black flame. Jalea, you mean the black flame? Jalea never expected that when he had just finished saying these words, several surprised sounds suddenly sounded in the Hokage office. Why are you all looking at me like this? Do you know who I am talking about? Jilai was also faintly excited. He hadn't found the first prophecy for so many years. He had no clue, but he couldn't think of a new prophecy. He had a clue just when he returned to Konoha. You said, is it possible that the mysterious man who has repeatedly saved us Konoha is the son of prophecy? After Sarutobi Risen thought for a while, he suddenly looked at everyone and said. Bofeng Mizuman, Mito Minyan, and others looked at each other, each showing a thoughtful look. So far, this person seems to be the only eligible person they know so far. After all, Black Flame hasn't been used by anyone except this person. Mysterious person, what kind of mysterious person? Only Zi Lai looked dumbfounded. In the past 2 years, he has been wandering around in the world of shinobi, and he has never heard of anything like a mysterious person. Sarutobi Risky, Nami Fengshuman, and others told Jileya about the mysterious man, and Jileya was surprised and bewildered after hearing it. Sealing the half-tailed beast-shaped person Zhu Li, defeating Onoki, killing 5 ninja swords, and defeating Bo Fengshuman, that person seems to be no weaker than him. But for such a master, Konoha has never known who it is for more than a year. Great, since he can use that kind of black flame, maybe he really is the son of prophecy. Let's find this person first. Gila was also excited and authentic. Then the people in the office began to recall various details about the mysterious man in detail, hoping to find more clues. In the end, a breakthrough was found from the Bofeng Water Gate. It turns out that Yahiko, Nagato, and Zionin have also seen the mysterious man. It just so happened that the 3 of them are my students. I will ask them to see if I can get more clues. By the way, look at them too. Since I left Yuyan village, I haven't seen them for a long time. Gillette also happily made the decision. Pete, fortunately I am not assured, I used telescopes to spy, otherwise my identity will really be exposed. Seeing all these flowing blades through the telescope technique, I am secretly grateful. Yahiko and the others have seen the true appearance of Ryuan, not only that, but they also know Ryuan's name. Gelada only asked these 3 people, and it was certain that something went wrong. Of course, given Liubian's current strength, no one can handle Liubian even if his identity is really exposed, but that would be too troublesome. He has become accustomed to the days when Xianyu signs in every day, he is used to the days when his parents are screaming about him every day, and he is accustomed to returning to the days when the clan and the people are bragging about each other. Liubian does not want to change this status quo. Chapter 58. It seems that I have to take some measures. Lu Ren made a secret decision in his heart, it just so happens. I also take this opportunity by the way to see if I can sneak into Miamu Mountain to sign in. Chapter 48. After making the decision, Lu Ren went to work and patrolled quietly on the surface. But in fact, a ninja crow came out, hovering around the village all the time, and used it to stalk Jalaya. Don't look at Jila's usual unreliable appearance, but he is not at all ambiguous when facing business affairs. He didn't delay Konoha at all. After coming out of Hokage's office, he went out of the village without even drinking his saliva. Lu Ren naturally had no nonsense, and left a clone directly in Konoha, quietly following Jalaya. Because the task this time was not so anxious, Jilai also didn't use the instantaneous technique to hurry on the way, but seemed to be traveling. While wandering, while relaxing, while rushing, even took time to soak in the hot springs. It doesn't need to say what materials are collected during this period, just don't worry, sometimes it takes several hours to collect materials. Well, Lu Jian puts away it is also very reliable evaluation. According to Zila's method of driving, I don't know how many days will be taken when I leave the country of fire. Liubian was very speechless, so he had to return temporarily. There was still a ninja crow left to monitor Jalaya. It wasn't until the afternoon of the 3rd day that the old man Jalaya finally left the country of fire and appeared in an extremely remote field. Hoob! The ninja crow flew away after circling nearby. However, after ninja flew away, a vortex appeared in the space of that place, and Liu Bian directly used the divine power to rush over. Transformation technique. Boom! After using the transformation technique to change his appearance, Liu Bian just started the instantaneous technique and followed Jiraiya. Jiraiya, who was on the road leisurely, suddenly stopped. Zi Lai was also a master in his own right, and Lu Ren didn't deliberately conceal his tracks, so after a long distance, he was noticed by Zi Lai in advance. Hey! Liu Bian had just a few ups and downs, and stopped in front of Jiraiya, blocking Jiraiya's path. Where do you go for shameless things? I will ask you to settle accounts today. He has become another person's Liujian, and shouted at Zi Lai in a tone that was very angry, and seemed to have a wife's taking hate with Zi Lai. Jiraiya's face was dumbfounded. He stared at Liu Bian carefully for a while, but didn't respond. Your Excellency, I don't seem to have seen you before? Have you admitted the wrong person? Bah, Jiraiya, I'm looking for you, how could I admit the wrong person? How dare you hook up my wife and cuckold me, I'm going to kill you today. Liu Bian also shouted at Gillette. That, is it your misunderstanding? A cold sweat broke out on Jiraiya's forehead. I am a gentleman, how can I do such a thing? Don't quibble, I saw it with my own eyes. You secretly kissed my wife's face and touched her ass. How can I be a big man? I'm going to kill you. Lu Ren shouted fiercely in a murderous tone. Hey! After the clamor was over, Lu Ren flipped his hand directly, drew out a huge shuriken, and shot it at Zi Lai. The huge shuriken split into countless clones at the first moment, turning into a rain of shuriken swords, and covering the path towards Zillet. This is... Jiraiya's complexion changed slightly, his hands completed the seal in an instant, and he patted the ground, Tudun Tuliabai. Rumble. An extremely heavy earth wall instantly rose up in front of Zi Lai Yat, blocking Zi Lai Yi's whole person behind. All the shurikens hit the dirt wall. Only then did Jiraiya jump out from behind the dirt wall, his complexion has become a little dignified. He stared at Liu Bian, and asked in a deep voice, this is the ninjutsu created by my teacher, how can you use it? I have a nickname called Copy Master. As long as I see the ninjutsu, I can copy it. I saw Sarutobi Hizen once using this ninjutsu. Liu Bian is talking nonsense. Nonsense. Hurry up and honestly call in, who are you and what is your purpose? Zi Lai sternly shouted at Lu Ren. If you win against me, you will know it naturally. Lu Ren said to Jilla in a deliberately provocative manner. His purpose of intercepting Jiraiya this time was to prevent Jiraiya from going to meet Yahiko and the others, and second, to fight Jiraiya and force Jiraiya to psychically come out of Miyamu Mountain's toad. Then Liu Bian will quietly leave the Flying Thunder God technique on Miyamu Mountain's toad, so that he can sneak into Miyamu Mountain to sign in. Therefore, the frame with Jiraiya is indispensable. And not only to fight, but also to fight freely and embarrassed, unable to parry, had to summon psychic beasts to defend against the enemy. You are right about this sentence. If you have won you can't do it without saying it. Zi Lai also snorted, unfolding physical skills, and rushed towards Lu Ren. Ta-da! In an instant, Jilla rushed in front of Lu Ren. So fast! Lu Ren was slightly taken aback, and Ji Lai was worthy of being a three ninja. From the physical skill alone, it could be seen that Lu Ren was at least thrown out of the street. Spiral Pill. In the blink of an eye, a ball gleaming with blue light condensed in Jiraiya's hand. Spiral Pill? I'm sorry, I will too. Lu Ren smiled softly, and a ball that was exactly the same as Jiraiya's hand appeared in his right hand. Chapter 59. How come? A look of surprise appeared on Jiraiya's face, and the dignified color was aggravated a bit. He held the Helix Pill and slammed towards Liu Bian. Lu Ren also held the Helix Maru, in a posture of going head-to-head with Jiraiya. However, just as the two sides were about to collide together, Lu Ren turned around inexplicably and directly used the divine power to blur. Zi Lai then went straight out of Lu Ren's body. Nanny! Ji Lai was also taken aback by Lu Ren, and the empty door behind him was caught off guard and exposed in front of Lu Ren. Lu Ren turned around a long time ago, seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The spiral pill in his hand slammed into the back of Jiraiya. However, after all, Gillette is one of the 3 ninjas, and it will not be so easy to be recruited. At this critical moment, the spiral pill in Jiraiya's hand dissipated, and he patted his hands, Ninfa Needle Jizo. In the blink of an eye, Zi Lai Yi's white hair suddenly soared, and he surrounded Zi Lai Yi's entire body. To put it simply, Gillette at this moment has also become a group of hedgehogs. Chapter 49. Chi 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 Chi. Especially when Lu Bian approached Zi Lai Yi, Zi Lai Yi's hair turned into sharp blades, and it pierced towards Lu Bian. Lu Ren ignored it, and continued to press the spiral pill in his hand severely. Around the spiral pill, there is an extremely powerful energy vortex. Any hair that enters a certain range around the spiral pill is repelled by the powerful energy vortex. Coupled with such a flash of lightning, it was actually too late for Ji Lai to use this trick hastily. The defense is sufficient, but there is not so much time for him to hurt people. The hair blade almost protruded, and the flow blade spiral pill was already pressed on it. Boom! Powerful energy fluctuations burst out. Ji Lai was immediately knocked off by Lu Ren. However, after a few bounces, Jiraiya stood firmly on the ground. Most of Helix Maru's attacks were defended by the needle Jiji, but in fact it did not cause much damage to Ji Lai. But Ji Lai also looked at Lu Jian's eyes, but it was full of solemnity and surprise. This person suppressed himself in such a short period of time, and his strength was too unfathomable. Huo Dun Yanbo. Jiraiya quickly formed seals with both hands, and with a mouth, sprayed a huge flame against Liu Bian. Lu Jian's eyes were immediately covered by the overwhelming flames. Jiraiya's fire escape ninjutsu, although a little worse than Uchiha Madara's fire escape, is much more powerful than ordinary people use. When did the fire escape ninjutsu kill anyone? Lu Ren shrugged, and spit out. With his current chakra volume, naturally he would not choose to go head-to-head with Zillet, which is extremely unwise. So Liu Bian directly found a flying thunder god Kiwalet, and shot it at Jiraiya. Call! Kiwavyu flew out of the sea of flames, approaching the door of Jiraiya. Jiraiya's face was cold, slightly surprised. He really didn't understand the meaning of Liu Bian shooting this Quan in this situation. Does the other party think that this can hurt him? That is simply impossible. But when this thought just flashed in his mind, Jiraiya felt that a flower suddenly appeared in front of him. A figure appeared in front of him so abruptly. There is no doubt that it is Liu Bian. This is the flying thunder god of Watergate. Jiraiya's pupils shrank slightly. Squeak! In Liu Bian's hands, the thunder and lightning were violent, and a depressing supreme thunder was also permeating. At the same time, it was more like 1,000 birds screaming in the ears, so that people's eardrums were about to crack. Kakashi, that little devil's Chidori. Jiraiya also felt a little bit big. Although this mysterious man didn't make many shots, basically every move was Konoha ninja's trick. What is the origin of this person? When these thoughts flashed in his mind, Zi Lai also immediately used the instantaneous body technique, and suddenly moved away. The edged Chidori directly fell through. As expected of Jiraiya, you can avoid it like this. Lu Ren's face was full of admiration. He used Flying Thunder God to appear in front of Jiraiya almost instantly. How could ordinary ninjas react? Most of them would be directly overturned by Ryubian with Chidori. Jiraiya was able to avoid it perfectly. This kind of strength was indeed worthy of the name of Sunin. It seems that if you don't use some strength anymore, it won't be enough to force you to help the Toad of Miyamu Mountain. Liu Bian made a decision. At this moment, he took off the sunglasses he was wearing on his face, revealing his pair of scarlet kaleidoscopes. Chapter 60. Anyway, Lu Ren had planned for it a long time ago. This time he was going to use other gods to tamper with Jalaya's memory, making Jalaya mistakenly believe that he had met Yahiko. And the information obtained from Yahiko and the others is completely consistent with He Feng Shuman. Only in this way can it be foolproof. So he is not afraid to expose the writing wheel. Jiraiya was also taken aback. Shulan Yan? You are from Uchiha. This was something that Jiraiya never thought of. At this moment, he finally understood why the other party would have so many ninjutsu. If you win me, I will tell you everything, but you haven't beaten me yet. Lu Ren smiled coldly, and looked at Jalaya's eyes with pupils. Shenwei. This time the divine power is the remote divine power. Crack. Ji Lai Yi's head was directly cut off by Lu Bian, turned into a headless corpse, and then fell to the ground. Boom. But at the moment the headless corpse fell to the ground, a burst of green smoke came out of the corpse, turning it into a piece of wood. Zi Lai also used the double surrogate technique when he was about to hit the ball. But what Ji Lai didn't know at all was that Lu Ren had no intention of killing him, so the long-range power was delayed a lot, leaving Ji Lai also a chance to react. Otherwise, even if he is not dead, he will be seriously injured. Rao was so shocked that Zi Lai also broke out in a cold sweat, and subconsciously touched his neck. Just now, a life and death crisis suddenly hit his mind. If he slowed down, his head would be gone. More importantly, he had been on the verge of life and death, and he didn't even know what methods the other party used. This person is too dangerous. Hid you hide? Jiraiya, are you afraid to fight me head-on? Lu Ren deliberately said in an arrogant tone, looking at the empty environment. To Dunhuang Chuan Marsh. Vaguely, such a voice rang in Liu Bian's ear, and the soil under his feet suddenly turned into a swamp. Liu Bian's body was instantly out of balance. Random lion hair technique. Immediately after Jala suddenly jumped out using the instantaneous technique, his hair turned into a waterfall and flew out directly. At this flash of lightning, Liu Bian's whole person was entangled. The feeling on Liu Bian's side is that his feet are soft, his body has just shaken, and then the person is tightly by the white hair. He didn't even have time to use Flying Thunder God. Moreover, because the is not an attack, the short-range Shenwei did not automatically transfer his body into the Shenwei space. Of course, because now he has enough self-protection strength, Liu Bian does not intend to use the power of the Reincarnation Eye as a last resort, so Shen Luo Tianzhang has not taken into consideration. But even so, Lu Ren was captured by Ji Laiya in such a short time. I have to say that San Ren is worthy of San Ren. It is indeed not comparable to ordinary people. Fortunately, Liu Bian has many other abilities. Now, can you answer my question? Ji Lai also dignifiedly asked Lu Jian with his hair tightly bound. Because he was afraid of Liu Bian's long-range divine power, Ji Lai did not dare to appear in front of Liu Bian, but appeared on the side of Liu Bian. Although the long-range Shenwei had only a shocking blow, Zi Lai also immediately guessed that it was a pupil technique. So he consciously avoided standing out of Liu Bian's sight. Chapter 50 Kicking Toad Mantua is like kicking sandbags. Jalaya, do you think it was so simple to catch me? You underestimated me too. Liu Bian's confident voice sounded, and there was no awareness of being caught at all. His methods were much more than Zi Lai also expected. Chidori. With this low cry from Liu Bian, Lei Dun Chakra began to ripple from his body. At the same time, in Liu Bian's body, a network of thunder and lightning suddenly appeared. No matter it was Ji Lai Yat, or Ji Lai Yi's hair, all were within the attack range of the lightning web. If Jiraiya continues to restrain Ryabane, he himself will definitely be hurt by Ryabane's Chidori Ryu. Although he was still very unwilling, Zi Lai also had to put away his hair and used the instantaneous technique to get out of it at the first moment. This is to avoid the flow of Chidori. If you take a step slower, then the thunder and lightning will really fall on you. Thunder Dance Ninjutsu without Kian. At this time, Zai Li's complexion was already very solemn, and Liu Bian's strength had far exceeded his expectations. The other side's methods, the treacherous and powerful moves, were all unprecedented. Shenwei. When Ji Liye was shocked, Lu Ren turned his head abruptly, and suddenly launched a long-range power against Ji Liye. Danger! Jile felt a life-and-death crisis again, and subconsciously launched the instantaneous technique to dodge. However, at this moment, he couldn't avoid it perfectly. Shenwei directly cut a hole in Jile's shoulder, and blood spurted out directly. That's right, Zai Liye, I avoided it again, but how many times do you think you can avoid it? Lu Ren said to Zai Li jokingly, hugging his arms. Don't mention how ugly Jile's face is. That weird attack is simply impossible to guard against. If you don't pay attention, you will be hit, and there is no effective way to resist it, which is simply a headache.